Scholars who have looked closely at the earliest records of Pacific exploration have long noticed a stubborn question that refuses to go away. Were the islands, later called New Zealand, reached by Europeans before Abel Tasman entered the strait between the two main islands in 1642? Traditional history has often treated Tasman's voyage as the first confirmed European contact. Yet a cluster of scattered clues keeps pointing further back. When the late 15th and early 16th centuries are remembered for their burst of oceanic breakthroughs, it can feel almost counterintuitive to imagine that, for more than a century and a half, every ship probing the southern seas somehow missed a pair of large, high islands sitting across the routes of chance, storm, and drift. The era itself invites the suspicion. In 1488, a Portuguese navigator, Bartholomew Dias, proved that a sea road existed around the southern tip of Africa. A few decades later, Vasco Núñez de Balboa crossed the narrow land bridge of Panama and looked out over the vast ocean that Europeans would soon begin to chase across maps. Not long after, Magellan's expedition traced the southern edge of the American continent and revealed a passage into that same immense water. Those discoveries did not calm the age. They electrified it. They produced a hunger for more coastlines, more islands, more rumours that might turn into kingdoms of trade or faith. Against that background, the idea that no wandering ship, no storm-driven crew, no bold detour ever brushed the shores of New Zealand between the late 1400s and the early 1600s can seem strangely tidy. One of the earliest threads begins as a rumour. Before Balboa's sighting became widely known, stories reached France about a populated land somewhere in the Southern Ocean. Later, developments encouraged some writers to link this vague report with the people who would come to be associated with New Zealand, along with the memory of the great birds once hunted there. In the mid-17th century, a book appeared in Paris that argued for a Christian mission to a southern land, presenting itself as testimony connected to that distant region. Its author, a French cleric named Jean Paulmier, painted the inhabitants as people long held under spiritual darkness and in need of conversion. The language was the language of the time, shaped as much by religious ambition as by geography, but it kept alive a claim that the South had been reached earlier than commonly admitted. Paulmier's story leaned heavily on an alleged voyage from the early 16th century. According to his account, French merchants financed a ship intended for the East Indies. The vessel sailed from the Norman coast in June 1503 under a commander known as the Sieur de Gonville. Near the Cape of Good Hope, storms disrupted the route, and the ship was pushed into unfamiliar waters. Then came an extended calm, and during that lull, the sailors noticed something that felt like a sign. Large numbers of birds moving repeatedly toward the south and returning from the same direction. The patterns suggested land somewhere below the horizon. Steering after the birds, the ship reached a substantial country not far, as the tale put it, from the direct path to the Indies. Gonville's party reportedly called it Southern India. The newcomers, it was said, were welcomed rather than attacked and spent around 6 months there, gathering goods to justify the expedition before returning to France. The crew, anxious and distrustful of the ship's condition, refused to push onward toward Asia and pressed instead for home. Over time, some writers proposed that the great country described in this tradition might have been New Zealand. Later, French commentators argued the details fit parts of its coastline and climate, and they pointed to the way early navigators sometimes misread where they were, mislabeled what they saw, or lost their original records altogether. The difficulty is that the earliest documentation of Gonville's voyage did not survive intact, leaving later retellings to carry the burden. A declaration of discovery was said to have been deposited with authorities in Paris, but the primary evidence, that would settle the matter disappeared, and the tale hardened into a mixture of narrative confidence and historical fog. The tradition also included a human element meant to anchor the story. As the ship departed in July 1504, one local man was persuaded to sail for France. Later, writers gave him the name Essamorich. He never returned home. In France, he was baptized, brought into the Catholic community, and married into the commander's family. Paulmier, presenting himself as a descendant in the line that began with this southern visitor, claimed a special authority to speak about the land and its people. He described the inhabitants as living simply, seeking happiness with limited labour, a portrait that later readers thought echoed, at least in spirit, what was later observed in Polynesian societies. Yet, uncertainty remained, and scepticism persisted, partly because some details did not sit neatly with what became known of Maori life. One sticking point was material culture. The tradition spoke of boiling water and cooking food in earthenware containers. Pottery, even at a basic level, was not part of classic Maori technology. That mismatch made critics cautious about identifying the land too confidently. Even so, the broader point held weight for many. An early European voyage did reach a populated place in the South Pacific around 1504, and the description that survived, filtered though it was, overlapped in several ways with later accounts of Polynesian appearance, voice, and tribal behaviour. The lingering doubt about which Shaw Gonaville's crew actually touched became, in itself, an illustration of how early discoveries could be half erased. Some vanished because journals were lost. Others survived only as vague shapes on old charts or as passing references inside later works, stripped of the context that would make them verifiable. Other hints accumulated. There were claims about a navigator named Juan Fernandez in the 1570s, sailing southwest from South America for weeks and reaching a fertile coast where brown-skinned people wore woven garments and appeared tall and calm in manner. Accounts from the 19th century added another kind of evidence: memory. At Hokianga, an extremely old man was said to have repeated a story handed down from his father about a boat arriving long ago, carrying white strangers armed with firearms of an unfamiliar kind. Because early gun mechanisms can be traced in broad outline through late medieval and early modern Europe, such a tradition tempted some observers to place the event in an era before the better documented Dutch and English visits. Those who trusted oral history argued that Maori traditions, while not perfect in detail, often preserved a reliable core across generations. Cartography introduced its own provocative notes. An Admiralty chart from the early 19th century included a comment suggesting that although Tasman named New Zealand in 1642, the eastern coastline may have been known to Portuguese seafarers around the mid-16th century. On some maps, a label near the strait between the islands hinted at a gulf associated with Portuguese knowledge. Whether these notes reflected real, lost voyages or merely the echo of rumours and speculative geography is difficult to prove. But their existence shows that the idea of earlier contact was not a modern invention. A Dutch atlas maker, Willem Bleu, added another layer. In an early 17th century atlas, the southern lands were still incomplete shapes, Australia fading off into uncertainty, and nearby coastlines half imagined. Yet within that vagueness appeared a faint suggestion of a land labelled with a name resembling New Zealand. The outline was far from precise, but it raised the unsettling possibility that some Europeans had seen or heard enough to sketch a shadow of those islands before Tasman's careful route was recorded. By the time Tasman's own journal is reached, the record becomes firm, detailed, and chilling. In 1642, authorities in Batavia sent 2 ships to investigate the extent of the southern land reported earlier by Dutch voyagers. Tasman commanded the expedition. After reaching and charting the region now known as Tasmania, he turned east and, in mid-December, sighted high land. The journal describes a mountainous coast, soundings taken from offshore, currents pushing the vessels toward the land, and repeated anchoring as wind and weather shifted. At first, there were no obvious signs of settlement, but soon smoke was seen in multiple places, and lights appeared on shore at night. Contact began at a distance. Canoes approached, voices called out across the water, and both sides tried noise as a bridge, the visitors answering a local instrument with their own trumpet. The boats would not come alongside. The following day, a canoe with many men came near again, calling repeatedly. The strangers were described as strong and broad, their skin tone between brown and yellow, their hair gathered high, with a striking pale feather standing upright. Their vessels were long, narrow, and often paired together with planks for seating. The paddles were long and tapered. Clothing seemed to be woven mats or something like cotton, though many went bare-chested. Trade goods were displayed in invitation, fish and cloth and metal tools, but trust did not form. Then the moment turned. More canoes arrived, moving with speed and purpose. A small boat was sent from one Dutch ship toward the other with instructions. Signals were shouted between the canoes, paddles raised in gestures the visitors could not interpret. When the small boat had moved clear, several canoes surged, ramming it hard enough to rock it and flood it. One crewman was struck at the neck and thrown into the water. Others were clubbed and attacked amid the confusion. Some were killed. A few managed to swim back toward the larger vessels. Gunfire followed, but the attackers withdrew quickly, pulling away toward shore with the speed of people who knew exactly how to escape. After that, the possibility of peaceful exchange collapsed. Water and food could not safely be obtained. The ships weighed anchor and tried to leave. More canoes gathered and advanced again, forcing the Dutch to fire warning shots. One man holding a white flag was hit, and the flotilla retreated to the shoreline. The bay was named for murder, a label that would cling to it in European memory. The journal then shifts back into navigation. The struggle with wind and current, the realization that what looked like an opening to another sea was not what it seemed, the careful work of sounding depths, and the decision to continue along the coast. The voyage pressed onward along shorelines that alternated between high country and stretches of sandhills, with heavy surf and long swells breaking on the beach. At one point, the ships sheltered near islands and cliffs during hard weather, anchoring and riding out strong winds. Later, farther north, Tasman's crew sought fresh water and edible greens on an island. Landing parties found difficult surf, strong currents, and tall men watching from heights with long staves. The island seemed sparsely populated, with little sign of trees and only small plots of green ground near water. Canoes were seen drawn up on the shore. The risk of losing boats in surf and tide outweighed the benefit of supplies, and the expedition chose caution. The place received a ceremonial name linked to a Christian festival day, and the ships sailed on, planning their next course across the open Pacific. Tasman's record, unlike the rumours and shadows that came before it, is anchored in dates, bearings, and repeated observation. Yet even here, the larger lesson remains. Early exploration did not always leave a clean trail. Some voyages were remembered only as fragments. Some were preserved as claims and counterclaims, shaped by national pride or religious agendas. Some dissolved into the margins of maps, where a single uncertain line could outlive the story of how it got there. And in the case of New Zealand, the firm certainty of Tasman's documented passage sits beside a wider field of hints that suggests the South Pacific was being touched glimpsed, and talked about long before Europe finally wrote those islands into history with undeniable detail. Captain James Cook's life began far from the tropics and the great oceans that would later define his name. He was born in Marton, Yorkshire, in October 1728, the son of a farm labourer, and he did not rise through privilege. As a boy, he was placed with a shopkeeper, but the sea pulled him away early. After years along Britain's coasts, he entered the Royal Navy, and by the late 1750s he was already showing a rare ability not only to sail, but to measure, map, and understand coastlines with precision. During the campaign against Quebec, he was asked to survey stretches of the St. Lawrence and nearby waters, producing charts and observations that stood out for their accuracy. That work brought him to the attention of scientific circles in Britain, and it led to a new kind of mission, one that blended astronomy, navigation, and discovery. In August 1768, he sailed from Plymouth in a small vessel called the Endeavour. The ship carried a compact but ambitious party: naturalists, artists, and specialists, alongside sailors and marines, with provisions intended to last more than a year. The voyage had a clear scientific purpose at first, observing the transit of Venus from the Pacific, but it also carried the broader hope of charting unknown coasts and adding new detail to the world's geography. After months at sea, the Endeavour reached Tahiti in April 1769, and in early June the observation was successfully made. Soon after, the ship turned away from Tahiti and began searching for land further south and west, moving into regions that European maps still treated as uncertain. In early October 1769, high land came into view. At first it seemed to match what many Europeans believed might be the edge of a vast southern continent. Instead, it proved to be the coast of New Zealand, seen near the place later known as Poverty Bay. On Sunday, the 8th of October, the Endeavour anchored off the mouth of a small river and remained at a cautious distance from shore. As daylight faded, Cook went in with boats, accompanied by several key men from the expedition, and landed on the eastern side of the river, opposite groups of locals on the far bank. This moment is often treated as if it sat in a clean gap between earlier Dutch sightings and Cook's arrival, as though nothing else had touched these coasts in the long years between. Yet older stories and local traditions complicate that neat timeline. Some missionary accounts from the early 19th century speak of elders who remembered, or claimed to remember, ships that came before Cook, along with violence that followed those visits. Another tradition collected in the Cook Strait region describes an earlier foreign vessel whose crew behaved badly, provoked retaliation, and were killed, their ship stripped for useful materials. In that story, iron was taken and turned into tools, and unfamiliar objects, plates and fittings, were broken up and worn as ornaments. Whether every detail is true is difficult to prove, but such accounts show that people on these shores did not always speak of Cook's ship as the first strange presence to arrive from the sea. Cook's own journey to New Zealand would not be a brief encounter. Across 5 visits, spread over several years, he spent months in these waters. His first stay alone lasted from early October 1769 until the end of March 1770, long enough to chart large sections of coastline and establish that the northern landmass was indeed an island. On later voyages he returned repeatedly, sometimes to explore, sometimes to refit and gather supplies, until his final departure in 1777. Over the course of those visits, he helped reshape how the English-speaking world understood the Pacific. Governments saw new strategic possibilities. Mission organisers imagined new fields for conversion. Traders thought of timber, food and resources, and they quickly recognised that iron, still rare and valuable to many communities, could transform power and warfare. For the people living across Polynesia, the arrival of northern ships was not one single event, but the beginning of a long and uneven change, sometimes marked by exchange, sometimes by disease and conflict, and sometimes by rapid shifts in local rivalries. During that first landing at Poverty Bay, nothing unfolded smoothly. On the shore opposite the Endeavour, people gathered but kept their distance. When the visitors crossed the river to attempt contact, many locals withdrew into the landscape, leaving the boat watched by boys near the water. As the landing party moved inland toward a few small houses, men suddenly rushed out from concealment and advanced on the boat with long wooden weapons. The boys pushed off to drift downstream, but they were pursued. A warning shot was fired overhead. It failed to stop the chase. When the threat grew immediate, a musket was aimed directly and one man was killed. The visitors returned quickly to the ship, hearing loud voices carrying across the water from the shore, the tone urgent and intense. The next day, a new attempt was made with a crucial difference. An interpreter from Tahiti, a man who could speak a closely related language. When he called out to the people on the opposite bank, surprise followed on both sides. The words were understood even if the dialect was different. That moment opened a narrow door. Tension still hung in the air and caution shaped every movement. A musket was fired into the water at a safe distance, more as a display of power than an attack, and the effect was immediate. Threatening gestures eased. The visitors edged forward again, the interpreter explaining that the strangers wanted to trade and meant no harm. The reply sounded receptive, yet the locals refused to put their weapons down, and the visitors refused to cross the river while those weapons remained in hand. Gifts were offered, small items and iron, but interest was limited. Instead, attention fixed on the visitors' own weapons, and more than once hands reached out in attempts to seize them. At one point, a blade was snatched from an Englishman and waved in display. That act was answered with gunfire, and another man fell. The pattern repeated itself. Curiosity and boldness, followed by fear and force, with each side reading the other through assumptions formed in seconds. With no easy access to fresh water and no stable footing for trust, Cook chose to move along the bay, hoping to find a safer anchorage and perhaps a better chance of building goodwill elsewhere. Soon, another incident added both tragedy and opportunity. 2 canoes were seen moving near the shore, and boats were sent to intercept them. One escaped, but the other was trapped and fought back, striking at the approaching boats with paddles. The confrontation escalated rapidly. Shots were fired, and several people in the canoe were killed. 3 survivors, young and terrified, jumped into the water and tried to swim away, but they were captured and taken aboard the Endeavour. At first they believed they would be executed. The interpreter worked to calm them, repeating assurances of safety until fear eased enough for them to eat and rest. Even then, anxiety returned in the darkness, as though the quiet of the night revived every worst expectation. By morning, the approach shifted again. The 3 youths were treated carefully, given simple ornaments, and prepared to be returned to shore. As the boat moved toward the earlier landing place, the youths showed visible dread, suggesting that the people there were enemies and that returning to that spot could mean death. Even so, Cook decided to land in the same area, bringing key members of the expedition and relying on the interpreter to keep the situation from breaking apart. Groups of locals advanced, and in the crowd one of the boys recognized a close relative. A conversation began across the river. The relative swam over carrying a green branch, an unmistakable symbol of peaceful intent. Gifts were exchanged, and for a moment it appeared that the earlier violence might be contained, and a safer relationship might begin to form. On the 11th of October, the Endeavour lifted anchor and moved on, searching for a safer place to lie and a calmer stretch of coast to study. The The wide inlet the crew had just left was given a new name, Poverty Bay, and a headland nearby was labelled Young Nick's Head, after a young crewman who first spotted it. That afternoon the wind failed and the ship drifted. Canoes began to slip out from the shoreline, and the mood of the encounter shifted. The visitors handed out gifts, and the people in the canoes, fascinated by unfamiliar objects, became eager traders. Some were so determined to secure strange goods that they even swapped clothing and paddles. Their craft were long, narrow dugouts made from a single tree, with added sections joined above. The paddlers sat on crosspieces, and their blades, often painted red and decorated with patterns, showed careful workmanship. Many carried close fighting clubs made from wood or heavy bone, weapons designed for striking at arm's length, rather than throwing from afar. Even with trade underway, fear still lingered close to the surface. Some canoe crews hesitated to approach until an interpreter made it clear that the strangers were not man-eaters, a suspicion that had been stirred by the violence of the first landing. Only after repeated assurances did a chief come aboard, holding a short, flat-striking club and showing the spiral facial markings that signalled rank. When the exchange ended, the canoes hurried away so suddenly that 3 men were accidentally left behind on the ship overnight. They spent the night tense and uncertain, but they were calmed with steady reassurance, and by morning a canoe returned to collect them. As the ship worked down the coast, more names were fixed onto the map. A table-shaped point became Cape Table, and an offshore island was renamed Portland Island because its outline reminded the crew of a familiar place back home. Parts of that island and sections of the nearby mainland showed signs of cultivation, small clearings and planted ground that contrasted with other stretches of coast that looked empty from the sea. On the 12th, another canoe approached, its prow and body decorated in a manner the visitors found unusual. The crew on board sang, danced, and shifted between gestures that looked peaceful and motions that felt like threats. No amount of persuasion could bring them alongside, and the ship continued on. A day later, the Endeavour nosed toward an inlet, but found it too open and exposed, then stood out again. A canoe full of men gave chase, yet the ship simply slipped away from it. The following morning, as the coast opened up, the inland landscape came into view. Mountains rising behind the shore with snow visible in the high interior, while the land nearer the sea lay flatter, sometimes uncultivated, sometimes broken by groves of tall trees. More canoes appeared, and at one point several of them began to pursue the ship in a way that suggested an attack was being considered. The response was blunt. A small cannon was fired with shot meant to frighten rather than hit. The sound, the splash, and the unfamiliar violence of it changed the calculation immediately, and the canoes scattered. Still, one canoe returned cautiously to the stern, drawn back by the interpreter's shouting and the promise of gifts. Trade might have resumed, but other canoes swept in again, shouting and brandishing weapons, and the brief opening closed. Later that day, the fishing canoes returned, and barter began once more. Then the tension snapped. In the middle of exchange, a man grabbed the interpreter's young assistant, dragged him into a canoe, and sprinted away across the water. Muskets cracked in quick response, and a man in the fleeing canoe was hit. The captors loosened their hold. The boy forced himself up from the bottom of the canoe, and in the confusion he threw himself into the sea. Weighted down by clothing, he struggled badly but managed to reach the ship, exhausted and shaken but unharmed. The headland near the incident was given a name that reflected what had happened, and the ship continued along a broad sweep of coast that was later called Hawke Bay. As the voyage continued, more landmarks were labelled. A low island was called Bear Island, and a turning point in the coastline was named Cape Turn Again, because the ship altered course there. The decision was not only about wind and weather. Orders from far away required the expedition to follow the coast until a certain latitude, and then, if the land continued, to turn back north. The Endeavour did exactly that, retracing much of its track. Days later, near a peninsula by Portland Island, another canoe approached with chiefs aboard, men of rank who were willing to stay on the ship overnight. Around the same time, a headland was named Gable End Foreland, and the expedition passed on into another bay, where two chiefs invited visitors ashore. In that anchorage, the tone improved. The chiefs accepted cloth and simple gifts, though not every item held the same value as it had elsewhere. Some wore decorated jackets and fine coverings edged with feathers or dogskin. On shore, the visitors found a landscape that felt richer and more organised than earlier stretches. Plantations laid out in regular blocks, fish drying stages, fenced houses, and a steady rhythm of daily work. Dogs were seen, small and sharp-eared, and sweet potatoes were found growing. Seafood was plentiful: crabs, crayfish, and fish taken from the bay, while fern root, roasted and chewed, served as a kind of bread. The women often coloured their faces red, while many men rubbed red pigment across their bodies and clothing. Compared with other island societies, the settlement did not look especially clean at first glance. Yet there were clear habits of order. Latrines set apart, pits dug for waste, and practical ways of keeping living spaces from becoming foul. Hospitality on this coast could be direct and unembarrassed. Visitors were welcomed into houses, guided along paths, and carried across streams to keep them dry. Tattooing patterns varied from person to person, and some men were marked with elaborate designs across chest and face. Certain prized objects could not be bought at any price, especially tools and weapons made from green stone. In the evenings, dances were performed with dramatic gestures, tongues extended, faces contorted, bodies snapping into sudden poses. Old men danced alongside the young, and the performance carried an energy that felt half challenge and half celebration. When the time came to return to the ship, locals even helped launch and steer a canoe. The visitors, unfamiliar with the handling of such a craft, capsized it, but no one drowned, and the incident ended in laughter more than anger. Trade continued at the ship. At first, cloth from earlier islands was preferred, but that value faded as novelty wore off, and other items became more desirable. More people came aboard simply to stare at the strange floating structure and touch its surfaces, curious about everything from ropes to metal fittings. Late in October, the ship weighed anchor and moved on to another bay to take on wood and water. Here the mood was calmer and trade was more straightforward. Glass bottles and cloth were exchanged honestly, and the people at the watering place behaved in a way the crew found reassuring. Marines guarded the work parties as a routine precaution, while others roamed to collect plants and observe the country. Many houses were found empty. People lived instead in temporary shelters, on ridges, watching from above. In a valley near the coast, a rock formation formed a large natural arch with a view over the bay. A local cabbage tree was discovered. Its cooked heart edible and surprisingly good. A flax-like plant yielded strong glossy fibres, suitable for clothing and rope, hinting at why woven goods were so common. The expedition also witnessed the martial side of the culture. A veteran demonstrated fighting drills with long lances sharpened at both ends, and heavy striking clubs designed to crush at close range. The training was not showmanship alone. The blows landed with enough force to make the purpose unmistakable. Conversation about belief and ritual also surfaced. The interpreter asked directly about the long circulating rumours of cannibalism. The answer, given without apparent shame, was that enemies killed in war could be eaten. It was presented not as everyday hunger, but as an extension of victory and hatred, a message meant to carry beyond death. Objects from the wider world appeared in unexpected places. At one point, a spinning top was found among local possessions, and someone knew how to set it whirling with a whip. Elsewhere, enormous canoes lay drawn up or under construction, some carved with spirals and figures that repeated across paddles, staffs, and hulls. The design was deliberate and exacting, but it did not aim to imitate nature. Houses were low and oblong, built under trees with reed walls and heavy thatch, sloping nearly to the ground. Many had been abandoned temporarily after the first frightening contact, a sign that fear of the strangers still shaped decisions. When the Endeavour sailed again at the end of October, it moved along a coast broken by small bays and headlands. The easternmost cape was labelled East Cape, and a nearby islet took a similar name. Beyond it, villages and cultivated land became more frequent. Not every greeting was friendly. At one cape, a group of armed canoes approached as if preparing to attack, and warning shots were fired over their heads. When that failed, a shot with ball forced an immediate retreat, fast enough to earn the place a name tied to running away. The pattern repeated again. Threats, stones thrown at the ship, sudden attempts to seize goods, and then the sharp discipline of musket fire used to restore distance. Yet even in those tense moments, trade could flicker back to life when cloth or metal caught the eye, and seafood, crayfish, mussels, eels, could be bought in quantity. Night did not always bring peace. Reported salutes sometimes took the form of stones thrown onto the deck in darkness, followed by paddles fading into the black. The next morning the same people might return as if nothing had happened, talking calmly for an hour, then suddenly hurling another volley. Villages along parts of the coast grew larger and more defensive, set on high ground, ringed by ditches and banks topped with rails. Some places looked like fortresses built for constant danger, and an older man later explained why. Raiders from the north, he said, often descended to steal supplies and seize women and children. Settlements were placed on rocks and narrow heights not for comfort but for survival. In one sheltered bay, the ship's hull was scrubbed and cleaned while locals supplied wood, water, and fish. Naturalists ranged over the shore, collecting plants they had never seen before. At night, they observed how families slept. Men closest to the sea, women and children behind. Weapons stacked within reach, the whole group arranged like a living guard formation. In the morning, canoes arrived loaded with mackerel in astonishing quantities, enough to become a major portion of the ship's provisions once salted. On a clear day, an astronomical observation was carried out on land, while trade continued alongside the ship. Then, a theft triggered another fatal response. Cloth snatched and refused back. A musket fired at point-blank range, the thief dead on the spot. Panic spread through the canoes, and commerce stopped until local voices on shore condemned the act that had provoked the punishment. Exploration pushed into rivers and inlets. One broad river widened inland and split around small islands. The shores offered shellfish beds, ducks, and other birds, and one small settlement received the visitors with striking hospitality. The remains of a ruined fortified site stood nearby, hinting at recent conflict. During an evening meal, a mourning ritual unfolded. A woman wept continuously, chanting phrases that outsiders could not understand, then cut her skin with a shell, leaving blood on her chest and face while most onlookers remained calm and unmoved. The scene was disturbing to the visitors, but for the community it appeared to be a familiar language of grief. As the ship moved through different bays, the same cycle repeated in new forms. Cautious approach, trade, sudden insults, punishment, and then gradual negotiation back toward calm. Some newcomers arrived from other districts and traded honestly without tricks. Other groups tested boundaries, seizing items or attempting to tow away anchor buoys. When tensions rose on shore, armed crowds gathered and lines were drawn in the sand to hold people back. Defiant songs and war dances flared into potential violence, and the response, again, was controlled gunfire meant to scatter rather than massacre. In one skirmish, several were wounded but none killed. Afterwards, humility and peace gestures returned, and the visitors themselves were not innocent. When some of the crew broke into plantations and stole food, they were punished publicly, showing that discipline was enforced on both sides, at least when the commander chose to make an example. Farther on, a large, sheltered bay was examined, and a river within it was compared to the Thames for its shape and promise as a harbour. Great trees rose from the forest, straight and immense. Trade here focused on unexpected desires. Paper became valuable, and people exchanged arms and clothing for it. When one man was caught hiding a small object from the ship, punishment followed with whipping. The reaction was immediate. Local men reached for weapons, and some attempted to board, believing the thief was about to be killed. Once the interpreter explained the punishment was not death, the anger eased, but something had shifted. The confidence that had been building thinned out, and afterwards many seemed reluctant to return. Along the northern coast, the Endeavour passed low, wooded stretches with night fires, visible inland. Then island groups with cultivated land and fortified towns. Chiefs came aboard, trading resumed, and then the old habits returned. Attempts to pilfer, musket shots fired over heads, and occasional wounds used as harsh reminders. In some places, canoes approached not to bargain, but to throw fish onto the deck without asking anything in return. A gesture that looked like offering, or perhaps a test, or perhaps a performance meant to show strength and abundance. Other groups preferred intimidation, stones, shouting, and frantic gestures, then retreated when firearms answered. By early December, the ship lay in the Bay of Islands, named for the clusters of islands that lined its shores and sheltered multiple safe anchorages. Food on land was limited in that season, but fish was everywhere, and fishing dominated life. Nets were piled near towns like stacks of hay, protected under thatch. Houses often held people working fibre into cords and mesh. When the visitors displayed their own net, locals laughed and brought out one far larger, deep, immensely long, and made from tough grasses. In that part of the coast, the sea was not just a resource. It was a crafting, a routine, and a system that shaped settlements, labour, and power, with canoes moving constantly between shore and ship, trading, probing, and measuring the strangers as carefully as the strangers measured the coast. The population around this stretch of coast seemed denser than anywhere the expedition had encountered so far. Villages appeared frequently, many of them defended with earthworks or palisades. Yet the communities did not look as if they were ruled by a single central authority. Instead, separate groups occupied their own fortified places, while still maintaining a kind of everyday coexistence. From the sea, the coastline gave the impression of a region used to danger, but also used to cooperation, with people moving between settlements without the constant signs of internal war that outsiders might have expected. Early in December, a cluster of canoes pushed off and followed the ship as it moved along the shore. A light wind rose, and the vessel did not slow to wait for them. Within a day or two, the ship worked in again, edging closer to land, and then drifted westward until a wide, deep bay opened ahead. The commander named it Doubtless Bay, but conditions did not allow a safe entry at once. The ship held off, then fell into a calm, and the stillness invited contact. Canoes arrived from the shore and trading began in the familiar pattern of cautious approach, quick appraisal of goods, and exchanges carried out while both sides watched for tricks. Conversation, carried through the interpreter, produced new geographical claims. Local visitors described a point farther on where the land's direction changed, turning away from its previous line and bending south. They also spoke of a distant country across the northern sea, a place reached by a very large canoe. The story was half travel report, half legend. Only some of the voyagers had returned, and they told of a month-long passage ending at a land where pigs were eaten, described with a word that sounded like a borrowed name. Along this same coast, the crew noticed cultivated patches from offshore, plantings of useful trees and the growing of sweet potatoes, signs that the land, even when it looked wild from the deck, was being worked and managed. A day later, the shoreline seemed low and bleak, more sand and scrub than forest, yet it was not empty. The ship moved toward a peninsula and gave it a blunt, descriptive name, then noted a neighbouring bay with pale beaches. A solitary mountain near the coast was christened for its shape, an outline that reminded the crew of an animal's back. Canoes did attempt to reach the ship again, but wind and distance kept them short. Weather shifted, the vessel tacked repeatedly, and by mid-month rain and rough air arrived hard enough to tear sails. For days the ship fought heavy squalls, shortening canvas, waiting out gusts, then pushing forward again when the sea allowed. As the expedition pressed on, the northern edge of the land came into view. A cape, marking the country's topmost reach, was identified and named, and soon after a small island group appeared on the horizon. While the ship held a cautious distance, a small boat went out, and returned with birds large enough to resemble geese, their meat welcomed after weeks of salted rations. Then the weather turned again. Strong winds from the east pinned the ship down for long stretches, forcing it to crawl across short distances that should have taken hours rather than weeks. The coastline remained present but unreachable, a threat in poor visibility. The longer the storms dragged on, the more the voyage became a contest between wind direction and the risk of being driven onto unseen breakers. When calmer air returned, the ship resumed following the shore. The land in places looked harsh, sand, low vegetation, little shelter, an inhospitable face to anyone arriving by sea. At times, the crew saw strange ocean life, including a heavy-bodied fish with large fins and almost no tail, a creature that looked unnatural in the water's surface roll. Landmarks continued to be fixed with new names. A prominent point, a nearby islet, another high headland. A bay that promised anchorage drew attention, and beyond it, a snow-topped mountain rose sharply, shaped like a solitary peak and visible from far out. That mountain, and the great cape it dominated, became major reference points for the charts. By mid-January, the ship turned toward a passage between seas, drawn by the shape of the coast and the promise of shelter. The vessel was fouled and needed careening, and wood and fresh water were necessities. Approaching a bay, the ship nearly drifted too close to land in a near calm, and only boat work kept it clear. A small cove that seemed suitable was examined and then abandoned when people on shore began launching canoes in a way that suggested preparation for conflict. The ship ultimately anchored in a more secure position, and landing parties found what they needed: water, timber, and productive fishing close to shore. Over the following days, people offered skulls for trade, treating them as high-value objects rather than sacred remains. Some had been cleaned and dried by fire to preserve them. A canoe ornament incorporating a skull was also seen, a disturbing display that suggested trophies and intimidation were woven into material culture. These details shaped the ship's own naming habits. A place that had seemed welcoming in its natural shelter became, in the minds of the visitors, associated with fear and disgust, and the labels placed on charts began to reflect moral judgment as much as geography. Despite unease, contact continued. An older man of apparent status returned repeatedly, speaking through the interpreter and expressing concern that enemies might soon arrive to avenge recent killings. Another day, a lone fisherman in a canoe remained so absorbed in his work that he barely acknowledged a boat pulling alongside. He did not act hostile or frightened, he simply kept fishing. When asked to show the net, he did so calmly. The net was circular and wide, bait fixed at its base. He lowered it to the seabed, waited, then raised it in a slow, smooth motion so the fish rose with it without alarm. Only at the surface did he give a sudden pull to secure them. Nails became the preferred payment, suggesting a growing awareness that iron was valuable and scarce. Trade brought darker curiosities as well. A preserved human head was obtained, the skull fractured and emptied, then dried. The reluctance of its owner to part with it suggested it had meaning beyond commerce. Likely a war trophy, proof of victory and a symbol of status. Meanwhile, the expedition ranged along the shores, collecting plants, noting hills and barren islets, and visiting fortified settlements perched on high rock. Some were nearly inaccessible, protected by narrow paths and defensive platforms. In one such place, bones were offered for sale again, a sign that outsiders' fascination had turned remains into merchandise. The crew also left markers of their own, stacking stones on heights and placing small items inside as proof that strangers had climbed there. Posts were raised near water sources with inscriptions identifying the ship. A flag was displayed. Local people were told these were meant as memorials of the visit, and some promised not to destroy them. The inlet was formally named and claimed in the name of a distant king, and a ceremonial toast followed. An old guide who had accompanied the visitors uphill was rewarded with gifts, including an empty bottle that delighted him simply because it was new and strange. Local knowledge about the coastline proved valuable. The old man spoke of a passage between seas and described the surrounding lands as separate islands. He estimated how long it would take to sail around them, and named the regions as he understood them. Over the next few days, the ship took on fish and continued preparations. The locals repeated their claims about the passage and islands, reinforcing that this was not a single tale from a single mouth, but a shared understanding of the geography. When the ship finally attempted to depart, the wind failed and forced a delay. The old man came aboard one last time to say farewell. Asked again whether a vessel like this had ever been here before, he said no, though he recalled a story of a smaller craft arriving long ago from a far northern land with only a handful of men, all of whom were killed. At last, the Endeavour sailed out, and the crew, repelled by the reports and evidence of cannibalism, used a harsh nickname for the bay as they left, a label that reflected their horror more than the bay's true nature. Outside the Sound, currents nearly ended the voyage. The ship drifted dangerously close to rocks, and the crew let out a great length of cable to bring her up short. For hours they waited for the tide to turn, holding position in darkness with hazards close enough to be seen through spray. When the ebb came, the anchor was raised and a fresh wind carried the ship swiftly through the strait. A small island at the mouth was named as a navigational marker. The narrowest part of the passage lay between two capes, and beyond it the sea opened into a broad bay. Doubts remained on board about whether the great landmass was truly an island, and the ship adjusted course to resolve the question. The coast turned and revealed new points. Canoes approached again, and this time there was less difficulty persuading people to come aboard. They asked for nails immediately, suggesting news of the strangers. had already spread along trading and kin networks. One older man stood out, heavily tattooed with a streak of red across his nose, hair and beard pale, and ornaments of tooth and stone. His speech was quiet and controlled, and his posture suggested high rank. The ship moved on, tracking the coast until the geography finally made it unmistakable. The land did indeed separate into an island, not a continuous continent. Farther south, 4 large double canoes approached, to within throwing distance but would not come closer. The ship named the nearby land for their hesitant watching. Offshore, another island was sighted and labelled after one of the expedition's leading gentlemen. A small party went ashore briefly, collecting birds and noting signs of habitation. The voyage continued along the southern coasts, with whales and seals seen at intervals and hazards narrowly avoided. A group of rocks was passed in darkness, and at dawn more rocks appeared directly ahead, close enough that the escape felt like luck rather than skill. Those dangers were named accordingly, fixed on the map as a warning to future ships. A landform that looked like an island appeared off the southern coast, separated from the mainland by a narrow stretch of sea. A southern headland was named, then a stark, high rock standing alone, offshore. Another bay, protected by islands, suggested shelter from many winds and was named for its dusky appearance and surrounding peaks. Points and inlets were labelled as the ship traced the rugged western coastline. Red cliffs where water fell in thin streams, narrow openings that might hide safe harbours, bleak ridges of rock streaked with snow. News of Lieutenant Cook's discoveries reached Britain soon after his return in June 1771 and stirred wide discussion about the distant lands he had described. Among those deeply moved was Dr. Benjamin Franklin, who spoke publicly that same summer about the responsibility he believed Britain now carried toward the people of New Zealand. He reminded his audience that Britain herself had once been a rough and barren place and had grown wealthy only by receiving plants, animals, skills, and knowledge from other nations. If these gifts had transformed Britain, he argued, then those who possessed them now had a duty to share them with societies that still lived without such advantages. Franklin pointed out that Britain had become the greatest maritime power on Earth, with countless ships and sailors capable of crossing any ocean. The islanders of the Pacific, by contrast, possessed only canoes and had no iron with which to build stronger vessels. They lacked compasses and the science of navigation and therefore could never come to Europe to obtain what Europe enjoyed. To him, this created a moral obligation. Providence, he believed, had placed wealth and knowledge in British hands not merely for self-interest, but so that they might improve the lives of others. He imagined a voyage undertaken not for profit, plunder, or conquest, but simply to bring useful animals, crops, and tools to people who had none, and to receive in return whatever products their lands might offer. Trade, he argued, flourished best among civilized nations, and spreading civilization would benefit both sides. Franklin proposed fitting out a vessel by public subscription. It would carry goats, cattle, fowls, grain, and iron to New Zealand, and return with plants suitable for cultivation in Britain. The cost was carefully calculated, and any profits were to be used only to continue similar voyages. The idea appealed more to generosity than to greed, and for that reason it never gathered sufficient support. Yet the spirit behind it influenced Cook himself, who on later voyages tried to introduce useful animals and crops to the islands he visited. For his second expedition, Cook commanded the Resolution, accompanied by the Adventure under Captain Furneaux. After leaving Plymouth in 1772, the ships became separated in the Southern Ocean and Cook continued alone in search of a great southern continent. The season eventually forced him northward, and in March 1773 he reached New Zealand once more, entering Dusky Bay. The place was wild and magnificent, with forests rising steeply from dark water. The crew moored close to the trees, so near that the yards brushed the branches, and a stream of clear water ran almost to the ship's stern. At first, no inhabitants were seen, but soon a small canoe appeared. The people watched from a distance and would not approach, perhaps remembering earlier encounters with Europeans. Gradually, trust grew. A man and 2 women were met on the shore, frightened at first, yet curious. Gifts and gestures of friendship calmed them, and they led the visitors to their simple huts of bark. These families seemed to live comfortably on fish and birds, and needed little from outsiders. Over the following days, more meetings occurred, each marked by cautious ceremony. The chief touched the ship with a green branch and spoke a prayer before stepping aboard, a ritual of peace common throughout the Pacific. Once inside, he examined everything with wonder, yet without understanding the purpose of many objects. Hatchets and nails pleased him more than cloth or ornaments. Life in the bay settled into a routine of work and exchange. The sailors cut wood, filled casks, and brewed spruce beer, while the Maori supplied fish. The Europeans discovered that earlier gardens planted on Motuara Island had partly survived. Cabbages and onions still grew among the weeds, and potatoes had improved in the new soil. These small successes encouraged further attempts to leave useful plants and animals behind. Pigs, goats, and poultry were released in hopes they would multiply. Relations were generally peaceful, though theft occasionally occurred and tempers sometimes flared. Cook learned that many of the former inhabitants of the Sound had been driven away by war, and only a few scattered families remained. He met a man named Kahura, feared by his own people, and said to have led the attack on Captain Furneaux's boat crew years before. Some urged Cook to kill him in revenge, yet he refused, believing such justice would only continue the cycle of violence. After months exploring the Pacific, Cook returned again to New Zealand in 1774, entering Queen Charlotte Sound. The crew found evidence that the Adventure had visited since their last departure, but there was no sign of the ship itself. Work began immediately to refit the Resolution, bake damaged bread, and gather fresh food. The natives returned to trade as before, and their presence provided both companionship and supplies. Yet memories of the earlier massacre still lingered, and armed guards were kept ashore as a precaution. During this stay, Cook learned more of the tragic events that had overtaken Furneaux's men. The quarrel, it seemed, had begun over a stone hatchet and a piece of bread, a small dispute that quickly escalated until the outnumbered sailors were overwhelmed. The Maori insisted that none of Bernie's shots fired in retaliation had killed anyone, and that the killings had not been planned. Whether true or not, the story revealed how fragile peace could be when cultures met without understanding. By early 1777, Cook was on his 3rd great voyage, and once more the coast of New Zealand rose from the sea. He anchored again in Ship Cove, where gardens planted years earlier were rediscovered among the undergrowth. Potatoes, onions, and leeks still survived, testimony to the enduring impact of those brief visits. The local people were at first shy, perhaps fearing punishment for the past, but they soon approached with fish and curiosities. The crew set up tents, repaired the ship, and gathered celery and scurvy grass to keep illness at bay. Health on board was remarkably good. Exploring the surrounding bays, Cook revisited Grass Cove, the scene of the earlier tragedy. There he met Perrault, a chief he remembered from before, and found him friendly. The landscape showed no sign of the violence that had occurred, only quiet forests and clear water. Storms occasionally swept down from the mountains, shaking the anchored ships with sudden gusts. Yet between them, life ashore was almost peaceful. New families arrived to camp near the Europeans, and trade resumed as if years of absence meant little. During the final visit of the great navigator to the shores of New Zealand in February 1777, a few remarks were recorded that later generations would find deeply intriguing. Local people, when asked how many large ships like his had ever appeared in Queen Charlotte Sound or the surrounding coasts, spoke of a vessel completely unknown to the Europeans present. They described a ship that had entered a harbour on the northwestern side of Terawiti only a short time before the famous voyage of the Endeavour. The Maori referred to it as the Ship of Tupaia, using the name of the Tahitian interpreter, who had travelled with Cook years earlier. At first, this story seemed impossible. The captain wondered whether the informants had confused dates or places, perhaps mixing the memory with the French expeditions that were known to have touched the North Island around the same period. Yet the speakers insisted with confidence that their account was accurate and familiar to everyone in the region. They even added a remarkable detail. The commander of that mysterious ship had lived for a time with a local woman and had left behind a son who was still alive. Such a tale hinted at early contacts that history had failed to record. Before leaving the subject of Cook, whose careful observations shaped European knowledge of the Pacific, it is worth noting that the exact location of his first landing in Poverty Bay was later traced with impressive precision. Missionary scholars studying the coast identified the spot now called Boat Harbour, just southeast of the Turanganui River mouth. From there, the explorers had walked across a narrow strip of sand toward the place where the first inhabitants were seen. The small settlement that existed at that time lay close to the banks of the Waikanai Creek, an area that has since changed beyond recognition. Forests that once provided cover for wary warriors disappeared long ago, yet oral traditions preserved the names of those who confronted the strangers, including Tamaro, the first man killed in that uneasy encounter. The following day brought a second landing, but again friendship proved impossible. According to local memory, a different tribal group had come to the shore believing the strange vessel to be a drifting island. Determined to claim it, they approached with open hostility. One warrior attempted to seize a sword from the ship's astronomer and was shot in the struggle. The geography of the scene has altered so greatly that only careful comparison of old descriptions allows the positions of the Marines and the canoes to be imagined. Further along the coast lay the bay Cook called Tolago. Near its entrance, a small hollow in the rock is still known as Tupaia's Well, a name revealing how the Tahitian companion was mistaken for the leader of the expedition. The natives, hearing unfamiliar questions, often misunderstood them, and many European place names grew out of such confusions. After leaving these shores for the last time, the navigator continued his wide journey through the Friendly Islands and Tahiti, eventually sailing north to the edge of the Arctic seas before turning back to the Sandwich Islands, where conflict and misunderstanding would end his life at the age of 51. While the English were mapping the coasts, French ships also sought knowledge and opportunity in the South Pacific. In December 1769, only days after Cook had passed Doubtless Bay without entering, the Saint-Jean-Baptiste under de Surville anchored in Mangonui harbour. Rumours in India of a rich land far to the east had driven him across the ocean. The local people, almost certainly seeing a European vessel for the first time at close range, greeted the visitors with ceremony. A chief examined the commander's sword with curiosity, returning it respectfully. For a short period relations were open and generous, provisions were exchanged, and no sign of danger appeared. Tragedy would soon follow another French expedition. When Marion Dufresne arrived at the Bay of Islands in 1772, the early weeks were marked by friendliness and cooperation. Sailors worked ashore cutting timber while their sick recovered in tents on a small island. Then, Without warning, violence erupted. Parties sent to fish and gather water were attacked and killed, including Marion himself. The survivors retaliated with musket fire, driving the warriors into the forests. But the loss was irreparable. Accounts of the cause varied widely. Some spoke of sacred laws unknowingly broken, others of disputes over property, and still others of calculated treachery. Whatever the reason, the episode cast a long shadow over European perceptions of the Maori. Later, French explorers approached the northern coast with caution, remembering these events. In 1793, the ships searching for the lost expedition of La Perouse met canoes near the Three Kings. The islanders traded flax and fish with confidence, preferring iron to any other gift. They showed little fear of gunpowder and seemed fascinated by the strangers' tools and clothing. Yet the commanders chose not to anchor, fearing a repetition of earlier disasters. While these meetings unfolded across the Tasman Sea, a profound change was taking place in the British world. The American colonies had broken away, and the old system of sending convicts to the New World collapsed. Prisons in Britain overflowed, and the government searched for a distant land where sentences could be carried out. Cook's reports of the Australian coast offered an answer. In 1787, a fleet of 11 vessels left Spithead, carrying more than 1,000 people, officials, soldiers, sailors, and over 700 convicts, to establish a new settlement on the far side of the globe. The voyage lasted more than 8 months. Conditions on board were harsh, yet the death rate was lower than many feared. At Rio de Janeiro and the Cape of Good Hope, fresh food revived the passengers. When the ships reached Botany Bay in January 1788, the governor quickly judged it unsuitable and moved north to the magnificent harbour of Port Jackson. There, on a wooded cove later known as Sydney, the flag was raised and the colony of New South Wales was born. Life at the beginning was rudimentary. The settlers stepped directly from boats into dense forest. Tents sheltered the sick. Gardens were cleared for plants brought from distant ports. The first Sunday service was held beneath a spreading tree. Rations were meagre and every tool precious. Yet amid these hardships, a new society slowly took shape. The people who formed that society came from a Britain very different from the one known today. The criminal law of the 18th century was severe beyond modern imagination. Dozens of offences, many trivial, carried the death penalty. Stealing goods worth a few shillings, cutting down a tree, or taking a sheep could end on the gallows. Transportation became an alternative not only for hardened criminals, but for countless poor men and women, driven by desperation. Many of those sent to the new colony had been convicted of minor acts that in later times would scarcely have brought imprisonment. Social conditions at home were bleak. Wages were forced down, unemployment widespread, and gin shops crowded with misery. Prisons were foul and disease-ridden. In such an age, the decision to banish offenders to the far Pacific appeared to many as both mercy and necessity. Once in Australia, these people, often unskilled and bewildered, were set to clear land, build roads, and create farms. Their labour laid the foundations of towns that would one day become great cities. Discipline was strict. Early court records show that theft of a few tools could lead to execution, while others were flogged with hundreds of lashes. Yet among the transported were individuals determined to rebuild their lives. Observers noted men and women who avoided the criminal crowd, worked diligently, and sought respectability. From this unlikely mixture, the character of a new nation gradually emerged. Across the water, New Zealand watched these changes with cautious curiosity. European ships became more frequent visitors, bringing iron, cloth, and new crops. Potatoes and pigs altered the island economy. while muskets transformed traditional warfare. Stories of earlier encounters, both peaceful and violent, circulated from tribe to tribe, shaping expectations of the strangers who would eventually arrive in greater numbers. By the middle months of 1790, the small harbour of Sydney Cove began to receive what later generations would remember as the Second Fleet. One after another, the transports arrived, and by the end of the decade, more than 5,000 convicts had been landed on the shores of New South Wales. A little over a fifth of these newcomers were women, and with them came children, soldiers, and officials who would slowly reshape the fragile settlement into something resembling a community. Among the prisoners were not only common offenders, but also men and women swept up in the political storms of Britain and Ireland. The Scottish reformers, later called the Martyrs, and the Irish defenders, belonged to this different world of punishment. Their offence was less a crime than a failed rebellion, and many observers felt that defeat alone had turned them into traitors. To be a revolutionary was not the same as being a thief, yet in the early colony the distinction was rarely acknowledged. All were chained together in the public imagination, and few remembered that some among them carried principles rather than guilt. The first governor of the colony, Captain Arthur Phillip, left office in December 1792. He had governed in harsh surroundings with a patience that many later admired. Believing that stability depended upon family life, he encouraged convicts to marry and rewarded those who accepted responsibility with small plots of land. His concern for the indigenous people was equally genuine. He tried to protect them from violence and even dreamed of educating and clothing them, though these hopes met little success. Those who knew him described a man both gentle and resolute, capable of courtesy without weakness and firmness without cruelty. His origins were modest, the son of a German language teacher settled in London, yet his name would become inseparable from the beginnings of Australia. During Phillip's administration, a military force known as the New South Wales Corps rose to power. Brought out in several transport ships, the regiment gradually replaced the original Marines. Its officers quickly discovered that life at the far end of the world offered opportunities as well as duties. They became traders, judges, and political figures, and in time their influence overshadowed that of the civil authorities. Control of the rum trade fell largely into their hands, and with it the control of much of the colony's economic life. Governors who attempted to restrain them found themselves resisted or even overthrown, as would later happen to Governor Bligh. Phillip's departure was followed by a period of uncertain leadership. Acting governors drawn from the corps held power until Captain Hunter arrived in 1795. One of Hunter's first acts was to establish a small printing office, a modest beginning for the colony's future press. Exploration and enterprise expanded, yet moral conditions deteriorated. Rum became not merely a drink, but a form of currency. Land, houses, and even labour were exchanged for it, and many fortunes were built upon its distribution. Contemporary accounts describe how a single cask of spirits could purchase vast tracts of property, and how disorder spread through every level of society. The treatment of female convicts revealed the darker side of this world. When ships carrying women entered the harbour, officers were said to board them first and select companions for themselves. Those not chosen were left to survive as they could, often employed in the sale of goods brought by visiting vessels. Formal marriage, once encouraged, fell into neglect, and loose habits became common. Observers later recorded these practices with a mixture of shame and disbelief, noting how easily power corrupted in a place so distant from restraint. Across the Tasman Sea, another experiment was unfolding on Norfolk Island. Discovered years earlier, the island had been settled in hopes that its wild flax might supply the empire with canvas and rope. The first party landed in 1788 under Lieutenant King, a capable but unconventional officer. He was instructed to cultivate crops, study the climate, and above all to master the secrets of the flax plant. The little colony struggled against dense forests, violent surf, and isolation, yet within a year fields were cleared and gardens planted. Hurricanes ruined many early efforts, and ignorance of the proper method of preparing flax defeated the main purpose of the settlement. Relations with New Zealand soon entered the story. Believing that only Maori women understood the art of dressing flax, King sought to bring native teachers to the island. After several failed attempts, 2 men, known as Tuki and Uru, were taken from their homeland and carried to Norfolk. At first they were sullen and fearful, suspecting that they would be forced into labour. Gradually, kindness softened their mood, and they shared what knowledge they possessed. They described their country, drew maps upon the floor, and spoke of tribal wars, sacred customs, and the journey of the soul after death. Though neither was an expert in flax work, their guidance allowed the colonists to weave a little coarse canvas, and to imagine greater possibilities. King felt a deep responsibility toward his unwilling guests, and resolved to return them home. In 1793, he accompanied them on a voyage to the northern coast of New Zealand. The meeting with their people was emotional, filled with songs, tears, and the solemn touching of noses. The local chief promised to escort the men safely to their villages, and gifts of tools, seed, and pigs were exchanged as tokens of friendship. The episode became one of the earliest peaceful contacts between the two cultures. While these distant events unfolded, New South Wales faced crises closer to home. Food shortages in the early years had nearly destroyed the settlement, and only the arrival of supply ships saved it from famine. Additional convicts continued to pour in, bringing with them both labour and unrest. The social fabric remained fragile, held together by military discipline and the hope of land grants. Many prisoners, once freed, proved industrious farmers and craftsmen, yet others sank deeper into vice, encouraged by the easy trade in spirits. By the end of the century, the colony had grown from a desperate camp into a rough town with streets, farms, and a small press. Yet its character was still shaped by the peculiar mixture of people who lived there. Political exiles, common criminals, ambitious officers, and a few idealists who believed a new society could be built on the far edge of the world. The early governors struggled to impose order, to protect the indigenous inhabitants, and to restrain the power of the core. Success was uneven, and many of their hopes faded, but the foundations had been laid. Norfolk Island continued its quiet labour, producing small quantities of canvas and keeping alive the dream of a flax industry. The experiment proved that the plant could be worked, though only with skilled hands and proper tools. The story of Tuki and Uru lingered as a symbol of cooperation that might have been, reminding later generations that even in an age of punishment and profit, moments of understanding were possible. In the closing weeks of 1791, a small British naval vessel slipped out of the silent waters of Dusky Bay. Lieutenant Broughton, commanding the Chatham, had spent several days in that remote anchorage in company with another expeditionary ship, before continuing his long voyage toward the islands of the Central Pacific. The earlier explorer who had visited this same harbour years before had already described it with such precision that little remained for newcomers to add. Yet the naturalists on board noticed one small detail overlooked in earlier records: a winter shrub identical to a species found on the far shores of South America. Proof, once again, of the hidden connections that link distant lands. As the Chatham pressed northward through unfamiliar seas, the lookout sighted a group of islands that did not appear on any known chart. The ship approached cautiously, tracing the curves of the largest landmass and giving names to its bays and headlands. From the deck, sailors observed figures on the shore, dragging a canoe up the beach and disappearing behind the rocks. The possibility of meeting an unknown people stirred equal measures of curiosity and caution, and the captain decided to anchor in a sheltered inlet to learn more. A small boat carried a handful of officers toward the beach. At first, the inhabitants watched from a distance, but soon they gathered the courage to approach. Communication proved difficult, limited to gestures and uncertain words. Yet the exchange of simple gifts created a momentary bond. The visitors explored the abandoned canoes while the islanders circled nervously nearby. Their craft were unlike any seen before. Light frames woven with vegetable fibres, shaped more like baskets than boats, yet cleverly built for fishing among the reefs. Encouraged by the peaceful meeting, the British party ventured farther along the coast, accompanied by several of the locals. The forest offered cool shade and showed signs of recent habitation, though no proper houses could be found. Everywhere lay heaps of shells and the remains of small fires, suggesting a people who moved frequently, rather than settled permanently. The strangers tried to explain their need for food and water, but understanding remained elusive. As the walk continued, the mood began to change. Some of the islanders armed themselves with heavy sticks and long spears. Their voices grew louder and they separated in a way that seemed to surround the visitors. One young man stepped forward in a posture of open challenge, contorting his face and beating time with his feet. The tension became impossible to ignore. Fearing an attack, the officers ordered the boat to return and prepared to withdraw. The clash that followed was brief and tragic. Shots were fired in self-defense, and when the smoke cleared, one of the islanders lay dead on the sand. The rest fled into the woods, leaving the visitors shocked by the sudden turn of events. Before departing, they placed small gifts in the empty canoes, hoping to show that hostility had never been their intention. The vessel then sailed away, leaving behind a place newly marked on European maps as the Chatham Islands. Those who lived on these windswept shores were later known as the Moriori. Early observers described them as gentle and solitary, more accustomed to the rhythms of sea and forest than to conflict. Their clothing was woven from split flax leaves, forming cloaks that rustled as they walked. They fished with ingenious nets and hooks carved from bone, and moved from camp to camp following the seasons. Burial customs varied. Some bodies were placed upright in shallow graves, others bound to trees or set adrift in small canoes, so that the spirit might return to the ocean. For many years, the islands remained a lonely outpost, visited only by sealers and whalers. Rough crews from distant ports brought new diseases and harsher ways of life, and the Moriori population slowly declined. Then, in 1835, a more decisive change arrived from across the strait. Groups of Maori from the mainland, anxious to escape the turmoil of their own wars, sought a new home on the Chatams. They persuaded the captain of a trading brig to carry them eastward, a journey that would alter the fate of the islands forever. The captain later described how his ship was taken over in Wellington Harbour by hundreds of determined migrants. They insisted on being transported, promising payment in food and weapons once they reached their destination. Reluctantly, he agreed, fearing violence if he refused. The first voyage landed several hundred people with their seed potatoes and possessions. A second trip followed soon after, bringing still more families, canoes, and livestock. The arrival of the newcomers unsettled the fragile balance of the islands. Relations between Maori and Moriori quickly deteriorated. Accounts differ on the extent of the violence that followed, yet it is clear that many of the original inhabitants were killed or enslaved, while others fled into the forests. Traditional Moriori ways, already weakened by disease and outside influence, could not withstand the shock of conquest. Within a few years, only a small remnant survived, and their language and customs began to fade. Amid these troubled times, a further tragedy occurred. A French whaling vessel anchored in the harbour, its crew unaware of the tensions on shore. A dispute arose over promises made by another ship's captain who had earlier carried some Maori sailors to Australia and failed to return them. Seeking revenge, the islanders attacked the French crew and burned the ship. News of the massacre spread rapidly through the Pacific, and a French warship was dispatched to punish the offenders. The expedition destroyed several fortified villages and boats, yet the main leaders escaped, leaving behind a legacy of fear on both sides. By the middle of the 19th century, the Chatham Islands had become a meeting ground of cultures rather than a solitary refuge. European traders established small settlements, while Maori communities adapted to new conditions and gradually intermarried with the surviving Moriori. The landscape still bore traces of earlier lives, ancient burial posts, weathered canoes, and the silent remains of camps along the lagoons. The story of these islands illustrates the unpredictable currents of the Pacific world. A chance sighting by a passing ship led to discovery, then to contact, and finally to upheaval that reshaped an entire people. Winds, ambitions, and misunderstandings carried strangers across the ocean, and the quiet shores of the Chatams became a stage where distant histories collided. What began as a brief encounter in 1791 unfolded into decades of change, leaving echoes that can still be felt in the voices and memories of those who call the islands home today. The earliest European observers who reached the shores of Australia and New Zealand were astonished by the behaviour of the great sea creatures that crowded those waters. Whales and seals, unaccustomed to human violence, showed little fear when the first ships appeared. Sailors fired at them more out of curiosity than necessity, and the animals barely reacted, drifting lazily beside the hulls as though the thunder of muskets meant nothing at all. Only later, when pursuit became systematic and relentless, did these creatures begin to retreat into deeper and more distant seas. Among the Maori people, stories were told of enormous whales washed ashore, events that sometimes provoked rivalry between neighbouring groups. A single carcass could provide food, oil, and bone for months, and ownership of such a prize was worth fighting for. Long before Europeans arrived with harpoons and iron tools, these strandings shaped local customs and even sparked the first remembered conflicts. The coasts of the southern Pacific had clearly been a natural sanctuary for the sperm whale until the age of global trade transformed them into hunting grounds. The modern whaling era began with private ambition. In 1788, a London merchant equipped a sturdy vessel named the Amelia and sent her around Cape Horn to search for new sources of oil. The voyage lasted more than a year and a half, and when the ship finally returned with hundreds of casks of sperm oil, investors across Britain and America took notice. The profits were remarkable, and governments encouraged the trade, seeing in it a training school for future naval seamen. Within a few seasons, American whalers were cruising the coasts of South America, and the amount of oil entering British ports multiplied many times over. News of these successes soon reached the fledgling colony at Sydney. In 1790, a whale wandered into the harbour itself, gliding unharmed among the anchored transports. Days later, another overturned a small boat and drowned 3 men before escaping to the open sea, only to be driven ashore and killed by local Aboriginal hunters. Such incidents convinced colonial officials that a valuable industry lay almost at their doorstep. Opportunity arrived with the transport ship Britannia, which reached Port Jackson in 1791, carrying convicts and supplies. Her owners intended that, once her human cargo was delivered, she should test the surrounding seas for whales. The master of the ship quickly discovered what seemed to be an inexhaustible resource. On the voyage from the Cape, he he had already passed through shoals of sperm whales, and within sight of Sydney he sailed for hours among them, the ocean dotted with spouts as far as the eye could reach. Convinced that fortune awaited, he persuaded the governor to release him from other duties and allow an immediate trial. Excitement spread through the harbour. Other captains prepared their vessels, and within days a small fleet sailed out together, becoming the first organised whaling venture from Australia. The initial enthusiasm was soon tempered by reality. Storms scattered the ships, heavy seas damaged boats, and many of the whales sighted could not be secured. One vessel returned with only a handful of barrels of oil. Another lost its gear entirely. Some masters declared the coast too wild and the currents too treacherous for profitable work. Yet others remained hopeful, arguing that better knowledge of the seasons would bring success. Throughout 1792 and 1793, the experiment continued with mixed results. A few voyages southward yielded encouraging catches, while others returned empty-handed after weeks of hardship. Weather proved the greatest enemy. Sudden gales wrecked equipment and made it impossible to approach the fast-moving whales. Still, reports of enormous numbers persisted, and each fresh attempt drew more investors. By the middle of the decade, vessels from Britain and America were appearing regularly. A Norfolk Island, lying on the route, became a convenient stopping place where crews refreshed, and convicts occasionally escaped into new lives at sea. The trade slowly matured. By 1798, several whalers cruising only a short distance from Sydney managed to fill a substantial part of their holds, and one ship completed an entire cargo of sperm oil without leaving the region. These achievements encouraged others to follow, and the southern oceans began to resemble a busy maritime highway. The industry also attracted rough characters, men accustomed to isolation and danger, whose presence influenced the culture of the young colony. Sealing developed alongside whaling. The islands scattered through Bass Strait were found to be crowded with fur seals and the larger sea elephants. Parties of 10 or 12 men were left on remote beaches for months at a time, living in crude huts and boiling down blubber in iron pots. Their lives were harsh but potentially profitable, and small colonial schooners shuttled between the camps and Sydney carrying skins and oil. Competition soon grew fierce, particularly when American traders entered the scene and began purchasing the best pelts for the China market. Naturalists who visited the strait were struck by the behaviour of these animals. On some islands, the seals appeared fearless, lounging like domestic creatures until disturbed. The dominant males guarded rocky platforms, where their families gathered, and when strangers approached, they advanced with a deep roar, attempting to defend their territory. Different islands seemed to host slightly different kinds of seals, as though each rocky outpost spoke its own language of the sea. By the closing years of the century, the southern fisheries had become an established part of Pacific commerce. Cargoes worth enormous sums were shipped to London and Canton, and the profits helped sustain the struggling settlement at Sydney. Yet the very success of the trade began to change the environment that had created it. Whales learned to avoid the coasts where they had once played, and seals grew scarcer on the most accessible islands. Hunters were forced to search farther afield, pushing toward the unknown shores of New Zealand and beyond. The British penal colony established at New South Wales mattered far beyond Australia's coastline. From its first years, it became a launch point for movement across the South Pacific, and it quietly shaped the earliest European contact, trade, and settlement patterns in New Zealand and nearby islands. The authorities may have imagined a remote prison at the edge of the world, but convicts, looking across open water, did not see an ending. They saw routes, possibilities, and escape. Almost as soon as the first ships unloaded their human cargo, plans began to form. Visiting foreign vessels anchored in Sydney's waters were approached again and again by desperate men asking for passage out. Some offered money, others offered promises. Some even tried to bargain with the only leverage they believed they had, claiming they could bring women with them if a captain would hide them before sailing. Those early requests revealed a simple truth. A colony surrounded by sea could never rely on chains alone. The ocean invited risk. Not every attempt involved ships. Many absconded into the bush, surviving by theft and improvisation, becoming ghosts along the fringes of settlement. Patrols were sent, punishments were handed down, and some were banished to harsher places to set an example. Still, the pattern continued. A small boat slipping past the heads at night. A stolen sail, a hidden compass, a few days of provisions, and an impossible dream of reaching distant islands that existed mostly as rumours. One of the earliest escapes involved a small group who put to sea with food, clothing, and a few basic tools, declaring an intention to reach Tahiti. No trace was found. Their disappearance hung over the settlement like a warning and a temptation at the same time. If they had perished, it proved the sea was merciless. If they had survived, it proved the world was wider than the guards claimed. A few months later, a more famous flight unfolded, with careful planning and quiet nerve. A convict fisherman, his wife, their children and several companions slipped away in a fishing boat under cover of darkness. The escape was not discovered until the boat was already far beyond reach. In the rush, small items were dropped along the path. Bits of food scattered, tools left behind. Authorities searched the hut and found concealed spaces prepared in advance, hiding objects that could not be obtained openly. The arrangement suggested a long period of secret preparation. Even those closest to the group, including partners and friends, either knew nothing or refused to speak. Long after the boat vanished into the Pacific, news arrived that the fugitives had been found thousands of miles away. Their journey had been a chain of dangers. Hunger, exhaustion, unfamiliar coasts, and the slow collapse of strength. Some died before the story ended. Not by a court sentence, but by disease and the brutal conditions of tropical ports. Those who survived were returned to custody, shipped onward, and eventually transported back to Britain, where their tale stirred public fascination. They were not celebrated as heroes by the authorities, but their endurance became part of the early mythology of the colony. Escape attempts multiplied as new transports arrived, particularly those bringing prisoners from Ireland. Many of these convicts were sick and weakened by harsh voyages, and desperation followed them onto land. One group attempted an absurd march toward China, carrying weapons and a week of provisions, as if the continent could be crossed on foot like a road between villages. They vanished into the bush. When some were later encountered, they were nearly broken, naked or half-clothed, reduced to sucking moisture from plants and eating wild berries. Their condition was so pitiful it should have discouraged others, yet it rarely did. Hope was not rational in a place built on captivity. Rumours spread that many who walked into the interior never returned at all. Stories circulated of skeletons found far from settlement, remains that local Aboriginal people identified as white men who had lost their way and died slowly. These were not isolated tragedies. They became part of the geography of fear around early Sydney, a silent border drawn not by fences but by starvation and distance. Those with money or connections pursued another route. Shipmasters, always in need of crew, were often willing to sell passage to convicts who could pay. The price was steep, but the bargain was simple. A hidden body in a hold, a false name on a list, and a convict could become a sailor in a different ocean. This created a second shadow system, running alongside official life. Not all escapes relied on wilderness or luck. Many relied on commerce and corruption. Some captains went further, taking people without permission and slipping away before authorities could respond. When officers attempted to board suspected ships, the scene could turn tense and ugly. A search party might be forced off a deck by threats or violence, and the vessel would sail at once, leaving the harbour with stolen passengers and no lawful clearance. Officials complained bitterly that such acts robbed the public of workers and undermined order. They also exposed a weakness. In a port dependent on ships, the sea could never be fully controlled. Occasionally, missing convicts became the centre of strange rumours. A story might emerge of a white woman living among Aboriginal people north of Sydney. Search parties were sent. Nothing was found. Years later, it became clear that at least one such woman had not been held in the bush at all. She had left the colony by ship and lived elsewhere under different conditions, far from the world that continued to invent legends about her. Boat theft became another recurring crisis. A well-built vessel could be seized by part of its crew, then joined by accomplices from shore. Those unwilling to participate might be put ashore, with little food and no protection, left on isolated beaches while the stolen boat turned toward open water. Armed parties were dispatched to recover the fugitives, sometimes for days at a time, yet often returned without finding even a trace. One striking episode involved a group that stole a boat and headed south, aiming to reach a distant wreck they believed could be turned into rescue or profit. They carried a compass, but few understood how to use it. Twice they were driven ashore by weather. Eventually, they reached an island where they survived only because birds and seals were abundant. Even there, their unity collapsed. Half the group stole the boat while the others slept, leaving their companions stranded. Months later, a small expedition along the coast encountered smoke from that island and found the abandoned men in a dreadful state. They were nearly naked and close to starvation. They would have died without that chance meeting. Some were moved to the mainland with food and a firearm for protection, then forced to begin a brutal journey northward across hundreds of miles of coastline and bush. The men who escaped in the boat did not become successful pirates as they had imagined. They eventually surrendered, claiming their craft had been wrecked and rebuilt from debris. They were armed and dangerous, and the authorities treated the matter as piracy rather than simple absconding. Trials followed. Some were condemned and executed. Others were reprieved at the last moment. The episode showed how quickly the boundary could blur between escape, theft, and open violence in a young colony balanced on fear. These years also saw a sharp increase in Irish prisoners, many swept up in harsh crackdowns and transported under conditions that bred rage and defiance. Some ships arrived with warnings of conspiracies formed at sea. Punishments were severe. The authorities described many of these men as reckless and drawn to schemes where danger seemed almost attractive. Even the women were portrayed as fierce participants, part of plans that aimed not merely to flee, but to seize control. By the late 1790s, Irish unrest became a constant concern. Officials complained that discipline required relentless force. At the same time, extraordinary rumours spread among prisoners. Tales of a hidden colony of free white people somewhere to the southwest. A place of comfort where no labour was demanded and life was easy. It was a fantasy born from hunger and resentment, but it had real consequences. Men plotted to reach this imagined refuge, and leaders of the plots were flogged and worked under heavy guard. To crush the delusion, the governor took an unusual step. A small group of the strongest prisoners was selected and prepared for a supervised expedition into the interior. Reliable guides and soldiers accompanied them. the landscape quickly did what punishment could not. Within days, exhausted and disillusioned, most of the chosen men wanted nothing more than to return. The journey proved that the supposed refuge did not exist, at least not within reach of feet and desperation. Despite these lessons, escape did not slow. Reports accumulated of convicts turning up in places that seemed unbelievable to the officials of Sydney. Islands across the western Pacific, remote straits, ports visited by whalers and traders. Some became crewmen. Some became beachcombers. Some vanished into island societies. By the beginning of the new century, a number had reached New Zealand and remained there, mixing with new arrivals and the first small circles of Europeans, beginning to live on its shores. While convicts were scattering across the ocean, other developments were quietly reshaping the region. New figures appeared who would later become central to events in New Zealand. Epidemics swept Maori communities, with devastating force, remembered by names that survived in oral tradition even when the exact cause was uncertain. Ships came and went along the coasts, sometimes bringing trade and sometimes bringing disease, sometimes leaving behind violence and resentment. Timber became one of the earliest economic magnets drawing ships toward New Zealand. Vessels from the Indian Ocean world began to anchor in northern waters, cutting enormous trees suitable for naval spars. Crews worked for months at a time, felling hundreds of trunks and dragging them to the shore. In exchange, iron became the most desired trade item. The attraction was not luxury, but utility. Axes and tools could reshape daily life, faster than any ornament. Theft followed as it often does where a new technology arrives, with unequal access. Violence flared when sailors decided to enforce their property with gunfire. Yet trade continued regardless, because both sides wanted what the other possessed. These encounters also carried darker observations. Visitors recorded scenes of cannibal practices and war trophies, interpreting them through fear and fascination. At the same time, the same visitors noted moments of cooperation and humour, and the surprising speed with which Maori communities could adapt foreign materials into ropes, rigging, and working systems. In some harbours, ships replaced their worn rigging with strong rope made locally from flax, proving that commerce did not require conquest to begin. It required contact, bargaining, and time. By the end of the century, multiple pathways between New South Wales and New Zealand were already forming. Timber cargoes began to move outward. Flax, too, drew interest, not only as a curiosity but as a potential commodity. Traders imagined a future where manufacturing and shipping could link the colonies to wider markets. Whether those hopes were realistic mattered less than the fact that the imagination existed at all. The Pacific itself was still being mapped in fragments. Islands were sighted, named, and occasionally occupied by a handful of men living with Maori companions, creating small, unstable pockets of mixed life. Explorers in open boats traced coastlines with astonishing endurance, confirming that southern lands thought to be peninsulas were in fact islands separated by dangerous straits. New sealing grounds were identified in remote places, drawing hunters and opportunists farther into the cold margins of the ocean. At the same time, missionary ambition entered the scene. A ship sailed with clergy, skilled workers, women and children, marking the start of organised efforts to transform Pacific societies through religion and settlement. The existence of a functioning port at Sydney made such voyages practical. Without that base, the mission would have been far more difficult to sustain. By 1800, the settlement at Sydney had shifted from a fragile camp into a rough, expanding town. Stone buildings rose where tents had once stood. Public offices, barracks, hospitals and churches took shape. Roads and bridges pushed outward. A naval yard grew along the cove. Farms spread across newly opened districts, grain fields expanded, and wool production began to take hold. Shipbuilding, sealing, and whaling became established industries rather than experiments. Free labour demanded high wages, signalling a society slowly developing beyond coercion. At the beginning of the 19th century, New Zealand entered European awareness, not as a colony, but as a distant resource. Timber, flax, and the promise of trade drew individuals whose motives were personal rather than imperial. One of the earliest figures to attempt a private enterprise on the islands was a former political exile whose sentence in New South Wales had expired. Free at last, he gathered what capital he could, chartered a small vessel, and set his sights on the forests of the Hauraki Gulf, hoping to follow the example of earlier traders who had returned with valuable spars for the Cape of Good Hope. His plan seemed simple enough: sail across the Tasman, load the ship with kauri trunks, and carry them westward to eager buyers. Reality proved harsher. The aging Spanish prize he had purchased was scarcely seaworthy, and once anchored in the Thames district, its condition forced a complete overhaul. Skilled craftsmen were few, supplies limited, and without help the project would have collapsed entirely. Salvation came from two unexpected sources. Maori communities provided labour and materials with remarkable goodwill, and a large merchant vessel that happened to arrive on the same mission offered tools and provisions. With this combined assistance, the damaged ship was patched together and made fit for sea. Whether the cargo of timber was ever fully secured remains uncertain, but the venture continued. The vessel sailed north to Tonga in search of fresh provisions, only to find the islands torn by warfare. Supplies were scarce and negotiations dangerous. Turning westward, the voyagers reached Fiji, where they narrowly escaped disaster on a coral reef. The battered craft was coaxed free with the aid of local islanders and limped onward towards China. Hunger and leaking timbers forced them to seek shelter at Guam, a Spanish possession where the governor treated the travellers politely but declared them enemies and refused assistance. There, after a year of hardship and wandering, the leader of the expedition fell ill and died, his grand design ending far from the forests that had first drawn him. While these personal dramas unfolded, the Thames district itself was becoming a regular station for European shipping. Another large merchantman remained there for 2 months, cutting and loading timber with the cooperation of local chiefs. The relationship was mostly peaceful. The only serious disturbance occurred when an officer's tent was plundered, an act later blamed on a few disreputable Europeans who had deserted from the ship. Maori hospitality was otherwise generous, and the abundance of food astonished the visitors. A short iron tool could be exchanged for enough fish to feed 100 sailors for a day, and baskets of potatoes arrived in endless supply. Such encounters revealed how quickly commerce could bridge cultures. Chiefs negotiated directly with captains, expecting fairness in exchange and respect in conduct. A later Maori address recalled those early days with pride, describing the arrival of scarlet garments, axes, peach stones, and potatoes. News of these treasures travelled across the island, drawing leaders from distant regions to seek the new tools that transformed their daily lives. Beyond trade, the Pacific world was beginning to connect in unexpected ways. The first printing press in New South Wales produced a small newspaper that occasionally mentioned events across the Tasman. Reports appeared of whaling vessels cruising the New Zealand coast, returning with thousands of barrels of oil. One captain brought a young man from the far north of the islands to Sydney, the first Maori known to travel voluntarily to the colony. Entertained in the governor's house, he observed European customs and carried home stories that would spread along the coasts, shaping expectations of future visitors. By these years, the seas around New Zealand were busy with enterprise. Whalers hunted the enormous sperm whale, whose head contained the prized substance that hardened into spermaceti. Sealers scoured the southern islands, returning with tens of thousands of skins. Ships were fitted with iron tripods and brick furnaces where blubber was boiled down, the very body of the whale fueling the fires that rendered its oil. Such industries drew sailors from every corner of the world, turning the Bay of Islands and the Thames into familiar ports on a widening maritime highway. Amid this traffic, Maori leaders sought direct contact with the colonial authorities. One prominent chief crossed the ocean to Sydney, where he was received with unusual honour. He dined at the governor's table, studied the spinning of cord and the weaving of cloth, and expressed regret that such skills were unknown at home. The visit was intended to build friendship, and he returned laden with gifts and accompanied by a young European who chose to live under his protection. For a time, it seemed that a genuine partnership might grow between the two societies. Fate intervened cruelly. The chief's daughter married the European assistant, and the couple were later persuaded by a merchant captain to sail with him along the coast. Promises were made that they would be returned safely, yet the ship turned toward distant seas, carrying them far from their home. At Malacca, the husband was abandoned ashore, while the wife was taken on to Penang and even traded to another officer before being recovered through official pressure. Their further history vanished into silence, but the betrayal left a scar that would colour later encounters. Not long afterward, the same chief revisited Sydney seeking news of his lost family. His arrival coincided with political turmoil in the colony, yet he was again treated with respect. He hoped to discover the whereabouts of the missing couple, but no clear answers could be given. The sorrow of that loss followed him home. While these personal stories unfolded, a darker event erupted to the north at Whangaroa. The destruction of a British ship and the killing of its crew shocked every vessel along the coast. Rumours flew without restraint, and in the confusion the visiting chief was accused of involvement despite scant evidence. Whaling crews, inflamed by anger, launched a night attack on his island stronghold, burning houses and crops and killing many inhabitants. The wounded leader escaped across the water, but his influence was broken. Later, he died from injuries received in tribal fighting, a victim of suspicion rather than guilt. The tragedy revealed how fragile early relations remained. Misunderstanding and vengeance could sweep aside years of cautious goodwill. Yet even amid violence, ordinary trade continued. Other chiefs maintained friendly ties with captains, supplying timber and food, while European beachcombers began to settle permanently among them, marrying local women and raising families whose mixed heritage marked a new chapter in the island's story. Another Maori traveller soon followed a different path across the world. Chosen by a ship's surgeon for his intelligence and bearing, he sailed first to St. Helena and then to England itself. The sights of London overwhelmed him. Forests of masts on the Thames, streets crowded with iron goods, houses filled with mirrors and paintings. Introduced at court, he performed the war dance before the aged king and queen, who laughed and presented him with coins. He later recalled with amusement that he had asked for axes instead of muskets, not yet knowing which would prove more powerful in the years ahead. After months abroad, he returned through India and the Pacific, finally stepping ashore again in his homeland. The experience had changed him, yet he soon resumed the habits of his people. He would tell visitors that roast beef had not made him forget the taste of fern root, and he showed little desire to leave again. His journey, however, demonstrated that Maori could move confidently within the wider world, observing, judging, and choosing for themselves what to accept. By the end of the first decade of the century, New Zealand was no longer an isolated edge of the map. Timber cutters, whalers, missionaries in preparation, and curious adventurers crossed its harbours each year. Chiefs weighed the benefits and dangers of these strangers, sometimes welcoming them, sometimes resisting. Individual lives intertwined across oceans, exiles seeking fortune, sailors seeking oil, Māori seeking tools and knowledge. None yet spoke of formal empire, yet the foundations of future settlement were already being laid through countless small encounters, shaped as much by chance and personality as by any grand design. In the winter of 1806, the small colonial world of Sydney was startled by an unusual proclamation printed in the local gazette. The notice warned every port authority across the British dominions that a brig known as the Venus had been seized by members of her own crew at the distant settlement of Port Dalrymple. The vessel, owned by a prominent merchant, carried government stores and private goods, and her violent removal was described as an act of open rebellion on the high seas. Names and descriptions of the accused were listed in detail, from the American chief mate to a Malay cook, several sailors, 2 young boys, and even 2 convict women, one of whom was remembered for her constant smile and the other for her great size and the infant she carried. The official warning urged any commander who encountered the brig to detain those on board and report their capture so that punishment could follow. Behind the formal language lay a story of disorder and desperation. Depositions taken a day after the mutiny revealed that the Venus had left Sydney in April and spent weeks in Twofold Bay, where theft and drunkenness had already undermined discipline. The captain accused his mate of breaking into a cask of spirits, an allegation that was fiercely denied, yet suspicion poisoned every relationship on board. As the ship continued toward Tasmania, further trouble erupted. A small box belonging to another officer was seen drifting in the water, and later it was discovered that a convict woman living with the mate had thrown it overboard. When the brig finally anchored at Port Dalrymple, the captain went ashore with dispatches, leaving the vessel in the hands of men he no longer trusted. The following morning she was seen slipping out to sea, and 5 sailors soon arrived to declare that they had been driven off by armed companions who had knocked down the second mate and taken command. The mutineers, it was said, carried muskets and pistols, and one of them steered the ship away while the others threatened anyone who resisted. Investigations confirmed the captain's earlier fears. He admitted that while still in Twofold Bay, he had considered surrendering the vessel to any passing colonial craft because he believed his life in danger. The Venus, laden with supplies intended for the young Tasmanian settlements, vanished into the open ocean. For months her fate remained uncertain. Reports eventually reached Sydney that the brig had wandered along the coast of New Zealand, stopping at Te Puna, where the ringleaders were put ashore with 2 women, a child, and a portion of the cargo. The remaining crew, unable to navigate, were left adrift with little hope of return. Whaling captains later carried fragments of news. One of the women was said to have died at the Bay of Islands. The other refused offers of rescue and stayed beside the men who had built crude huts on the beach. Kelly, the American mate, was eventually captured and sent toward England, while another conspirator was returned to New South Wales aboard a foreign ship. The brig herself faded from record, a ghost of the Pacific currents. The presence of the Venus brought tragedy to local communities. The crew abducted a young woman related to a northern chief, and she was passed from hand to hand before falling into the power of a leader at Mercury Bay. There she met a terrible end, killed and consumed during tribal conflict. The outrage smouldered for years until her kinsman Temurenga felt strong enough to seek revenge. In 1819 he gathered allies from several districts and sailed south with a formidable fleet of war canoes to demand satisfaction. The campaign unfolded with the grim ceremony of Maori warfare. Opposing forces met near the place where a European explorer had once anchored. Te Marenga's men carried muskets, weapons still unfamiliar to many of their enemies. After tense exchanges, a volley cut down leading chiefs of the other side, and panic followed. The Avengers halted at first, believing honour restored, but allies pressed for a renewed assault. Villages were burned, hundreds killed, and many more taken captive to serve as slaves. When the expedition returned north, observers counted long canoes crowded with warriors, displaying severed heads as trophies. Missionaries and sailors at the Bay of Islands watched these scenes with unease. One visitor described fleets of decorated canoes, their crews shouting in triumph as they passed his boat. Another saw heads mounted on poles outside a chief's house, grim reminders of a feud that had begun with the kidnapping of a single woman. Such violence revealed how fragile early contacts between cultures remained, and how quickly European interference could ignite old rivalries. Amid these turbulent years, a very different enterprise was taking shape. The Reverend Samuel Marsden, chaplain of New South Wales, returned to England determined to open a path of peaceful influence in New Zealand. Practical, plain-spoken, and stubbornly principled, he believed that faith could take root only where ordinary skills of life were first established. He proposed sending not preachers alone, but carpenters, smiths, and craftsmen who could teach the making of boats, tools, and clothing. The arts of daily living, he argued, would prepare minds for the message of the gospel. Marsden's background shaped this vision. Born in Yorkshire to humble parents, educated through the help of benefactors, he had served in the penal colony for more than a decade and understood both its brutality and its possibilities. Slovenly in appearance, yet fearless in conviction, he earned enemies as easily as admirers, but few doubted his determination. To missionary societies in London he wrote that civilization and religion must walk side by side, and that success would depend on men of piety, industry, prudence, and patience. The newly formed Church Missionary Society accepted his counsel and selected two artisans, William Hall and John King, to begin the work. Hall had learned shipbuilding and navigation, while King was trained in dressing flax and making rope. They were instructed to live simply, observe the Sabbath, teach children, and win trust through useful labour rather than force of argument. Their passage to the southern hemisphere was secured in a transport vessel, and Marsden himself prepared to accompany them. Fate added an unexpected companion. Weeks after sailing, Marsden noticed among the crew a dark-skinned youth, wrapped in a ragged coat, coughing blood and close to death. The stranger was a young man of rank from New Zealand named Ruatara, related to a respected chief of Te Puna. His illness and abandonment touched the clergyman deeply, and in caring for him, Marsden discovered a bridge to the people he hoped to reach. The meeting would shape the future of the mission more profoundly than any official plan. Thus, at the close of the first decade of the century, two currents converged on the shores of New Zealand. One was born of lawlessness and greed, represented by the mutiny of the Venus and the conflicts it provoked. The other arose from a quieter determination to exchange skills and belief, carried by men who trusted that patient work could soften even the hardest frontier. The island stood between these forces, their inhabitants weighing the dangers and promises of a world that had suddenly drawn close across the restless Pacific. Ruatara, known among his people as the Lizard, belonged to the Hikutu and Ngatuaru lines of Ngapuhi. His home was at Te Puna, and through family ties he stood close to Te Pahi and to the rising power of Hongi Hika. Those connections placed him at the centre of northern politics long before Europeans learned to pronounce his name. When he first left the Bay of Islands, he stepped into a world that would test every quality he possessed. curiosity, endurance, and an almost stubborn belief that knowledge brought from abroad could change the fate of his homeland. The story of his wanderings became known largely through the recollections of Samuel Marsden, who encountered the young chief by chance and later regarded him as a partner in an unlikely mission. To modern ears, Ruatara's vision of Christianity may sound vague, yet he clearly sensed that something in the European way of life offered power beyond the old customs. Without his authority and protection, the earliest missionaries would never have gained a foothold. His life became a bridge between two worlds, fragile but decisive. Ruatara first went to sea aboard a whaling vessel that called at the Bay of Islands for provisions. Lured by the promise of trade goods and adventure, he joined the crew with 2 companions. For months he laboured as an ordinary sailor, learning the hard rhythm of the boats and the brutal discipline of foreign captains. When the ship finally returned to his home waters, he was dismissed without payment. Yet the taste of travel had taken hold. He signed on with another whaler and spent half a year chasing whales along the coast of his own country before again stepping ashore among his kin. Restless and eager to see more, he boarded a 3rd vessel, bound for the remote sealing grounds of the south. At Bounty Island, he was left with a mixed party of Europeans and islanders, to harvest skins while the ship sailed away for supplies. The men endured months without fresh water, living on seabirds and seal meat, and several died from exhaustion. Ruatara never forgot the agony of that time, nor the moment when rescue finally appeared on the horizon. When the ship returned and prepared for England, he seized the chance to fulfill a dream formed during his voyages, to see the great king whose name echoed across the Pacific. He crossed half the world for that hope, only to find himself confined aboard a crowded vessel in the Thames, treated as a curiosity rather than a guest. Requests to visit the capital were dismissed, and his wages were withheld. Sick with disappointment and disease, he was transferred like unwanted cargo to another transport bound back to the colonies. On that second ship, fate placed him in the path of Samuel Marsden. The missionary noticed the frail stranger wrapped in a threadbare coat and learned his story with growing indignation. Care and proper food slowly restored the young chief, and gratitude bound the 2 men together. During the long voyage south, Ruatara worked as a sailor, earning respect for his skill, and on arrival he chose to remain for a time at Marsden's farm near Parramatta. There he discovered the ordered labour of European agriculture and began to imagine fields of wheat beside the harbours of the north. His longing for home eventually drew him back to sea. A whaling captain agreed to carry him to New Zealand on the condition that he serve with the crew until their cargo was complete. Months later, the vessel lay almost within sight of his village, yet the captain refused to land him and sailed on toward Norfolk Island. Ruatara pleaded to be set ashore anywhere along the coast, but the promise was ignored. The betrayal cut deeper than any earlier hardship. At Norfolk Island, he and his companions were abandoned with little clothing or food left among the ruins of a settlement recently deserted by the government. Another passing ship finally carried him to Sydney, where he appeared once more at Marsden's door, thinner and wiser. Even then, he would not surrender his purpose. He gathered tools and seed wheat, determined to show his people a new way of living, and embarked again for the north. When at last he stepped onto the beach of Te Puna, joy mixed with uncertainty. The wheat was planted with ceremony and distributed to neighbouring chiefs, yet the crop baffled them. Expecting grain beneath the soil like potatoes, many dug up the young plants in frustration and burned the fields as a trick. Only Hongi Hika allowed the strange crop to mature, and when the heads turned golden, the doubters began to listen. Without a mill, however, the harvest could not be turned into bread, and the lesson remained incomplete. Ships came and went, sometimes carrying tools sent by Marsden, sometimes stealing them away through misfortune. Ruatara endured each setback with remarkable patience, convinced that the prosperity of his people depended on mastering the skills he had seen abroad. He spoke of the wealth that grew from the soil and of the peace that might follow if trade replaced endless warfare. His efforts unfolded against a darker background. The harbour of Wanga had recently witnessed the destruction of the ship Boyd, an event that shook every settlement along the coast. Stories differed about the cause, yet all agreed on the horror. A European vessel lured into the bay, its crew slaughtered, the wreck burned to the waterline. The tragedy deepened suspicion on both sides and made Ruatara's dream of cooperation seem fragile indeed. Still, he persisted. Living beside Marsden, he learned to guide a plough and to manage livestock, absorbing every detail that might be useful at home. Observers noticed his eagerness to question sailors and craftsmen, storing fragments of knowledge like precious cargo. He understood that change would not arrive through sermons alone, but through visible proof that new methods could feed families and strengthen chiefs. When another whaler prepared to cruise the New Zealand coast, he asked once more for passage. The agreement was familiar. He would work as a sailor until the holds were filled. This time, fortune favoured him. After months at sea, the ship anchored near the Bay of Islands, and Ruatara finally walked ashore to the embraces of his people. He carried with him seed, tools, and a determination that years of suffering had only hardened. His return marked the beginning of a quiet transformation. Fields were cleared, houses planned in new styles, and conversations about a different faith circulated among the villagers. Ruatara could not explain every doctrine he had heard, yet he recognized a force capable of uniting tribes torn by revenge. In the eyes of those who watched from afar, he became the indispensable ally through whom a foreign message might take root. The papers recovered from the wreck of the Boyd eventually made their long journey from the Pacific to the ports of South America, and then across the Atlantic to London. Their safe arrival closed one chapter of a tragedy that had echoed through every European settlement in the southern seas. Yet the memory of the massacre continued to shape relations between sailors and the Maori communities for many years. Captain Berry, who had taken charge after the disaster, described the tense days that followed the capture of several chiefs suspected of involvement in the attack. For 3 days they were kept in irons aboard his vessel, while local leaders pleaded for their release. One chief in particular, Metananga, remained on deck and repeatedly urged mercy. Berry later admitted that his own thoughts had shifted during those hours. At first, he intended to free the prisoners, once the ship's documents were recovered, but the constant appeals forced him to reflect more deeply on the enormity of the crime. In the end, he resolved to stage a dramatic act of justice. The crew and a number of Maori who were visiting the ship were summoned to witness what appeared to be an execution. Berry spoke to the prisoners, reminding them that in English law even a single murder could bring the gallows, and that the slaughter of an entire crew deserved no lesser punishment. Out of respect for their rank, he declared that they would be shot rather than hanged. The atmosphere on deck was charged with fear and curiosity. An elderly warrior named Tara, who had lost his only son to treachery years earlier, watched with grim satisfaction, convinced that the moment of vengeance had arrived. 2 muskets were carefully prepared, examined, and placed in the hands of South Sea Islanders, chosen as executioners. The chiefs, believing death certain, covered their faces with their cloaks in a gesture of dignity. After a long pause, the signal was given. Both weapons fired at once, yet the prisoners remained unharmed. The guns had been deliberately left without bullets. Berry revealed that the scene had been a test meant to humble the men and to demonstrate the power of British authority. he declared them stripped of their chieftainship and released them to return home, though the gesture carried little meaning among their own people. Not long afterward, the vessel City of Edinburgh departed New Zealand carrying survivors of the Boyd tragedy and a cargo of timber. Storms delayed her passage to South America, and months passed before she reached Lima. There, one of the rescued passengers, Mrs. Morley, died, while the children were eventually forwarded to Australia and England. The wreck itself lay forgotten in Whangaroa harbour, though Maori insisted for decades that chests of silver and gold still rested in its broken hull. While these events faded into memory, another force was rapidly transforming the coasts of New Zealand: the rise of the whaling industry. By 1808, the waters around the islands had become one of the richest hunting grounds in the South Pacific. Ships from Britain, America, and the Australian colonies crowded into bays that only a few years earlier had seen little European traffic. Captains spoke of astonishing catches of hundreds of barrels of oil taken within weeks. The names of vessels and masters circulated through Sydney like the scores of competing sportsmen, each boasting of their success. Whaling was a trade of extremes. A single week might fill a ship with wealth, while months of empty seas could ruin an expedition. The sperm whale favoured the deep ocean, roaming far from land, while the black whale sought sheltered bays to give birth. Hunters learned to follow these patterns, establishing stations on remote headlands where lookouts could scan the horizon for the telltale spout. By the late 1820s, permanent shore stations appeared along Cook Strait and Banks Peninsula. Rough settlements grew beside the try-pots, where blubber was boiled into oil. Life in these camps was harsh and often lawless. Merchants from Sydney supplied tools and provisions on credit, taking the finished oil at prices that left the crews permanently in debt. After each season, ships arrived loaded with spirits, and weeks of drunken idleness followed. Letters home were rare, and many men found themselves bound to the coast with no means of escape. Yet the craft of whaling developed its own discipline. Crews were divided into headsmen, boat steerers, and ordinary oarsmen, each paid a share of the catch. Unwritten laws governed disputes over a whale. The first harpoon secured ownership, assistance meant equal division, and the boat that struck the calf claimed the mother as well. These customs were honoured with surprising loyalty among men, otherwise quick to quarrel. The chase itself was a spectacle of courage and danger. From dawn, the boats waited for the signal from the lookout. When a spout appeared on the horizon, crews raced across the water, steering with long oars and reading every movement of the sea. The harpooner balanced in the bow as the enormous shape rose beside them. Once the iron struck home, the boat was dragged at terrifying speed, the line smoking around the post. Finally, after hours of struggle, the headsman closed in with the lance, and the sea turned red as the whale entered its last convulsions. Banks Peninsula became one of the busiest centres of this trade. By the mid-1830s, stations operated at Piraki and Ruatara, drawing vessels from France, Denmark, America, and Australia. Among the most notable figures was George Hempelmann, a formidable German captain who established a settlement at Piraki in 1837. He purchased land from local chiefs in exchange for a boat and supplies, and built houses of timber carried from Queen Charlotte Sound. His treatment of Maori servants was severe enough to draw official warnings from visiting naval officers, yet his claim to the land endured for decades. The prosperity of the whalers encouraged grander ambitions. In 1838, a French captain announced that he had bought almost the entire peninsula from the local tribes. His supposed purchase later became the foundation of a company in France that dreamed of planting a colony on the southern coast. Such schemes revealed how quickly the presence of a few rough hunting camps had attracted international interest. Through these years, the industry reached remarkable heights. Records from 1831 listed dozens of ships working the New Zealand grounds. Their combined cargoes measured in thousands of barrels. But the abundance was fragile. Whales altered their routes, and heavy hunting reduced their numbers. By the early 1840s, the Golden Age was already fading, leaving behind scattered communities and a legacy of uneasy contact between cultures. By the middle of the 1830s, the sheltered waters of Port Cooper had begun to appear in shipping reports, not as an empty harbour, but as a promising ground for the black whale trade. One of the earliest vessels to draw attention was the Lucy Anne, which reached Sydney after a 4-month absence carrying a heavy cargo of oil and a small quantity of whalebone. Her captain later remarked that the season might have been even richer had the weather shown more mercy. For weeks the bay had been swept by rough seas, and from May until September the boats could venture out only on rare calm days. At that time there were no permanent gangs established on the shore, and even several years later the returns of visiting ships suggested that organised stations had not yet taken root. The following season proved more successful. 2 vessels filled their holds entirely from the port, an achievement that encouraged further interest along the coast. The Friendship under Captain West secured thousands of barrels of black oil, together with a substantial quantity of sperm oil, while the Nile returned with a similarly impressive cargo. These results hinted that the sheltered inlets north of Banks Peninsula might rival the more famous grounds of Cook Strait. Along the long curve of coastline stretching toward the north were many small harbours that would later become familiar names in the whaling world. Kaikoura, Cloudy Bay, Queen Charlotte Sound, Porirua, Kapiti, Taranaki, and numerous lesser coves all saw the arrival of boats during these years. Records of their earliest activities have largely vanished, preserved only in scattered letters or the memories of aging sailors. From Cloudy Bay, however, a few vivid glimpses survive. In 1831, a master of the ship, Elizabeth, wrote from that anchorage, describing a scene of bustling competition. Several vessels lay side by side, their decks stained with oil, each boasting of the number of barrels secured. Mossman's shore parties had already obtained a modest catch, and new ships were arriving almost weekly. The letter revealed how crowded the bay had become and how quickly the trade could change the fortunes of a season. 4 years later, another Sydney report listed an even greater fleet at anchor. British, American, and French flags mingled in the sheltered water, and the total amount of oil stored in the holds approached 5,000 barrels. Yet abundance brought its own problems. Captains complained that too many boats chased the same whales, and that when a spout appeared on the horizon, dozens of crews would launch at once, turning the pursuit into chaos. Southeast winds often transformed the bay into a dangerous lee shore, and the whales themselves seemed to prefer quieter waters elsewhere for calving. A traveller who visited Cloudy Bay toward the end of the decade left a revealing account of life among the stations. He described the try-works blazing night and day, the ground slick with grease, and the air heavy with the smell of decaying carcasses. Ships frequently sold their oil directly to passing traders, at prices far below those offered in Sydney, for few captains wished to carry their cargo across the Tasman once the season was finished. Men known as tungers made a living from the scraps left behind, towing the stripped bodies to the beach and boiling what remained into a few additional casks. The same observer painted an unflattering picture of social life in the anchorage. Hundreds of Maori visited the ships each evening, and many of the sailors formed temporary alliances with local women. Clothing from the slop chest served as payment, and tobacco changed hands constantly. The mixture of cultures produced both friendliness and disorder, and sickness spread easily among crews who spent months without discipline. Elsewhere in Cook Strait, similar settlements were emerging. Aotearoa on the eastern side of Tory Channel grew from a handful of huts into a recognisable village. Early residents endured years of hardship, at times living on whale meat and wild turnip tops, when other provisions failed. Blubber was occasionally thrown away for want of casks, and valuable bone left to rot, a buyer could be found. Yet persistence gradually brought stability, and by the late 1830s visitors found a community of rough wooden houses, small gardens, and busy try-works. Descriptions of Aotearoa reveal the character of those who lived there. The houses were built of wattled supplejack plastered with clay, with heavy chimneys of stone. The most prominent figure was the trader known as Dickie Barrett, whose timber dwelling overlooked the anchorage and served as a meeting place for whalers and chiefs alike. Streams ran clear through the valley, but the beaches were black with oil and scraps of flesh. On Sundays, the boilers continued to roar, for whales recognised no day of rest. Whaling demanded strict organisation, and some stations developed a reputation for discipline that contrasted with the general lawlessness of the coast. At Evans Island near Kapiti, the boats were kept like those of a naval vessel, their gear carefully covered and the crews dressed in matching shirts. When a whale was sighted, the launch was swift and orderly, and success followed more often than not. One season, the head of that station claimed profits large enough to astonish visiting merchants. Kapiti itself had become a central hub of the trade. The island, wooded and rising steeply from the sea, offered sheltered anchorages and access to powerful Maori leaders eager for firearms and goods. By the end of the 1830s, more than 20 boats were said to be operating from its various stations. Traders established small stores, and cattle and sheep began to graze on the slopes. Yet tension remained, and disputes between sailors and settlers occasionally erupted into violence, reminding all that the frontier was fragile. Mana Island, lying a short distance to the south, followed a similar path. A resident trader known as Geordie Bolts managed a modest station at the entrance to Polynesia harbour. Relations with local people were not always peaceful, and misunderstandings over payment for supplies could quickly turn dangerous. One incident involving the wounding of a chief led to threats against the shipping, a warning of how easily the balance might be upset. The prosperity of these communities depended entirely on the movement of the whales. When the animals altered their routes or storms kept the boats ashore, hunger and debt returned at once. Nevertheless, by 1839, the combined output of Kapiti and Mana reached several hundred tons of oil and a substantial quantity of bone, proving that the southern grounds had become a major industry. Amid this growth, the settlements acquired a distinctive character. Half-caste children played along the beaches, goats wandered among the huts, and Maori women kept the houses remarkably clean. Carpenters and blacksmiths demanded high wages, insisting on payment in coin rather than goods. Some traders amassed fortunes by reselling supplies from visiting ships, while others sank into poverty. The broader world was also changing. Far away in Sydney, political turmoil had shaken the colony, and the influence of those events reached even the remote bays of New Zealand. The old New South Wales Corps, long accustomed to profit from the trade in spirits, had once deposed a governor who threatened their monopoly. Such struggles over authority and commerce shaped the markets on which the whalers depended, determining prices and the flow of supplies. In the early months of 1806, a small sailing vessel named Sydney Cove slipped out of Port Jackson, bound for the remote sealing grounds of the New Zealand coast. When she reached the wild waters near the southern cape, a boat was lowered and a party of men put ashore to begin their work among the seals. The landing soon turned into tragedy. Most of the group were killed and, according to later reports, eaten by local people. Only a young sailor named James Cradle survived. He saved himself by running to a chief called Tako and clinging to his cloak at the very moment when the leader was considered sacred and untouchable. Because of that belief, the boy's life was spared. Over the following years, Cadell married the chief's daughter, received the full facial tattoos of his adopted people, and slowly forgot the language of his birth. When he visited Sydney in the 1820s, he could barely speak English, and returned to New Zealand with a sense that it was now his true home. At that time, even basic geography remained uncertain, and the fact that the southern land was an island separate from the mainland had not yet been fully understood. Later in the same year, another episode unfolded far to the south. Captain Abraham Bristow, commanding the whaling ship Ocean, came upon an uncharted group of islands while pursuing whales. He named them the Auckland Islands, and on a second visit formally claimed them for the British Crown, releasing a few pigs on the shore as a symbolic beginning of settlement. Word of the discovery spread quickly through the rough maritime community of Sydney, and sealers began to treat the lonely islands as a seasonal base. The main island stretched some 30 miles, broken by narrow channels and bleak headlands, yet it promised profits to those willing to endure the storms. By this period, sealing had become one of the most lucrative trades in the Southern Ocean. Between 1810 and 1820, Sydney was crowded with hard-faced men whose fortunes depended on the skins of animals hunted to exhaustion. The memoirs of John Marmon, a sailor who grew up in those years, offer a vivid glimpse of their methods. As a boy, he sailed in the brig Commerce, which in 1807 carried a party of 30 people to the Auckland Islands, with orders to return loaded with skins. The Voyage wandered across half the Pacific before finally reaching its destination in midsummer, when the islands appeared green and beautiful. Yet they were not empty. Rival gangs were already established and jealously guarded the best beaches. To gain a foothold, the captain resorted to deception. He went ashore claiming to be searching for a missing ship and invited the resident sealers aboard for drink. While they celebrated, their senses dulled by rum, the newcomers landed and secured their camp. The trick succeeded but left bitterness on both sides. After several uneasy weeks, the Commerce sailed on to the Chatham Islands and then to Mercury Bay, where the crew traded with local people for food and more skins. These exchanges were tense, for the coastal tribes had earned a reputation for violence, and only heavily armed parties were allowed ashore. Around the same time, another seaman working out of Sydney discovered that the land now called Stewart Island was separated from the South Island by a navigable strait. The man, whose name the island still bears, later returned to Scotland only to find that his wife had remarried, believing him dead. He drifted back to New Zealand, lived among the Māori, and ended his days in poverty. Yet his name remained fixed on the map. Relations between Europeans and the southern tribes were rarely peaceful. Disputes over women or stolen goods often ended in bloodshed, and the foreigners sometimes adopted the local custom of revenge by killing the next group they encountered. Gradually, however, both sides recognised the benefits of cooperation. One small island near Stewart Island was even granted to the sealers as a permanent settlement where they built huts and cultivated gardens with the help of Maori partners. The search for new hunting grounds pushed ever farther into the cold latitudes. In 1810, the brig Perseverance reached a rugged island later called Campbell Island. Huts and graves discovered there testified to earlier, forgotten parties. The following year, another remote speck of land, Moriori Island, was found and immediately swarmed by hunters. At first, the beaches were thick with animals, and a single voyage could return with tens of thousands of skins. Within a few seasons, the slaughter became so intense that the herds collapsed, and wild dogs left by the sealers finished the destruction by devouring pups and seabirds alike. Life for the men abandoned on these outposts was often desperate. On Solander Island, 5 sailors were rescued after more than 4 years of isolation. They had dressed in seal skins and lived almost entirely on seal meat, salting seabirds for the winter and eating a bitter fern root when nothing else could be found. With only an axe and a cooper's knife, they slowly built a crude boat, cutting 1 plank from each tree because they had no saw. Their rescue by the Perseverance seemed almost miraculous after so long without hope. Another tale of misery concerned the brig Betsy, which in 1815 carried a large crew to Moriori Island. After landing part of the gang, the vessel became lost in storms, the rudder was torn away, and scurvy swept through the men. Water dwindled to a few mouthfuls a day, and deaths followed one after another. Finally, the survivors abandoned the ship in 2 small boats. The larger boat reached the New Zealand coast. The smaller, leaking badly, was cut adrift and disappeared. Those who landed were stripped by local people and for a time believed they would be killed. Months passed before a passing brig carried them back to civilization. Even when ships returned to collect their men, nature could prove more terrifying than human hostility. In 1816, a party rescued from Moriori Island described weeks of violent earthquakes that shook the ground like waves and hurled rocks down the cliffs. The same year, American sailors discovered 3 wretched figures on the Snares Islands, abandoned years earlier when their captain had claimed there was not enough food for all hands. One of their companions had already died, and the rest survived only on potatoes they had planted, and whatever birds or seals they could catch. In late 1817, a sealing vessel named Sophia left Hobart for the stormy hunting grounds, south of New Zealand. Her master, James Kelly, dropped anchor in a sheltered inlet on the southeastern side of the far southern coast in mid-December. The first meetings on shore seemed calm. Local people approached without hostility, and their warmth was linked to a familiar face among the sailors, a man named William Tucker. On earlier visits, he had lived and traded along the coast, building a reputation good enough that many called out to him by a local name as if he belonged there. The next day, Kelly took a small boat with 6 men and rowed to a bay outside the harbour entrance, a short distance from the ship. Again, the reception looked friendly. Tucker was recognised immediately and greeted from several directions, and Kelly offered a small gift of iron to the local leader before stepping toward the chief's house to bargain for potatoes. One sailor stayed behind to watch the boat. Inside the settlement, Kelly encountered an unexpected figure, an Asian sailor who had been left behind by another vessel months earlier. The man spoke enough of the local language to make himself useful and offered to help secure food for the ship. While Kelly spoke with him, the number of locals in the village quietly increased. A crowd formed in the yard of the chief's house, pressing in until the visiting sailors were surrounded. What happened next unfolded in seconds. A sudden shout rose and the mood flipped from welcome to violence. Kelly saw men thrown down and seized in the crush. Several of his crew were pinned by the mob. Tucker and 2 others broke free and ran for the boat, where they found the man left on guard already injured, staggering near the waterline with blood on his head. With no sign that the others could escape, the survivors shoved the boat into the surf and tried to pull away from the beach. Kelly, meanwhile, was fighting for his life among the huts and fences of the village yard. He had a heavy cutting tool in his hand and used it at close range, forcing a gap through the attackers. A spear went through his left hand, but he got clear, stumbling toward the shore as the crowd pressed behind him. On the sand he caught sight of one crewmate lying motionless. Another had vanished into the confusion. The boat was already backing out through the breakers. Kelly lunged for it, grabbing the gunwale as it lifted and dropped in the surf, and was dragged into deeper water by the pull of his own men. Tucker stayed on the beach, calling out to the locals not to harm the man they knew by his adopted name. For a moment it looked as if familiarity might protect him. It did not. The same attacker Kelly had wounded, still smeared with blood, drove a spear into Tucker's thigh. Tucker fell into the wash at the shoreline, and the men in the boat could only watch from a few yards away as he was struck again and then torn apart in the surf. He had time for one last plea, begging not to be abandoned, before the crowd carried what was left of him away from the water. When Kelly reached the Sophia, more danger waited. Several locals from the settlement visited the day before were already on board. Kelly forced them back ashore and cut contact immediately, continuing his voyage with a bitter lesson. He later blamed the decision to land unarmed, a choice urged by Tucker and supported by other crewmen who believed the coast was safe. Kelly also suspected another force at work: revenge. Some communities along that coast carried memories of earlier shootings by foreign crews, and the price was now being taken from whoever stepped onto the sand without protection. The violence of the sealing era did not fall on one side alone. Many captains and mates in that trade were feared even by their own crews. Some smuggled runaway convicts aboard, then worked them harder than any prison gang, treating them as disposable labour on distant islands. Reports reached authorities that an American ship had sailed with numerous escapees among its hands. When officials finally checked, several men were found in a state of filth and exhaustion, bearing signs of brutal punishment. Some of their companions had been dumped on a lonely island to kill seals, with only a promise that a ship might return later. For those men, the ocean was not a route to freedom, but another kind of sentence, one that could end quietly in a nameless grave. Stories like these continued into the 1820s. A Sydney brig arrived from the western coast with skins and a group of 7 men who claimed to have fled a hostile shoreline after locals killed members of their sealing gang. Their leader was an officer from an American vessel. Suspicion followed them. A rescue party went ashore, seized the men as possible runaways, and brought them back under arrest. Only one turned out to be a fugitive. The rest were free sailors caught in the paranoia of the time. The captain who detained them escaped serious punishment. But the episode showed how quickly fear could turn into wrongdoing, even among Europeans. In 1824, another vessel was blown into a narrow strait by contrary winds. For a day or two, the crew gathered wood and water and traded calmly, believing themselves on friendly terms. Then the master and 5 men went ashore unarmed, with no argument or warning beforehand. They had barely stepped onto the beach when a group rushed them and killed them with clubs. The ship weighed anchor at once and fled back across the sea, carrying only the news. Despite the risks, the industry remained busy. Multiple ships worked the coasts and outlying islands each season, chasing profits that still looked enormous on paper. Tens of thousands of skins moved through Sydney each year, along with large quantities of oil rendered from sea elephants. Prices made the trade tempting. A single skin could sell for the equivalent of many days' wages. But the slaughter was already hollowing out the very resource the trade depended on. Crews killed breeding females and pups for food as readily as for skins, stripping beaches that had once seemed endless. By the mid-1820s, ships were sailing longer and returning with far less. One brig spent half a year searching for fresh ground, and came back with only a small bundle of fur, hardly enough to justify the voyage. Within a few years, sealing in nearby waters collapsed almost completely. Exports fell sharply, and the occasional large return stood out like the last flare of a dying fire. Along the southern coast, another legacy appeared. Children of mixed ancestry and European men living permanently among local communities. Some foreigners had been there for decades, long before officials paid serious attention to the region. In many cases, these relationships were not casual arrangements. Local women anchored households, secured food, and offered protection through kinship ties. The outsider, rough as he often was, effectively joined the tribe by marriage and obligation. Compared with the violence further south in other island chains, these men could be better fed and better sheltered. Not because they were stronger, but because they became part of local networks that made survival possible. Over time, daily life in these households changed in visible ways. Wooden houses appeared with chimneys, European clothing mixed with local styles. New foods spread through the camps. Children learned different habits, washing, combing hair, eating baked bread and salted pork alongside traditional staples. Some outsiders discouraged practices they found shocking and praised customs they admired. Yet the picture was never simple. Many of these men were fugitives or hardened criminals who carried drink, cruelty, and foul language into their new homes. Even so, fragments of routine followed them. A day of rest each week, the idea of rules for children, and the stubborn attempt to build a small private world at the edge of the known map. As sealing declined, attention turned toward another prize: timber and flax. Sydney merchants had long believed New Zealand's plant fibres could become a major trade, even after earlier massacres frightened investors. More than once, parties were sent across the water to establish small collecting stations, only to fail when supply ships did not arrive on schedule, or when the work proved too slow to pay. The problem was not the plant itself. The fibre was strong. The obstacle was preparation. Without efficient tools, turning tough leaves into clean, exportable fibre demanded exhausting hand labour. Exploring voyagers began to map the harbours of the far south while testing the flax fields. Surveyors reported that flax did not blanket the land everywhere. It often grew thick around lagoons and marshes, then disappeared quickly into brush and forest. They experimented with dressing the fibre and found it could yield a large portion of its weight when properly cleaned, but the process consumed time and strength on a scale that made profit uncertain. They concluded that serious production would require heavy investment and better technology than the traders possessed. Not all encounters were marked by bloodshed. There were moments of extraordinary generosity. In one case, a ship reached an Otago Bay in distress, her crew weakened by hunger and disease and nearly out of water. A local chief responded by organising fishing parties, distributing potatoes, and helping haul heavy casks from a distant water source when the exhausted sailors could not manage the work. He even sat on deck with his people and began making rope from flax using local methods, producing cordage strong enough to replace decayed rigging. The captain left with deep respect for the man, describing leadership that felt more like a protective father than a tyrant. Other trading ventures ended in disaster. 2 vessels pursuing flax were attacked after weeks of outward friendliness. Canoes crowded alongside at midday, and armed men suddenly surged onto the decks. Officers were struck down. Crews fired from below through hatchways and used every angle of the ship to drive attackers back. At one point, the situation became so desperate that sailors considered destroying their own vessel rather than being taken alive. Cables were cut. Both ships drifted towards shore, and the fight dragged on for hours before musket fire finally cleared the decks. Casualties were heavy on both sides. Later accounts pointed to earlier thefts, deception in trade, and abuses that had poisoned relations long before the first club was raised. Even when flax cargoes reached Sydney, the trade remained unstable. Rope makers tested the fibre against imported cordage and boasted of its strength. Shipments increased. Premiums were offered overseas to encourage cultivation. For a brief period, New Zealand flax looked like it might become a cornerstone commodity. Then quality fell. Bales arrived dirty, poorly sorted, and sometimes packed dishonestly. Prices dropped, companies collapsed before they truly began, and traders searched for substitutes. Attempts to grow the plant elsewhere and process it with convict labour brought disappointing results. The reality on the ground was always labour. Cleaning flax by hand was slow, repetitive work, often done by women and enslaved people within local communities. Traders depended on those workers and paid in tobacco, small goods, and basic supplies. Storage houses rose in villages, long sheds built from poles and reed thatch, where prepared fibre was kept under strict rules that discouraged theft. Many settlements hosted a single resident foreign trader, protected by a chief and tied into the community through marriage. He usually dealt only with that one group, because stepping beyond tribal boundaries could mean losing protection overnight. By the 1830s, the flax trade expanded into a complex web of stations and collectors living deep in contested districts, sometimes in places where conflict could ignite without warning. A trader might be asked to move his operation because a village planned to relocate closer to its gardens, making transport easier. In such a world, commerce followed the rhythms of local power, seasonal labour, and fragile alliances rather than the plans of distant investors. For the men who chased profit across these coasts, the sea was only the first hazard. The real danger waited on shore, inside the shifting rules of a land where friendship could be genuine, but never guaranteed. In the early 1830s, tensions around the flax trade often turned small disputes into sudden bloodshed. At one lakeside station, a large canoe was brought to carry the traders' goods to a new site, as local leaders had requested. Half the cargo was already loaded when an argument broke out between the crew and several villagers. The quarrel escalated without warning. A powerful man seized the English agent and tried to drag him into the canoe. The trader drew a short blade in self-defense, but it was torn from his hand. Only the appearance of a pistol drove the attacker back. The first victim was the man who had been working in the canoe. He was thrown into the water and held under by several assailants, who killed him with knives while the surface turned red around them. The surviving Europeans ran to a nearby hut, determined to resist as long as they could. Hundreds gathered outside, shouting and trying to pull the walls apart. For a few desperate minutes, the two traders kept them away with firearms, while a small group of younger chiefs attempted to protect the strangers. These men formed a ring around the fragile shelter, brushing away burning brands that were hurled onto the reed roof. The noise was deafening, mixed with the grim celebration of those dividing the body of the murdered sailor. After nearly half an hour, the rage began to cool. The same young chiefs entered the hut and led the traders out, assuring them the danger had passed. When asked why the attack had occurred, the reply was blunt. The foreigners had no right to move their business from the island. The chief, who had urged the relocation, avoided answering. In a sudden reversal, the remaining goods were carried back to the canoe, and most of what had been stolen was returned as if the violence had been nothing more than a misunderstanding. The principal instigator approached the shaken men and performed a ritual lament, a gesture that convinced no one of his sincerity. Only a few fragments of their companion's body could be recovered. They were burned with the hut before the traders abandoned the station for good. Similar stories echoed along other rivers. In 1832, a young merchant named Thomas Ralph lived among the Maniapoto people on the Mokau River, managing a store of flax for a Sydney firm. When the local warriors marched south on a campaign, the village was left almost empty, guarded only by 2 elderly men and an old woman. A rival group seized the opportunity and descended on the deserted settlement. The woman was killed, and at nightfall the raiders surrounded Ralph's house. They argued fiercely about his fate. Some wanted to kill him and share the body. Others hoped to sell him as a slave for a high ransom. At dawn, Ralph was dragged outside to face the crowd. Men fought among themselves to claim him, nearly cutting him down in the struggle. His death was postponed only because the chiefs could not agree on how to divide the remains. His Maori wife, the daughter of an important leader, was torn away from him, and the house was broken open. Goods were looted, and 20 tons of prepared flax were burned in a heap that lit the valley. Stripped to a single shirt, Ralph was forced to march with the raiders through dense forest, his bare feet torn on rock and thorn. Food was scarce, and what little they carried, fern root and half-ripe potatoes, was shared grudgingly. He begged to be allowed to reach the coast and promised any ransom they demanded. But the chiefs refused. They valued him more as a living captive than as a corpse that would only provoke new quarrels. In despair, he tried to escape one night, stumbling blindly through the bush until shouts revealed his trail. The pursuers approached with raised axes, yet one young leader threw himself over Ralph's body and saved him. Even then, a musket was pressed to his head and misfired before another chief intervened. Months later, a message reached a sympathetic captain on the Kauai River, who finally arranged payment for Ralph's release. While traders struggled to survive on shore, a different drama unfolded on the sea. Missionary leaders in New South Wales had long dreamed of carrying their work to New Zealand, but the memory of earlier massacres made such plans risky. The chaplain Samuel Marsden believed that peaceful commerce and practical skills must prepare the way for religion. With government permission, he purchased a small brig to link the 2 colonies and sent a scouting party to the Bay of Islands. The explorers returned with encouraging reports and, more importantly, with several influential chiefs willing to visit Sydney and see European life for themselves. These guests were taken to farms and workshops, shown ploughs, looms, brick kilns, and gardens heavy with unfamiliar crops. The intention was simple: to let them witness the benefits of another way of living, rather than hear distant promises. Marsden hoped that such experiences would make the island leaders eager to host teachers and craftsmen among their own people. By late 1814, preparations were complete for a first official mission voyage. Notices appeared in Sydney announcing Marsden's temporary absence and appointing a resident magistrate in the Bay of Islands to protect local people from abuse by visiting sailors. The ship that sailed in November carried a remarkable company. Mission families, with their children, seamen, convicts placed under bond, and several Maori chiefs returning home. Livestock, tools, and crates of poultry crowded the deck beside goats, dogs, and cats. Observers compared the scene to a floating ark, a fragile experiment launched into uncertain waters. Bad weather delayed the departure, and during those anxious days, rumours reached the chiefs that the missionaries would bring crowds of settlers who might enslave or destroy them, as had happened elsewhere. Marsden answered not with argument, but with a simple offer to abandon the project and return everyone to Sydney if trust was lost. The challenge restored their confidence, and the brig finally cleared the harbour at the end of November. The first meetings aboard the mission brig were filled with the kind of amazement that only happens when 2 worlds collide without warning. For the visiting islanders, almost every corner of the ship offered something unfamiliar to stare at, touch, or question. the livestock caused the greatest shock. Cows and horses were unlike anything they had known, so large and strangely shaped that one man, seeing a cow bend its head to feed, asked with genuine urgency where its mouth was meant to be. Even ordinary routines became performances. When the chaplain shaved on deck, the visitors watched as if spellbound. One of them stared so hard his jaw hung open the entire time and only closed when the razor was put away. A simple looking glass produced another burst of wonder. When their own faces appeared in the glass, they sprang back, laughing and calling out, reacting with delight as though the reflection were a living trick. While the chief's messengers were away fetching supplies, canoes began to arrive from the shore. The first were trading canoes stacked with fish, and the bargaining was brisk and almost casual. A single small nail could buy a heavy fish, and the sailors quickly learned how far such a tiny piece of iron could go. Not long after, a different kind of canoe glided up, longer, more crowded, built for intimidation as much as travel. These were war canoes, carrying dozens of armed men and a collection of goods meant for exchange. Trade still continued, but the mood changed. The deck that had been filled with laughter a short time before now carried a sharper edge. All day, more canoes came and went, until the light began to fade and the chiefs who had gone inland returned with green feed for the animals, and news that, for the moment, the fighting nearby had settled. The chaplain wanted to sleep ashore among the people who had been visiting the ship, but the local leaders refused to allow it. They treated the idea as unnecessary risk, the sort of mistake that could turn friendly hours into a disaster. The next stage of the voyage carried the brig into a bay already marked by earlier encounters between islanders and outsiders. Its landmarks still held memories of men taken away years before, of distant islands where they had lived for a time and learned foreign skills. Place names echoed those older journeys, as if the coastline itself had been collecting reminders of contact long before a mission ever arrived. From there, the ship moved along to the entrance of a harbour known for its dangerous reputation, since a notorious massacre that had made crews cautious and rumours even louder. The mission's chosen settlement site was close enough that hostility in this area could threaten everything. The chaplain also needed to hear local explanations of the earlier bloodshed, not only the version repeated in ports far away. Rather than waiting for chiefs to come aboard, the mission party went ashore with their principal allies and walked into a community still watched with suspicion by neighbouring groups. The visit had the atmosphere of a test. Polite greetings on the surface, old grievances underneath, and a careful reading of every gesture. They passed through low ground and scrub before reaching a hill where a war party was camped. Around 150 men were gathered there under several leaders, and the arrival of Europeans in such a place was not treated as ordinary. The visitors were welcomed, but the welcome was framed by power. A war dance was performed. Food was prepared. The camp itself showed a society that could shift quickly between ceremony and violence. The chiefs stood out by their clothing. Cloaks edged with dog fur, bright borders woven into mats, red-dyed fibres that gave the garments a vivid, almost theatrical look. Weapons were everywhere, spears of different lengths, clubs of bone, axes, fighting staffs, carried with the casual confidence of men used to them. Hair was bound high and decorated with white feathers. Some wore trophies and ornaments taken from enemies or from earlier ships. When the Europeans ate, the camp crowded around them so closely that nothing escaped notice. It was not simple curiosity. It was inspection. The way food was handled, the way it was swallowed, the way utensils were used. Everything drew comment. Yet amid the noise, there were also older men who watched without expression, as if more interested in the reasons behind the visit than in the surface spectacle. The visitors noticed details of daily life that felt puzzling. eating in a shed outside the sleeping house, and women taking meals apart from men. Such customs were recorded because no one on the ship could yet explain them. That night, the party slept ashore, surrounded by the same people who had been blamed for earlier killings, and listened as those people gave their own account of what had happened and why. At dawn, a strange scene unfolded. Bodies stretched across the open ground in every direction, mats damp with night dew, warriors stirring with weapons planted upright beside them. Several leaders were invited back to the ship for breakfast, and before they left, gifts were chosen: cloth, tools, nails, hooks, objects that carried weight far beyond their cost. The distribution was done with strict attention to age and rank, and the visitors were also given written notices meant to restrain future abuses by sailors. The meaning was explained as best it could be. Then the chiefs returned to shore and the brig continued its passage. A few days later, the ship entered the Bay of Islands with a salute. The landing place looked like a narrow valley cut between steep, fern-covered hills, with a stream winding down toward the sea. Above it stood a fortified settlement that served as a political centre and a symbol of protection. People gathered quickly along the shore, men, women, children, showing unmistakable excitement. The chaplain's name was already known there, and the reception was warmer than many outsiders expected. Then the animals were brought ashore, and the crowd's confidence dissolved into panic. A cow, wild and impatient, broke into the gathering and sent people running as though a monster had been unleashed. When the animal was controlled, they returned cautiously, and the chaplain climbed onto a horse and rode along the beach. That sight, man and horse moving as one, was more shocking than the livestock itself. Stories told earlier by the local chief, based on what he had seen in the colonies, had sounded like wild invention. He had tried to explain that enormous dogs could carry humans and pull land canoes, and people had mocked him. Some had even tried riding pigs to prove how ridiculous the idea was, tumbling into the dirt and laughing at their own failure. Now the horse was standing in front of them, undeniable. For the chief, who had insisted it was real, it became a personal victory. While this was happening on the beach, the mission women visited the chief's wife and were shown local clothing, the wearing of flax mats, the domestic routines of the settlement. Their arrival mattered in a different way. Women from overseas had been seen here before, but the new arrivals represented a different status and a different future, and the distinction did not go unnoticed. Years of contact with whalers had already changed social habits in this region, and some local women had learned to use that contact to their advantage. Outsiders observed this with a mix of fascination and discomfort, noting how quickly a port culture could grow around a harbour where ships came and went. As the days passed, the chief staged a mock sea battle for entertainment. Canoes crossed the bay in formation, leaders standing upright, spears raised, shouting challenges. Feathered hair, painted faces, cloaks thrown back to show movement, everything combined into a scene that looked like war, even when everyone knew it was theatre. At the same time, the mission party kept distance from disputes they did not understand. When a serious domestic offence was tried locally, advice was sought from the chaplain, and punishment was carried out according to his suggestion. Observers also recorded the local rules surrounding such matters, rules that could seem harsh and uneven, and which revealed how strongly order was enforced within the community. One day carried special symbolic weight: Christmas. Wanting to honour it, the leading chief threw together a simple place of worship using timber and the remains of an old canoe. A desk was improvised, seating was arranged, and a flagstaff was raised on the highest ground. When morning came and a foreign flag flew above the settlement, the chaplain saw it as a sign that a new era might begin. The entire ship's company went ashore for the service, leaving only 2 men aboard. Chiefs appeared wearing military coats given to them in the colonies, swords at their sides, switches in their hands to keep their followers in order. Their men stood in lines on each side of the Europeans. Women and children formed a wide ring around all of them. Silence fell across the gathering. The service began with singing. The preacher delivered a message of joy and good news, but the listeners could not grasp the meaning. The chief reassured them that understanding would come later and offered his own explanation in simple terms. Whatever the deeper purpose, the event fixed something in place. An image of order, ceremony, and controlled contact, performed publicly in the heart of a fortified village. Work started almost immediately after. A large house was begun for the mission families, long and narrow, divided into separate living spaces. A forge was set up. Charcoal was made. Saws cut timber. People on shore moved into a rhythm of building, washing, cooking, and adapting. The newcomers began to look less like temporary visitors and more like residents. Within weeks, the brig was ready to sail again on a coastal voyage, leaving the station behind with only basic security and the goodwill of the chiefs who had chosen to protect it. Daily life at the new settlement offered endless scenes of mutual observation. Nothing drew attention like the blacksmith. Villagers sat for hours in the forge watching iron soften under heat, then harden again under the hammer. Sparks flew, and many kept their distance as if the fire itself might leap onto their mats. Someone played a prank, shaking a man's cloak and shouting a warning about flames. The man sprang away with astonishing speed, bolting from the forge before anyone could stop laughing. Curiosity never seemed to tire. Crowds pressed around doors from morning to night simply to watch how foreigners ate, washed, worked, and spoke. Chiefs pushing inside often left behind dirt and parasites, and the mission households learned quickly that constant visitors came with constant strain. Despite all this, theft was limited. Leaders understood that stealing from the newcomers could poison the relationship they were trying to build. In this region, maintaining trade and access to tools mattered, and the chiefs used honor, authority, and taboo to keep order. Before the mission leader departed, a further step was taken. An agreement was made for the land the settlers were occupying. The document was prepared in advance and completed with local marks and symbols instead of signatures. Then the ground was declared restricted, protected for the use of the foreigners unless permission was given. By late February, the chaplain's official leave was nearly over, and preparations for departure began. The purpose of the journey had been achieved in practical terms. A service had been held, the settlers had been established, buildings had gone up, and the first fragile routines of a station had begun. No one expected immediate conversion, and none had happened. Yet a child was born among the newcomers and was baptized in front of local witnesses, a small act offered as proof that the settlement was meant to last. Behind the scenes, darker realities continued. The chief who had anchored much of the mission's safety was gravely ill. A traditional priest guarded him closely, and access became difficult. Soon after the brig left, he died, and his principal wife took her own life in the belief that she should follow him into the next world. The mission remained, but it remained on borrowed time, planted in contested ground and dependent on alliances that could vanish with a single death. A crowd gathered to watch the ships sail, and chiefs promised protection for the settlers now that the old leader was gone. Several young men of rank chose to travel back with the chaplain to the colonies, joining the returning passengers, and a handful of convicts being taken back under supervision. The brig moved out past familiar headlands, paused again for supplies, collected flax for the return cargo, then turned towards Sydney. When it arrived in early March, the leader reported back to the governor at once, his absence now complete. The settlement he left behind was still in its infancy, trying to teach new crafts and new beliefs in a place where the language was barely understood. Local rules were still mysterious, and the tools of instruction were few. What existed so far was not a finished mission, but an experiment. A small foreign foothold held together by timber, trade goods, uneasy trust, and the hope that contact might become something other than fear. In the years after regular contact began between New South Wales and the islands to the east, a quiet but important idea took shape in Parramatta. Maori visitors were arriving there with increasing frequency, often staying for months at a time in the household of Samuel Marsden. By 1810, he already had several young men from New Zealand living under his roof, some of them sons of influential chiefs. From these informal beginnings grew the notion of a small school where selected youths could be taught the practical skills of European life and then carry that knowledge back across the sea. The plan was not to create scholars in the classical sense, but to introduce arts that might alter daily existence, working flax into twine and canvas, forging simple tools, learning the routines of farming and animal care. Those who supported the proposal believed such an establishment would serve two purposes. It would benefit the young men themselves and at the same time provide a measure of security for the European settlers in New Zealand, since the pupils would, in effect, be guests and pledges for the good treatment of their relatives at home. The projected cost was modest, and before long the first group of students was formed from youths already living in Parramatta. Reports from the period describe the early progress with cautious optimism. By 1817, more than a dozen Māori were attached to the seminary, and observers remarked on their orderly conduct. A few had begun to speak English with confidence, and one was able to spin a serviceable web of canvas from native flax. The following year the number fluctuated around a dozen. Some learned rope making, others worked in gardens and fields, and several prepared to return to their own country aboard the mission brig. The institution was still small, yet it had become a visible part of colonial life. Marsden believed deeply in the experiment. He acquired land across the river from Parramatta and began to erect solid buildings of local stone, imagining a place where visiting missionaries might stay and where young islanders could live and work together. He hoped that when a chief's son had mastered the plough or the management of cattle, he might be allowed to take those animals home, proof that new habits could be carried across the water. To him, the seminary was not merely a school, but a bridge between two worlds. By the end of the decade, more than 20 young New Zealanders had passed through his care. Contemporary accounts praise their behaviour and curiosity. They wandered through orchards and vineyards in wonder at fruit trees, unknown at home, and asked endless questions about the unseen maker of such abundance. Many found it difficult to believe that the same creator could have fashioned both the ordered farms of the colony and the wild landscapes of their own islands. These conversations, Marsden felt, were as valuable as any formal lesson. Yet the enterprise was never simple. The change of climate and diet proved hard on the visitors, and illness took several lives. Between 1819 and 1820, a number of promising youths died, either in New South Wales or soon after returning home. Surprisingly, these losses did not discourage further interest. Chiefs continued to press for places for their children, convinced that even at risk the benefits of European knowledge were worth pursuing. Still, the heavy demands of care led to the temporary suspension of the seminary, and instruction continued only in a more informal way whenever islanders happened to be in the colony. Marsden remained convinced that the idea must be revived on a firmer footing. After his later journeys to New Zealand, he returned determined to rebuild the institution. This time with room also for the children of the growing missionary families. A new site with good water was chosen, and by the mid-1820s the main building and its wings were complete. A handful of Maori youths again lived there, learning trades from a resident weaver and working beside settlers in the fields. Visitors to Parramatta remarked that these students, once fierce in appearance, seemed altered, calmer in manner, eager to practice English, and proud to demonstrate the skills they had acquired. Parallel with these educational efforts, another form of contact was unfolding along the coasts of New Zealand. Traders from Sydney were beginning to recognise the value of the vast forests that fringed many harbours. Early in the century, a few adventurous captains loaded their ships with long spars cut by Maori labour, and colonial newspapers advertised the New Zealand pine as a novelty on the Sydney market. Duties were imposed and later reduced as officials tried to encourage the trade. The timber, especially the mighty kauri, promised to be of great importance to the Navy, which struggled to find masts long enough for its largest ships. Tension sometimes accompanied this commerce. Crews feared attack from warriors who had learned the power of European weapons, and rumours circulated of plots to seize visiting vessels. Yet the trade continued, and by 1820 the British government sent 2 naval store ships to investigate the forests directly. Their officers explored the rivers of the north, measuring trees and sounding bars, while Maori chiefs debated the terms on which the strangers might cut timber from their lands. The encounters were cautious but generally peaceful, each side testing the other's intentions. Through these varied enterprises, schools in Parramatta, timber camps on distant shores, conversations held on the decks of anchored ships, the relationship between the two peoples slowly changed. Young men who had once known only their own villages learned to handle ploughs and hammers. Sailors who had expected hostility discovered curiosity and hospitality instead. The transformation was uneven and often fragile, shadowed by disease and misunderstanding. Yet a new pattern of exchange was taking shape, one that would reshape both New Zealand and the colony across the Tasman in ways few at the time could fully imagine. Accounts from the naval expedition described the Hokianga as a place where first impressions quickly challenged the fears that often followed European ships along the northern coast. The local communities had not yet been drawn deeply into regular overseas trade, and that very distance from earlier contacts seemed to sharpen their eagerness. Food had already been gathered from far inland. Pigs, potatoes, and other produce were ready, waiting only for calm water and a safe moment to bring canoes alongside and bargain. Observers noted a different social atmosphere from the one more commonly reported at the Bay of Islands. The people were described as steady workers, less quick to provoke conflict and more clearly directed by their leaders. When a small colonial schooner entered the river ahead of the larger supply ship, the scene looked threatening at first. War canoes surrounded the vessel, and with only a handful of crew on board, the commander had reason to expect trouble. Instead, the tension eased almost immediately. A respected chief stepped aboard, signalled that the ship would be treated as protected, and the next days were marked by gestures that carried real weight. Baskets of food were delivered regularly, not only to the schooner but even to the visiting boats from the larger ship, whenever they happened to put in to shore. While this cautious goodwill unfolded on the west coast, the main expedition still faced an urgent question in the Bay of Islands. Time was being lost while crews searched for the right timber, because not every tall tree served the Navy's purpose. A party was sent up the Kawakawa to examine what grew along the banks and to judge whether a workable cargo could be assembled if the most desired timber could not be found. Local leaders offered practical arrangements. One prominent chief proposed a clear exchange: axes for spars, with the promise that the logs would be floated downriver. It sounded efficient, and for a moment it seemed the problem might be solved, with straightforward bargaining. Another store ship arrived soon after, assigned to the same mission of gathering long spars for imperial use. Yet even with 2 vessels working the region, early results were not convincing. The second ship did not remain long in the Bay of Islands. After only a short stay, it headed south toward the Thames, carrying a small group of influential Maori passengers and a European clergyman who was widely known to coastal communities. At the same time, information returned from scouts sent toward Whangaroa. Reports described unusually polite treatment there, and more importantly, forests said to be rich in the prized kauri. That changed the calculation. The Kawakawa had produced only a limited number of spars, and they were from a different species than the one most wanted. The decision was made to shift operations and chase the stronger promise. The store ship entered Whangaroa and settled in for what became a long, grinding season. Months passed as the cargo slowly took shape. The work behind those impressive masts was not the clean, triumphant story that readers often imagine when they hear about naval timber. It was closer to a logistics campaign fought against landscape and weather. A road had to be cut through heavy ground, stretching more than a mile across clay that broke apart under rain. The trees selected for masts stood in difficult country, deep in gullies and ravines. Simply dropping them was only the start. The trunks had to be trimmed where they fell to reduce weight and remove branches, then hauled up to higher ground. A capstan was set on a ridge, and the spars were dragged upward by sheer force, rope, and stubborn repetition. Progress was slow for reasons that never looked dramatic on paper, but ruled every day in the field. The distance between capstan and tree could be great. Stumps snagged the tackle. Wet ground swallowed men's footing and strained ropes until they snapped. Lines fouled, jammed, and had to be reset. It was the kind of labour where one bad hour could erase half a day's effort. In some stretches, a single spar could cost 2 full days of continuous work, with crews starting before sunrise and stopping only when light finally failed. Shelter offered little relief. Men lived in rough huts that kept out neither damp nor wind. Food grew monotonous and uncertain, especially for a ship held in one place for so long that fresh supplies could not always be secured. By late in the year, the cargo was complete and the store ship finally left New Zealand waters, touched at Sydney, and then continued on to England. Another vessel returned from the Thames with her own load of spars, and her voyage became tied to separate stories of missionary movement and coastal travel. What mattered here was the pattern becoming clearer. The timber trade was no longer a minor sideline. It was turning into a system that pulled ships repeatedly into the same harbours, forced negotiations with local leaders, and created a new kind of dependency, where axes, iron, and tools became the currency for trees that would be transformed into imperial hardware. Hokianga, despite the early praise, did not immediately fill the written record in the same way as the Bay of Islands. Mentions were scattered, as if the place sat just beyond the main spotlight of early colonial narratives. Still, when ships did appear there, certain details stood out. A wreck on that coast produced the kind of test that revealed more than polite speeches ever could. The survivors expected the worst and prepared themselves for abandonment, violence, or theft. Instead, they found care. Food was provided, shelter was offered. A local chief not only supplied provisions for the overland journey, but organised an escort to protect the crew as they crossed towards safer and more familiar districts. The captain who later wrote about the incident did not pretend the wreck was anything but complete loss, but he emphasised that the treatment received was kinder than he had imagined possible. Around the same period, missionary life in the Bay of Islands entered a more unsettled and revealing phase. Once the founding party had been put ashore, the settlement faced pressures that were less about preaching and more about the practical risks of living as a small, exposed group among powerful communities. Some of the Europeans had arrived with trade goods of their own, and at first they assumed they might barter privately for profit. Later, the mission leadership decided that private trading would be dangerous. The fear was that competition for advantage would provoke resentment, undermine trust, and turn the settlement into a marketplace driven by individual greed rather than collective purpose. A firm rule was laid down. Trade would be conducted for the common interest, and any profits would be used to support the community's needs. That decision did not come without friction. Skilled workers in young colonies could earn strong incomes, and the temptation to treat a remote mission as a direct route to wealth was real. Still, an arrangement emerged. Supplies would be bought into common stock. Rations would be distributed, and the proceeds of any cargo sent back to New South Wales would be shared on a modest, fixed basis. The aim was to keep the settlement stable and to avoid the kind of internal rivalry that could be fatal in an unfamiliar and sometimes volatile environment. A small population remained at the mission station. Families, a few hired workers such as sawyers and a blacksmith, and several runaway convicts pressed into service until the next ship could remove them. The overall number was tiny by any standard, and their safety depended heavily on relationships with local leaders. That dependence became painfully clear when illness struck one of the most important figures connected to the mission's survival. Ruatara, the chief who had been central to the early welcome and to the mission's hopes, fell dangerously ill. The first response from his people was to place him under strict sacred restriction. A guard was set, and outsiders were kept away. The enclosure around him became untouchable by ordinary rules. Even repeated requests to see him were refused. Food and drink were limited by custom, and the sick man lay exposed in the sun with fever and pain. Only after days of tense negotiation did permission come. When access was granted, provisions were brought: tea, sugar, rice, wine, and other comforts that were scarce and precious. His condition lifted briefly, then worsened again. Objects used in his care became sacred and could not be reclaimed, adding another layer of cost and complication for a settlement already short on resources. After the ship carrying the mission leader departed, the illness deepened. Ruatara was carried to a prepared place on a hill where he intended a new settlement might one day rise. There, he tried to shape the future with the authority of a dying man. He instructed how his few prized possessions should be divided, set aside gifts that were meant for his child, and requested that his son should eventually be raised and educated, far away in the colony across the sea. Within a day, he was dead. In the days that followed, leading chiefs reassured the missionaries that protection would continue. Promises were made that the death of one patron did not mean open season on the settlement. Yet stability was never guaranteed. Rivalries and old injuries remained, and violence could flare from causes as small as a quarrel over crops. Raids followed disputes. Animals gifted as symbols of new alliances were killed in retaliation. Reports came in from the south of killings and captives, reminders that intertribal warfare was not a distant background, but a living, moving force that could sweep into any harbour with little warning. At the same time, delegations continued to visit the mission, sometimes arriving in dozens of canoes and hundreds of people. The missionaries measured the great war canoes and recorded numbers with a mixture of awe and anxiety, because the size of a visiting party could signal either commerce or danger. Yet alongside fear, there were moments that showed deliberate restraint. When a saw was stolen, a leader ordered it returned. Visitors did not want to deepen their reputation for lawlessness. They understood that their future access to European goods depended on maintaining workable relations. Trade ships passed through the bay frequently enough to tie the mission's fate to the wider maritime world. Convicts who had escaped from New South Wales were delivered back to authority. Chiefs and attendants travelled across the Tasman, watched colonial life, attended church services, and asked questions that revealed sharp intelligence. Names and titles shifted as islanders adapted foreign concepts to local status. Some visitors were fascinated by the machinery of government and the meaning of punishment. Others were drawn by the simple fact that iron, tools, and cloth flowed through this new relationship like power made tangible. Not all threats came from Maori. European crews could be reckless, drunk, and violent, and the missionaries sometimes found themselves in the strange position of being protected by armed locals against their own countrymen. In one recorded incident, sailors broke into a missionary's house in anger over a dispute, only to retreat when a large group of armed Maori arrived to defend the settlement. It was an inversion that revealed the true balance on the ground. European authority was not automatic in New Zealand, and safety often depended on the goodwill of chiefs rather than on distant imperial law. Attempts to expand the mission's footprint showed how quickly geography could turn ideal plans into disaster. Waitangi was described as rich land, well suited for cattle and timber work, and a purchase was made to secure it for the mission. A small house was built, sawyers were sent, gardens were planted, and fences erected. The place produced vegetables quickly, and grain was harvested within months. A flagstaff rose as a public marker of the weekly holy day. On paper, it looked like progress. Then, reality struck. Strangers arrived, violence erupted, and the settlement was looted. A missionary was thrown down and threatened with weapons. His wife was struck, her face bloodied. Tools, cooking gear, bedding, and firearms were taken. The attackers moved fast and would have carried off more if help had not arrived. The incident proved what experienced leaders already suspected. Rich land without strong local protection was a trap. The settlers pulled back, assisted by a passing ship, and the plan was abandoned. Back at the original station, work continued in a fragile rhythm, sowing wheat for chiefs, attempting to teach children, and managing endless visitors whose curiosity was constant and intense. The mission school attracted crowds as soon as even minimal accommodation existed. Some students learned quickly, and early primers were produced. 2 young Maori later travelled to England and became minor public curiosities, presenting themselves as converts and assisting, at least in part, with language work that outsiders hoped would make future communication easier. Their journey was long and difficult, marked by sickness, repairs and delays, but it fed a growing belief in Britain that these islands were entering a new era of contact. Through all of this, a consistent theme ran beneath the names, voyages and arguments. Trade, timber, education and religion were not separate stories. They were strands of the same tightening web. Axes could buy spars. Iron could buy food. A school could become a political tool by bringing rival chiefs' sons into one household. A mission could survive not through moral authority, but through alliances strong enough to deter violence. And a single death, like Ruatara's, could expose just how dependent the newcomers were on local power. Around this period, the small European community at the Bay of Islands began to take on the character of a working village rather than a fragile outpost. One of the settlers, Mr. King, had constructed a simple rope walk and was patiently showing local men how to spin twine and twist cords. He had also broken ground for wheat and for half a year kept several labourers employed, feeding them at his own table and paying for their work with goods they valued. The sight of Maori learning unfamiliar trades was still new. Yet it suggested that the relationship between the two peoples was slowly moving beyond barter toward cooperation. The mission was joined by Charles Gordon, a relative of Carlisle, who agreed to oversee farming for 3 years. His arrival coincided with growing evidence of how strongly the desire for iron-shaped native behaviour. Anything made of metal became irresistible. A wheelbarrow was torn apart for its fittings, a house was partly dismantled for its nails, and even a boat was broken up to obtain the precious fragments. Such incidents alarmed the settlers, but many still believed that, considering the vast difference in customs and expectations, the general conduct of the Maori toward them remained better than could have been hoped. Life at the stations was eased by the climate, which visitors repeatedly described as close to ideal. Neither intense heat nor piercing cold troubled the gardens, and crops responded with remarkable vigour. Yet behind this peaceful surface lay problems within the European ranks themselves. Heavy expenses were blamed on the behaviour of several people connected with the supply brig, and for the first time the mission had to confront misconduct among its own. Reports of violence committed by sailors throughout the South Seas reached England and caused deep concern. The Church Missionary Society petitioned the government, arguing that such outrages not only harmed island communities, but also endangered the missionaries who lived among them. They warned that every act of cruelty hardened native attitudes and made trust almost impossible. The memorial urged that British law should follow offenders wherever they sailed, so that murder and plunder would not remain unpunished, simply because they occurred beyond the ordinary reach of courts. While these debates continued far away, daily work at Rangi and Kerikeri moved forward. By 1818, a school was functioning with encouraging success. Kendall had gained enough command of the language to expand the little primer used for lessons, and attendance at times rose to 70 children. Food supplies determined whether the classrooms were full or empty, for many pupils depended on the settlers for their meals. Among them were orphans and young captives taken in war, living side by side with the sons and daughters of chiefs. The following year, new helpers arrived from England, including the Reverend Butler, a schoolmaster named Francis Hall, and the smith Kemp with his wife. They brought tools, seeds, and fresh energy. Another recruit, James Shepherd, was chosen for his knowledge of gardening and farming. He was instructed to teach the planting of wheat by the dibbling method, which saved seed, and to study the many varieties of native flax in hopes of creating an export trade. The society dreamed not only of a rope walk in New Zealand, but of supplying Britain with strong fibre from these distant shores. Agriculture became the heart of the new station at Kerikeri. Butler delighted in holding the handles of the first plough to cut the northern soil and predicted that future generations would remember the day. Acres of wheat were sown, maize planted, and vines and fruit trees set in orderly rows. Native labourers worked willingly for small rewards, and carpenters began raising solid houses beside the river. The place, only recently a wilderness, started to resemble a small English farmstead. Yet reminders of the surrounding world were never far away. Slaves sometimes died of hunger in the district, and their bodies were left for dogs. Chiefs valued their animals more than such captives. Butler recorded these facts with sorrow, though he also noted long stretches of peace in which families could sleep as calmly as if protected by guards. When Hongi returned from England in 1821, the balance of power shifted. He had seen the might of Europe and understood more clearly the humble position of the missionaries. His prestige at home increased, and the settlers felt the change in his manner. Soon he organised a major war expedition against southern tribes. The fleet of canoes that gathered at Wanga was immense, and when it came back months later it carried trophies and prisoners. Scenes of mourning and vengeance followed on the beach, and several captives were killed before the horrified eyes of Europeans who could do nothing to intervene. Amid these tensions, ordinary life persisted. Peach trees, first planted only a year earlier, were already taller than a man, and hops climbed vigorously in Butler's garden. On Sundays, hymns sounded from rough wooden houses, while beyond the hills, warriors prepared for new campaigns. The contrast defined the fragile frontier where two cultures met. The departure of Governor Macquarie from New South Wales in 1822 marked the end of an era that had shaped these beginnings. During his long rule, the colony had grown from a struggling penal station into a place of roads, bridges, hospitals, and churches. His policies of granting land to freed convicts and using their labour for public works had transformed the region that supplied and supported the New Zealand mission. Observers felt that despite many faults, he left behind a society far more confident and ordered than the one he had inherited. Around this period, the small European community at the Bay of Islands began to take on the character of a working village rather than a fragile outpost. One of the settlers, Mr. King, had constructed a simple rope walk and was patiently showing local men how to spin twine and twist cords. He had also broken ground for wheat and for half a year kept several labourers employed, feeding them at his own table and paying for their work with goods they valued. The sight of Maori learning unfamiliar trades was still new, yet it suggested that the relationship between the two peoples was slowly moving beyond barter toward cooperation. The mission was joined by Charles Gordon, a relative of Carlyle, who agreed to oversee farming for 3 years. His arrival coincided with growing evidence of how strongly the desire for iron-shaped native behaviour. Anything made of metal became irresistible. A wheelbarrow was torn apart for its fittings, a house was partly dismantled for its nails, and even a boat was broken up to obtain the precious fragments. Such incidents alarmed the settlers, but many still believed that, considering the vast difference in customs and expectations, the general conduct of the Maori toward them remained better than could have been hoped. Life at the stations was eased by the climate, which visitors repeatedly described as close to ideal. Neither intense heat nor piercing cold troubled the gardens, and crops responded with remarkable vigour. Yet behind this peaceful surface lay problems within the European ranks themselves. Heavy expenses were blamed on the behaviour of several people connected with the supply brig, and for the first time the mission had to confront misconduct among its own. Reports of violence committed by sailors throughout the South Seas reached England and caused deep concern. The Church Missionary Society petitioned the government, arguing that such outrages not only harmed island communities, but also endangered the missionaries who lived among them. They warned that every act of cruelty hardened native attitudes and made trust almost impossible. The memorial urged that British law should follow offenders wherever they sailed, so that murder and plunder would not remain unpunished simply because they occurred beyond the ordinary reach of courts. While these debates continued far away, daily work at Rangi and Kerikeri moved forward. By 1818, a school was functioning with encouraging success. Kendall had gained enough command of the language to expand the little primer used for lessons, and attendance at times rose to 70 children. Food supplies determined whether the classrooms were full or empty, for many pupils depended on the settlers for their meals. Among them were orphans and young captives taken in war, living side by side with the sons and daughters of chiefs. The following year, new helpers arrived from England, including the Reverend Butler, a schoolmaster named Francis Hall, and the smith Kemp with his wife. They brought tools, seeds, and fresh energy. Another recruit, James Shepherd, was chosen for his knowledge of gardening and farming. He was instructed to teach the planting of wheat by the dibbling method, which saved seed, and to study the many varieties of native flax in hopes of creating an export trade. The society dreamed not only of a rope walk in New Zealand, but of supplying Britain with strong fibre from these distant shores. Agriculture became the heart of the new station at Kerikeri. Butler delighted in holding the handles of the first plough to cut the northern soil and predicted that future generations would remember the day. Acres of wheat were sown, maize planted, and vines and fruit trees set in orderly rows. Native labourers worked willingly for small rewards, and carpenters began raising solid houses beside the river. The place, only recently a wilderness, started to resemble a small English farmstead. Yet reminders of the surrounding world were never far away. Slaves sometimes died of hunger in the district, and their bodies were left for dogs. Chiefs valued their animals more than such captives. Butler recorded these facts with sorrow, though he also noted long stretches of peace in which families could sleep as calmly as if protected by guards. When Hongi returned from England in 1821, the balance of power shifted. He had seen the might of Europe and understood more clearly the humble position of the missionaries. His prestige at home increased, and the settlers felt the change in his manner. Soon he organised a major war expedition against southern tribes. The fleet of canoes that gathered at Wanga was immense, and when it came back months later it carried trophies and prisoners. Scenes of mourning and vengeance followed on the beach, and several captives were killed before the horrified eyes of Europeans who could do nothing to intervene. Amid these tensions, ordinary life persisted. Peach trees, first planted only a year earlier, were already taller than a man, and hops climbed vigorously in Butler's garden. On Sundays, hymns sounded from rough wooden houses, while beyond the hills, warriors prepared for new campaigns. The contrast defined the fragile frontier where two cultures met. The departure of Governor Macquarie from New South Wales in 1822 marked the end of an era that had shaped these beginnings. During his long rule, the colony had grown from a struggling penal station into a place of roads, bridges, hospitals, and churches. His policies of granting land to freed convicts and using their labour for public works had transformed the region that supplied and supported the New Zealand mission. Observers felt that, despite many faults, he left behind a society far more confident and ordered than the one he had inherited. When the craftsman Cowell reached Port Jackson in May of 1820, the senior missionary Marsden was absent in New Zealand, and several months passed before the two men could meet. Tragedy struck quickly. Cowell's wife fell ill and died after only a few days, leaving him isolated in a strange colony. Other missionaries soon sailed back to New Zealand, yet Cowell remained behind, uncertain of his next step. Only 4 days after the departure of the Maori chief Hongi, he married again, an act that surprised many observers. Even then, he delayed his own voyage and did not finally leave Sydney until the end of January 1822, explaining that his prolonged stay had not been idle. During those months, he experimented with the preparation of New Zealand flax, convinced that this tough native plant could become a valuable export. European hemp, he learned, required one method of treatment, while the Pacific fibre demanded another. In Sydney, he was able to test machines and techniques that could not have been constructed in the islands. He wrote with confidence that he had achieved promising results and believed that the cleaning and weaving of flax might one day draw Maori communities towards settled industry and, through that path, toward what Europeans called civilization. A local merchant, Captain Irvine, supported these efforts and took an active interest in the experiments. Meanwhile, life at the two mission settlements continued to develop. At Rangi, William Hall reported with satisfaction that he had harvested a fine field of wheat and built a barn large enough to store the grain. The crop would feed his household for the year and provide seed for the next planting. Across the bay at Kerikeri, Butler described a similar scene. Maori labourers were working in the fields, and for the first time the missionaries were able to offer them bread baked from grain grown on their own land. Such small achievements carried enormous symbolic weight. Yet peace was fragile. In February, a war party led by Hongi left the Bay of Islands on another southern expedition. Months later, several chiefs returned, bringing with them the bodies of comrades who had drowned when a canoe overturned in heavy seas. These constant cycles of conflict reminded the settlers how uncertain their position remained. The Missionary Society in England watched events with mixed hope and concern. 2 members were dismissed for behaviour judged disgraceful. A reminder that the Europeans themselves were not immune to failure. At the same time, efforts to educate Maori children expanded. Teachers visited nearby villages, explaining Christian ideas and encouraging literacy. James Shepherd devoted himself to translating portions of scripture into the local language so that instruction could proceed in familiar words, rather than foreign ones. Visitors arriving at Kerikeri were often struck by the transformation taking place. One described the station as resembling a tidy English hamlet. Cattle, sheep, goats and pigs grazed beside fields of wheat and barley. Gardens overflowed with vegetables and fruit trees unknown in the islands a decade earlier. Geese and ducks wandered through the yards, and in the evenings cows returned to be milked, providing butter for the households. To travellers accustomed to the wild coast, the scene appeared almost unreal. Such progress depended on food security. To reduce reliance on Maori supplies, Marsden shipped cattle across the Tasman. By the end of 1823, the herd had grown to about 50 head, and he formally presented them to the Society. Their management was entrusted to Davis, who struggled to balance agricultural work with the demands of daily mission life. Butler estimated that when he left Kerikeri, roughly 50 Maori, mostly those employed by the settlers, could read a little, sing hymns, and repeat prayers in their own tongue. Cultivation had advanced so far that the problem was no longer scarcity of grain, but the labour required to grind it. The hand mill exhausted the workers and discouraged further planting, so Marsden planned to build a water-driven mill and arranged for stones to be sent from England. Shepherd continued his linguistic work, preparing a vocabulary, hymns, and a small tract describing creation and redemption. During this same year, Kendall and Butler severed their connection with the Society, a decision that marked the end of an early chapter. At Rangi, observers also noticed change. Villagers who had once viewed the strangers with suspicion were slowly adopting new habits. Marsden wrote with relief that the settlers lived as peacefully as in any European country and experienced little trouble from their neighbours. A new school opened, and children gathered daily to learn letters and numbers. They were clothed and fed by the mission, attended church each Sunday, and appeared eager for instruction. Hall, an able craftsman, earned respect from visiting sailors by repairing damaged ships and offering hospitality to officers. Another figure soon joined the enterprise. Francis Hall, who served as secretary and storekeeper, decided to return to England at the end of 1822. His character was praised as exemplary, and he had shown particular concern for Maori health, urging that medical help be provided as native resistance to European remedies gradually weakened. The next major arrival was Henry Williams with his family. They sailed from England in 1822, endured a long voyage by way of Rio and Van Diemen's Land, and reached Port Jackson early in 1823. After several months, they crossed to New Zealand aboard the Bampton, accompanied by Marsden and a small party that included Methodist workers. The original plan had been for Williams to settle at Wanga, but as the Wesleyans were already established there, Marsden chose a new site at Paihia on the southern side of the Bay of Islands. The location proved beautiful and practical. A stretch of level ground near the beach offered room for crops and buildings. Williams later described the difficulties of landing stores in relentless wind and rain, yet the Maori assisted willingly, expecting small gifts in return. The settlers ate and prayed in the open among the villagers, who watched every movement with curiosity but showed little desire to steal. A chief declared one hut sacred for European use, and no one dared even to look inside it. Within days, the newcomers had a rough house of reeds, 40 feet long, with several small rooms. Mrs. Williams arrived to find a scene both daunting and strangely welcoming. Fields of young oats and barley beside a clear beach, a hive-shaped dwelling, goats and poultry wandering about, and saw pits where timber was being prepared. On the first Sunday, a simple chapel was opened, the Union Jack raised, and the bell rang across the water as Maori carried planks to serve as benches. Henry Williams, formerly a naval officer, had entered the ministry only the year before sailing. His practical training and steady temperament soon made him a central figure in northern New Zealand. The events that followed would show how profoundly the mission landscape was changing, from scattered huts dependent on uncertain trade to organised communities, with schools, farms, and a growing confidence that a different kind of society might be possible on these distant shores. The agreement for the land at Wanga was sealed in a manner that reflected the meeting of two very different worlds. The chiefs, unable to sign their names in the European fashion, pressed the familiar patterns of their facial tattoos onto the prepared paper, transferring the identity of their tribes to a foreign document. To the missionaries, this gesture carried the weight of a binding contract. To the Maori, it was a ceremonial confirmation that the strangers were now guests under their protection. Only a few days later, the small community was shaken by unexpected events. On the 19th of August, Mr. and Mrs. Lee, accompanied by Samuel Marsden, left Wanga intending to sail to New South Wales aboard the brig Brampton. Their departure seemed straightforward, yet the sea quickly intervened. As the vessel attempted to leave the Bay of Islands, heavy weather drove her onto the rocks. The wreck forced the travellers to wait for another opportunity, and not until November, when the ship Dragon arrived from Tahiti, were they able to continue to Sydney. One of their colleagues, Mr. White, remained behind in New Zealand and returned to the Wanga station the following February. Accounts of the loss of the Brampton varied widely. Some later stories exaggerated the drama, but Marsden's own description offers a clearer picture. The brig had weighed anchor on a threatening Sunday morning with an easterly gale blowing straight into the harbour mouth. Lightly loaded and riding high, she failed to answer her helm while beating along the rocky lee shore. Soundings showed dangerously shallow water, and with reefs close to leeward, the captain ordered the anchor dropped. When the tide turned, the ship struck repeatedly, the sea rising with every hour. Fearing for the safety of the sick Lees, Marsden asked for a boat to carry them to a nearby island. Maori from the coast showed immediate concern, lighting a fire and preparing a reed hut for the exhausted couple. Messengers were sent to the mission station at Rangi requesting assistance and a large canoe. At first the islanders hesitated, insisting that the waves would smash any craft, but persistence overcame their doubts. By mid-afternoon, help arrived from the Bay of Islands. Mission boats and a war canoe battled through the surf and reached the stranded vessel. Night fell before they returned, and those waiting on the island lay awake, listening to the storm, uncertain whether friends or passengers had survived. At dawn, the brig was still upright, though driven closer to the shore. No boats appeared, and anxiety deepened until Mr. Hall came with news that the bottom of the ship was broken out, but that lives were not in immediate danger. The passengers, he said, hoped to wait for calmer weather. Over the next days, the gale intensified. The mainmast was cut away, and the natives on board cried out as it crashed into the sea. Eventually, the missionaries at Kerikeri learned of the disaster and dispatched further boats. Women and children were taken ashore, and most of the cargo was salvaged. The episode revealed how dependent the Europeans were on local goodwill. Marsden later reflected that without the confidence already built by years of contact, both people and property would have been entirely at Maori mercy. The missionary enterprise at this time was undergoing its own trials. Reports reached England that 2 members had been dismissed for behaviour unworthy of their calling. Marsden admitted that some early settlers had proved unreliable and had required constant discipline. Nevertheless, the work continued. At Rangihua and Kerikeri, cattle herds were growing, schools were operating, and several dozen Maori could already read simple texts and join in hymns. At Wangaroa, the situation was less settled. The Methodist station there had been established only recently, and the staff were strangers to local language and custom. Misunderstandings multiplied. The law of tapu, which governed every aspect of Maori life, baffled the newcomers. On one occasion, a boiler used to wash the clothes of a chief's son was declared sacred and claimed as property. A tense struggle followed before the vessel was restored and ritually cleansed. Such incidents, though minor in European eyes, touched deep spiritual boundaries for the local people. Encounters with visiting ships also brought trouble. The Endeavour, a London mission vessel, sought shelter in the harbour during 1824. While bartering on board, a quarrel between the captain and a chief erupted, and for a time the crew feared for their lives. The missionaries who arrived in a small boat were able to calm the situation, yet the event left lingering resentment. Later that year, the whaling brig Mercury ran aground after a dispute over trade, and the crew fled while Maori stripped the vessel of movable goods. Mission workers attempted to save the ship, but without charts or instruments they were forced to abandon her and retreat along the coast. Tensions at the station reached a peak in March 1825. A disagreement over a stolen dog escalated into violence. One chief threatened the missionaries with a spear, and blows were exchanged before others intervened. The episode convinced many of the Europeans that their position was precarious. They feared retaliation from neighbouring tribes, possible punishment by British authorities for the seizure of the Mercury, and the death of a local protector who had warned that his people might demand vengeance if he died. Meeting at Kerikeri with colleagues from the church mission, the Wangaroa staff listed their concerns. The temper of the local inhabitants, the recent conflicts with ships, and the uncertainty of future reprisals all seemed to argue for withdrawal. They worried that remaining might endanger the larger mission at the Bay of Islands, and believed that the fragile settlement could not withstand another crisis. By the middle of March, the situation at Wangaroa had become so tense that Mrs. Turner and the children were quietly escorted overland to the Kerikeri mission. They remained there for more than 3 months, a period that revealed how closely the 2 stations depended on one another. Movement between the Bay of Islands and Wangaroa had previously been frequent and almost casual, yet now every journey carried an undertone of anxiety. The women left Wensleydale without ceremony, a gesture the Maori easily understood as a sign of impending departure. According to local custom, such an intention could have justified the immediate seizure of all mission property. But Hongi had issued strict orders forbidding any harm to the Europeans. Some chiefs openly expressed their unease. One admitted that his heart felt heavy at the thought that the strangers might leave and carry away everything they owned. Between the lines of these exchanges, it became clear that many Maori did not believe the missionaries had sufficient reason to abandon their post. The church mission at Te Puna had faced equal or greater difficulties and had endured them. Hongi himself demonstrated unexpected goodwill, ordering the construction of a large canoe for the possible transport of the mission families, while Te Puhi, the protector of the station, was said to have wept when he learned that the settlement might be deserted. At the end of March, a striking ceremony took place near the village. Numerous remains of the dead were brought from their resting places, the skulls carefully arranged and anointed with oil, then decorated with feathers. To the missionaries, this spectacle was disturbing, yet it formed an essential part of Maori remembrance. One of the Europeans attempted to speak to the gathered crowd about resurrection, but the listeners regarded the words as distant and incomprehensible. During the first week of April, uncertainty deepened. Several boatloads of goods were quietly moved to Kerikeri in case of disaster. Some members of the mission returned to the bay to consult colleagues, while others stayed behind to watch events. Reports circulated that Hongi was preparing a new campaign against the Ngatipo people at the harbour mouth. The men of the local tribe were summoned to join him, and within hours most able-bodied inhabitants embarked in canoes, leaving the missionaries almost alone. Before departing, the villagers warned that roaming bands might soon arrive to plunder the deserted place. The warning proved accurate. On the 10th of January at dawn, a small armed group from Hongi's own tribe climbed over the mission fence and declared that the station was now unprotected and therefore open to seizure. Outbuildings were forced, pigs driven off, and tools and stores carried away. The missionaries retreated to their dwelling, realizing that resistance was impossible. By mid-morning, the main house itself was being broken into and stripped room by room. With little more than the clothes they wore and a few bundles, the Europeans decided to flee toward Kerikeri, accompanied by several Maori youths who had lived under their care. Their escape became a nervous journey through fields and forest. Fog lay over the ground, and the women were soaked by dew as they crossed the maize plots. Twice the party waded through the winding river. At a bend in the track they encountered messengers from Hokianga urging them to hide, for a large war party was advancing. Fearful, but determined, they pressed on until the column of armed men suddenly appeared around a corner. The missionaries were ordered to sit, while the chiefs conferred. After a tense pause, the leader, Patuone, greeted them with gestures of friendship and commanded his warriors to march past without touching the fugitives. An elderly chief escorted the group for several miles until they reached safer territory. Toward evening, friends from the Bay of Islands met them with refreshments and makeshift chairs to carry the exhausted women. By sunset, the refugees arrived at Kerikeri, where they were received with sympathy by the church missionaries. Local leaders soon advised that remaining there might provoke further retaliation and urged the families to move to Paihia until a clearer decision could be made. News from Whangaroa in the following days confirmed the worst fears. After the first plunderers had been driven away by a rival group from Hokianga, the second party helped itself to what remained. The mission buildings were burned, a barn of newly harvested wheat destroyed, and the small herd of cattle slaughtered. Even the grave of an infant was disturbed in the search for valuables. The station that had represented years of effort disappeared in a single morning. Responsibility for the disaster was debated from many sides. Hongi denied ordering any attack and claimed that the marauders were unauthorized followers. He insisted that he had commanded protection for the missionaries and that, on discovering the looted canoes, he had punished some of the offenders. Others believed the flight of Te Puhi and his family had encouraged opportunists who regarded the settlement as abandoned property. Whatever the truth, the destruction convinced the Methodist workers that their position at Whangaroa was no longer tenable. Gradually, the scattered families were reunited at Paihia. Life there continued under the shelter of the larger mission, while plans were made for departure to New South Wales. On the 21st of January, 1827, the remaining members of the Wanga mission sailed from New Zealand, ending an experiment that had begun with hope and closed amid confusion and misunderstanding. The episode revealed more than the vulnerability of a single station. It exposed the fragile nature of early cross-cultural contact, where unfamiliar laws, clashing expectations, and the turbulence of intertribal warfare could overturn years of patient labour. To some observers, the failure proved the impossibility of peaceful change. To others, it was a lesson in how little either side yet understood the other. The burned buildings at Wesley Dale became a silent reminder that goodwill alone could not bridge the distance between two worlds, still learning how to meet. In May of 1822, a merchant vessel named Providence appeared in the Bay of Islands, under the command of Captain James Hurd. After only a brief stay, the ship sailed westward toward the Hokianga River, where reports spoke of tall kauri trees suitable for naval masts. The Providence crossed the bar on a quiet Sunday and anchored within the broad estuary, remaining there for 4 months while the crew worked with local Maori to gather timber. By the end of June, the decks were crowded with enormous spars, some stretching more than 70 feet in length. Yet the captain soon realised that many of the finest trunks had been cut too short, reducing their value in the British market. He began to consider selling the load in Sydney and returning for a more carefully selected cargo. Relations between the sailors and the inhabitants were unusually cordial. The Maori felled the trees, hauled them to the water and delivered them alongside the vessel with remarkable efficiency. No serious quarrels or thefts were recorded, and the ship entered and left the river without mishap. 2 European residents, John Cowell and Thomas Kendall, acted as mediators and interpreters, helping to maintain trust on both sides. During the visit, Captain Hurd surveyed the winding river and its dangerous bar, preparing a chart that would guide later navigators. The commander returned to these coasts several years later with a more ambitious purpose. In Britain, a group of merchants and politicians had formed a company to establish a permanent settlement in New Zealand. They equipped the bark, Rosanna, and sent with her a party of tradesmen, shipwrights, sawyers, blacksmiths, and flax workers, together with machines for sawing timber and preparing fibre. A smaller cutter, the Lambton, sailed in company. The plan was to secure land, build a factory for processing local resources, and open a regular trade with Europe. At first, the project enjoyed official encouragement. Ministers in London spoke favourably of the scheme, and there were even suggestions that a charter might be granted once the preliminary expedition proved successful. But from the beginning, the enterprise rested on uncertain foundations. New Zealand lay outside formal British authority, and rumours circulated that other European powers might claim interest in the islands. These diplomatic hesitations, combined with the sheer distance and expense, placed a heavy burden on the promoters. When the Rosanna reached the Hauraki Gulf in 1826, the settlers hoped to choose a site near the Thames. Some reports later claimed that they were frightened away by a Maori welcome ceremony, misinterpreted as a threat. Whatever the precise cause, the leaders decided not to land there and move northward to Hokianga. At a place known later as Hurd's Point, they negotiated the purchase of a tract of land from local chiefs. The agreement was respected by many in the district, yet doubts remained about its extent and legality. Life on board the Rosanna soon became uneasy. The vessel carried a large store of gunpowder intended for trade, and the presence of such a prize aroused dangerous interest. The crew maintained a constant watch as if at sea, allowing only a few trusted chiefs to visit the deck. Missionaries at the Bay of Islands warned the captain of plots to seize the ship, and these alerts persuaded him that the settlement could not be safely established. After nearly a year of uncertainty, the company abandoned its design. The mechanics and artisans were offered passage back to Britain, and the equipment brought for the new colony was sold in Sydney. Newspapers mocked the failure, describing the venture as grand in conception but impossible in practice without government support. The Rosanna herself required repairs and was later chartered for the homeward voyage. Yet Captain Heard's observations left an enduring impression. He spoke of the populous communities along the Hokianga and of witnessing thousands of warriors armed with muskets and cartridge boxes. The sight revealed how deeply European trade had already altered the balance of power among the tribes. A few former employees chose to remain in New Zealand, believing that opportunities would still arise despite the collapse of the organised plan. A very different figure entered New Zealand's story through the adventures of John Rutherford. According to his own account, he spent a decade among Maori after being captured on the east coast. Born in Manchester near the end of the 18th century, he had gone to sea as a child and roamed the world in naval and trading vessels. Service in Brazil, participation in the storming of San Sebastian, voyages to India and China and wanderings among Pacific islands filled his early years. Eventually he joined an American brig engaged in the pearl trade, and in 1816 the ship approached the eastern shores of New Zealand, seeking supplies. Storms drove the vessel south of its intended destination, and after 5 days of heavy weather, the captain reluctantly entered an unfamiliar bay. Canoes crowded around, most paddled by women eager to trade mats and fishing lines made from strong native flax. Their friendliness concealed restless curiosity, and that night, many small items vanished from the deck. The following morning, a prominent chief arrived in a great war canoe and arranged to bring fresh water from the shore. For a time, relations seemed peaceful, and pigs and fern root were exchanged in abundance. Suspicion grew when ropes were found cut and nails pulled from the ship's boat. Smoke signals appeared on the hills, and the captain prepared to sail. As the crew went below for a hurried meal, the Maori suddenly cast aside their cloaks and began a fierce chant. In the confusion, the captain was struck down with a tomahawk, and the cook and mate were killed in moments. The rest of the sailors were overwhelmed and bound, while the ship drifted toward the bar and was plundered. At sunset, the prisoners were carried to a village, their dead companions thrown beside them in the canoe. During the night, great fires blazed on the beach as canoes ferried spoil from the wreck. At dawn, the hull was burning near the river mouth. The captives were brought before an assembly of chiefs, and after long debate, 6 were executed with chilling laughter from the crowd. The bodies were prepared in earth ovens, a sight that filled the survivors with terror. Rutherford and 5 others were spared and led inland through forest and swamp to the home of a chief named Rangi, where mourning ceremonies greeted their arrival. In the days that followed, the prisoners were distributed among different leaders. Rutherford eventually reached the settlement of Amy, a powerful chief, and there his life took a strange turn. The newcomers were stripped and subjected to the painful process of tattooing, which marked them as taboo and temporarily sacred. For several days they were fed by the chief's daughters from the same baskets as their elders, and slowly the swelling of the wounds subsided. Months passed in hunting and fishing. Rutherford borrowed the chief's fowling piece and supplied pigeons for the household. Then a misfortune altered everything. An elderly woman of the village fell ill and died after eating food prepared with a knife that had touched common materials. The doctor accused one of the Europeans of causing the death, and despite desperate pleas, the man was struck down before the assembly. The victim was buried according to Christian custom. but the incident taught Rutherford how fragile his safety remained. From that time he lived alone among the tribe, adopting their clothing and customs. His European garments wore out, leaving only a flax mat for covering. The village life continued with its rhythms of planting, fishing, feasting, and war. He watched the elaborate rites surrounding the exhumation of the old woman's bones, which were cleaned, placed in a carved box, and set within a sacred enclosure guarded by a wooden image. Such honours were reserved for chiefs, while slaves were buried without ceremony. Years drifted by with little change. Rutherford learned the language and became familiar with the landscape, yet he never forgot the sudden violence that had brought him there. Every gathering of warriors, every dispute over trade, reminded him that survival depended on the goodwill of those around him. The story of his captivity, later carried back to Europe, offered outsiders a rare glimpse into a society both hospitable and uncompromising, where generosity and cruelty could stand side by side and where the laws of honour shaped every human bond. One day, during a feast in the settlement, the local leader, Amy, summoned the outsider in front of several influential chiefs. He spoke of the man's skill in hunting, fishing, and handling himself in the bush, then announced that he intended to raise him to the rank of chief if he would accept. The offer was taken without hesitation. At once, a ceremonial change began. The man's hair was cut at the front with a sharp oyster shell, in the distinctive style worn by chiefs, and gifts followed as a sign that the decision had weight. Mats were placed into his hands, and promises were made that pigs would be sent the next day. He was dressed in a finely prepared mat, stained with red earth and oiled until it shone, the same kind worn by the other leading men. A young woman, a chief's daughter who had never met him before, rubbed the same mixture over his head and face as if sealing the transformation in public view. A handsome stone club was presented as well, and from that day forward he kept it with him as a constant emblem of his new standing. After the ceremony, Amy spoke again and urged him to take wives, explaining that chiefs were expected to have more than one if they wished. The new chief agreed to take 2. A large group of women, said to be around 60, were brought forward for him to choose from. Yet he refused them all, unimpressed and unwilling to decide quickly. Amy responded by placing a restriction on him for 3 days, declaring him under a taboo that limited his actions until the time had passed. When the 3 days ended, Amy led him to a related camp, promising that there he would see women more to his liking. At that camp, another group was brought forward. Instead of selecting from those presented, his attention fixed on Amy's 2 daughters, who had followed and were sitting quietly on the grass. He walked directly to the elder and stated that he would choose her. Her reaction was immediate. She screamed and ran. 2 men threw off their outer mats to chase her, caught her quickly, and brought her back. Under Amy's direction, the new chief took her hand. Only then did the men release her. She walked with him toward her father, head lowered, laughing in a way that suggested embarrassment as much as acceptance. Amy then called the younger daughter, who approached laughing as well, and he advised that both should be taken. The man asked them plainly whether they were willing to go with him. And they replied with a phrase that carried the sense of agreement, though with a faint shade of hesitation, as if saying they supposed they would. Amy declared that they now belonged to him under taboo, and the 3 returned together to the village, followed by a crowd curious to witness the outcome. Not long after, Amy and his brother arrived, and that evening a great feast was held for the people. Much of the night was filled with a dance performed mainly on special occasions, when large gatherings came together. The women stood in a line and moved as one body, while several held muskets above their heads as part of the display. Men provided the vocal rhythm, singing in support of the dancers, because there were no musical instruments used to accompany such ceremonies. the two wives were named Hau and Pekka. They were described as attractive, calm, and good-natured. Certain household customs quickly became unavoidable. The man was expected to eat with them outside, because they would not eat beneath the roof of his house, which their tradition forbade. When he travelled for longer periods, he often took Pekka with him and left Hau behind. Jealousy between chiefs' wives was not treated as normal. Harmony was expected, with the elder wife regarded as the senior within the household. Marriage itself required little beyond what had already been done. Social rules around rank remained strict. A child born to a slave woman inherited the mother's status even if the father was a chief. Adultery, if discovered and judged, could lead to immediate execution. Some chiefs took wives from among enslaved women, yet ordinary men who did the same placed themselves at risk because they could be robbed without consequence. By contrast, marrying into a chief's family offered a kind of protection, since few dared steal from those linked to high status. Property disputes were handled in ways that made theft both common and strangely regulated. If a stolen object remained hidden for 3 days, it was widely treated as belonging to the thief, and the injured person's only real remedy was retaliation through theft in return. If the item was found before the 3 days passed, it had to be returned, but even then the thief was often not punished. Chiefs were safe from the petty theft of their inferiors, but not from one another. Leading men plundered rivals, and those insults could easily escalate into war. At one point, the new chief travelled with Amy on a long journey that took weeks. He brought Pekka with him. They were accompanied by around 20 enslaved women who carried supplies and managed livestock along the way. Each woman bore a heavy load of potatoes for the group, often said to be around 30 pounds beyond what she needed for herself, while also driving a pig forward, held by a cord tied to its leg. Men did not travel unarmed. The route alternated between water and land. After about a month, they reached a coastal settlement called Taranaki near Cook Strait, where they were received by a powerful leader named Otako, who had travelled from the far south. Greetings followed local etiquette. Noses touched in greeting, and tears were shed as part of the formal welcome, a display that could be sincere, strategic, or both. In that place, the traveller met an Englishman named James Moriori. Maori's story carried the harsh pattern of early contact. He had once belonged to a ship's crew sent ashore to trade, and the party was attacked. Everyone was killed except him, spared because he was young and because Otako's daughter protected him. He later married that woman, lived for years among the people, learned the language, and joined them in war. He had become so accustomed to the life that he intended never to leave. Those who met him noted that he had forgotten much of his own language, and he was heavily tattooed, no longer carrying himself like a newcomer. He spoke of earlier killings and the fate of shipmates, and in exchange he listened to the captive's account of how he had survived. The traveller remained at Taranaki for about 6 weeks and watched the strait constantly, hoping for a passing ship that might offer escape. None appeared. He kept his plan secret, even from the other Englishmen, because loyalty had shifted. A man deeply tied to local life could become a danger to anyone plotting to leave. The journey continued along the coast. After another long march, the party reached East Cape and encountered a feared war leader named Pomare, associated with the Bay of Islands. Pomare's force was large, with war canoes, muskets with polished barrels, powder stored in small kegs, and supplies of potatoes and flax mats. His reputation came from violence on a wide scale. He displayed preserved heads of chiefs he had killed and spoke openly of carrying them north to trade with visiting ships for gunpowder. After the group separated, the travellers moved on, camping in the woods at night, sleeping near large fires under trees, and returning home exhausted. Howe welcomed the traveller back with visible relief. Life remained quiet for a time, until news arrived that chiefs across the region were preparing for a major expedition. The destination was Kaipara, near the source of the Thames River, far away by local standards. Allies were expected, enemies anticipated, and preparations began immediately. Women were set to work making new baskets for provisions. Each person on such a campaign was expected to provide weapons, ammunition, food, and enslaved carriers. Plunder was taken individually. Gifts to the chief were given at each warrior's discretion. Slaves were not required to fight, though they sometimes ran forward to assist their masters in moments of danger. When the departure day came, the new chief marched with the others carrying his stone club, pistols, and a double-barreled gun, along with powder, balls, and abundant shot for hunting along the route. Pekka travelled with him and carried mats intended to serve as bedding, woven during his earlier absence. The expedition was large, said to be around 500 including warriors and carriers, though many carriers were sent home once supplies were consumed. The march took place in rainy season, making it especially punishing. Friendly villages offered shelter at night, otherwise the party slept in forest camps. When provisions ran out, they took what they could wherever they found it. After 5 weeks they reached Kaipara and found a much larger encampment already there, perhaps more than 1,000 men beside a river. Huts were built quickly, and a hut was assigned to the traveller and Pekka. They were provided 2 enslaved women to gather fern root, collect shellfish, and catch fish, which became their main food except when hunting produced birds or wild pigs. Across the river, shallow enough to wade at points, an opposing force waited for reinforcements. Messengers crossed constantly. One messenger announced that a white man in the enemy camp had heard of the traveller and wished to see him. Permission was offered for a safe meeting if the traveller crossed unarmed and returned when he wanted. With Amy's approval, he crossed alone, leaving his weapons and even leaving Pekka behind. On the far side, he was greeted in the same way as before by the pressing together of noses, and he was seated among chiefs, beside the other European, who introduced himself as John Morman. Morman claimed he had fled a warship and then joined local life, marrying a chief's daughter and living under the protection of her family. He spoke of recent news from the Bay of Islands, of missionaries and of ships taken or attacked along the coast, including places infamous for earlier massacres. During this visit, a brutal scene unfolded. A slave was brought before a chief. The chief rose, struck the man down with a club, and killed him on the spot. The weapon was unusual, described as steel rather than stone. The chief then tore out the victim's heart and ate it immediately. The bystanders explained that this chief was Hongi, a man who had visited England and received gifts from high-ranking patrons, including firearms and armour, which he later wore in battles. His reason for killing the slave was given as punishment for theft. The slave had stolen the armour and tried to flee to the enemy. The traveller claimed this was the only theft he ever saw punished in that land. He also judged Hongi as ferocious, despite his exposure to Europeans, and suggested that Hongi protected missionaries mainly for the advantage he could gain from them. Soon after, the enemy camp withdrew from the river. Both sides prepared to fight. Muskets were widespread, purchased through trade with visiting English and American ships. The 2 armies crossed the river and took positions. The traveller stood on a rise with a clear view and was not required to join the main line, though he remained armed and alert. Behind him sat Pekka and the 2 enslaved women. Each side's commander stepped forward, began a war chant, and after it, both groups performed a war dance, shouting and swinging weapons, building themselves into a frenzy. Then the lines formed two deep, with women and boys positioned behind, close enough to retrieve weapons and assist. The musket volleys came first. Many did not shoulder their guns, firing from the hip or holding them awkwardly, then discarding them behind as if the musket were only a single-use opening strike. Women and boys gathered the dropped guns as the warriors drew clubs and axes and rushed together. Close combat turned savage and fast. Fighters grabbed hair with one hand and struck with the other, severing heads as trophies, while the screams from behind rose into a frightening chorus. Those supporting the fighters received heads as soon as they were taken. Warriors then moved among the fallen to seize bodies, sometimes ending with mismatched heads and corpses, trophies separated from the men they belonged to. The fight lasted only minutes before one side broke and fled into the woods. In the chaos, a fleeing man crossed the hill where the traveller stood and threw a jagged spear that lodged deep in his thigh. Two women later cut it out using an oyster shell. The wound was described as wide and severe. He was carried back across the river on a woman's back, and Paker applied crushed green herbs that stopped the bleeding and dulled the pain. The victors returned with prisoners, who became slaves to whoever seized them. The body of a chief killed in the fight was brought back and laid on mats in front of the huts. Heads were mounted on long spears and raised around the camp. Bodies were carried to fires to be cooked according to local custom. Through the night, the camp celebrated with dancing and chanting. The next morning, a feast was held that included both fern root and human flesh, presented as a victory rite. The slain chief's body was cut into pieces, packed into baskets, covered with dark mats, and loaded into canoes. Other casualties were named on both sides, and trophies were kept and preserved. Afterward, the war party travelled downriver by canoe to a place called Hauraki, where a relative of the dead lived. As the canoes approached, the group sang a funeral chant. Hills were crowded with women and children, faces painted red, heads decorated with white feathers, waving mats and calling out a welcome. Once ashore, the warriors performed a naked dance, then staged a mock battle with another group of warriors, as if turning violence into theatre and theatre into ritual. Baskets containing body parts were opened publicly. A head was decorated with feathers and placed atop one basket, while other captured heads were displayed on spears throughout the village. The mother of the slain stood on the roof dressed in feathers, turning and crying, twisting her hands in grief that was both personal and communal. The land around that settlement was described as unusually fertile and well cultivated compared with other areas. Yet even there, horror was not absent. Incidents were reported of women consuming parts of their own infants after a child had been killed by a master. Details presented as evidence of how far violence could reach into domestic life. Not long after returning home, a sudden alarm spread through the village. Smoke rose from distant high ground, and people ran shouting that a ship had appeared on the coast. For the captive, this news brought a surge of hope. Amy and others gathered warriors and enslaved carriers, loaded with trade goods like mats and potatoes, driving pigs ahead, and hurried toward the shore. They reached Tokomaro after 2 days, a place tied to earlier disaster for the captive and his crew. The ship was visible but held offshore by strong winds. That night they camped and ate, and the captive noticed some still wore trinkets, taken long ago from the captured vessel. A grim gift arrived during the meal, a basket said to contain cooked flesh from a recently killed slave girl. When it was opened, it resembled roasted pork. The captive handed it away, and the chiefs shared it. As the leaders talked, their plan hardened. If the ship came closer, they intended to seize it and kill the crew. They decided the captive should go aboard first to lure the ship in. He agreed outwardly, but his purpose was different. He was dressed in prestige clothing of feathers and armed with a finely carved stone axe, head described as green glass in appearance and extremely hard. In a canoe he approached the vessel, which turned out to be an American brig under Captain Jackson, trading among Pacific islands and heading for the California coast. The captain stared at the tattooed man and exclaimed that a white New Zealander had come aboard. The captive corrected him and revealed he was English. In the cabin he told his story and warned of the danger of landing. He begged the captain to turn away quickly and take him, because this was the only real chance he had seen in years. Meanwhile, one of the chief's sons began stealing aboard. The crew tied him up, flogged him, and threw him back into the canoe. The captain was ready to punish the others as well, but the captive intervened, worried that those ashore might retaliate against any remaining survivors from earlier shipwrecks. Captain Jackson agreed to carry him away. The canoe was set adrift, and the brig stood out to sea. Only then did the captive learn the date, 9th of January 1826. By his reckoning, he had been held for almost 10 years. On the ship he received clothing and basic necessities. In return he gave the captain the local garments and weapon that had marked his adopted status. The voyage carried him onward through the Pacific, eventually reaching Tahiti in February. There he entered service under British authority and worked at hard labour, cutting and sawing wood. Later he married a local woman of rank, and for a time he acted as an interpreter for naval officers surveying the region. Yet the pull of home remained. He sailed again in early January 1827 toward Port Jackson, promising those he left behind that he would return within 2 years if possible. From Port Jackson he moved through other ports and ships, eventually reaching Europe. In South America, a man of means took interest in his story and arranged for him to be questioned by an emperor through an interpreter, who then gave him money and offered naval employment. He refused, choosing instead a passage back to England. At last, he returned to Manchester, the city of his birth, which he had not seen since he first went to sea as a teenager. After his return, survival demanded humiliations. At times, he joined travelling exhibitions, displaying his tattoos and recounting his experiences. Observers described him as quick-minded and sharply attentive to detail. He was said to dislike being exhibited, but endured it to raise enough money to return to the Pacific, where he believed he could live more freely than in the tight routines of England. He claimed he would not fear returning to New Zealand, confident that former companions would accept that he had been carried away by force, not by betrayal. With knowledge of local customs and with skilled tradesmen and iron, he believed trade could be turned into a profitable enterprise. While such personal stories spread through ports and taverns, another force was tightening its grip along the coasts, the missionaries. The growing flow of visiting ships had brought disorder, and leaders in the mission feared that uncontrolled trade encouraged idleness, petty bargaining, greed, and endless distraction from religious work. Rules were laid down to limit private deals and prevent mission workers from trading for personal gain. Purchases from visiting ships were to be approved by a local committee, with designated representatives handling negotiations to reduce suspicion and jealousy. Timber was not to be supplied without approval, and any proceeds were to be recorded for the mission rather than pocketed by individuals. Every transaction was to be written down in a public record to guard against accusations and internal corruption. Those who broke the rules were to be reported and could be suspended or dismissed. The mission itself shifted as people came and went. Some workers returned to New South Wales or England, and new settlers arrived with practical skills. A gunsmith was valued not only for mission work, but also because local war leaders expected their firearms to be repaired and improved. Others arrived as carpenters or farmers. Settlements were organised across different sites. with small chapels and schools. Services were held, sermons read, and efforts made to teach reading in the hope that scriptures could eventually be understood in the local language. Attendance was uneven. Promises to send children often dissolved into reluctance once the school opened. Still, some boys and girls, including children of chiefs, were taught and supported. The mission families tried to model a disciplined routine: worship, morning and evening, instruction whenever possible, and practical aid for the sick in the form of food, tea, and bread. Farming became part of the effort, with wheat planted and harvested to feed mission households. Cattle were kept, some wandering wild, and chiefs asked for breeding pairs to spread livestock across the country. Yet despite these plans, shipping remained a constant disturbance. Runaway sailors and deserters clustered around the Bay of Islands, some living by plunder, and captains sometimes hired these men when short of crew, feeding a cycle of lawlessness. At Paihia, the situation at the beginning of the year appeared uncertain and heavy with anxiety. News had arrived that a vessel from Port Jackson, the brig Mercury, had been seized at Wangaroa, and the effect of this act spread quickly through the Bay of Islands. Traders grew cautious, visiting ships became suspicious, and the local population, already sensitive to rumour, drifted into a restless and threatening mood. At the same time, food was scarce. Potatoes and pork, the staples on which both settlers and many Maori families relied, were difficult to obtain, and there were days when even the mission households wondered how the next week would be managed. Yet as the months passed, a small but significant change began to take shape among the people. The change centred on an elderly chief named Rangi, and his story gradually came to symbolise a new direction. The roots of the episode lay further to the south. After the destructive campaigns led by Hongi along the Thames River, the communities of Bream Bay found themselves in a dangerous position. They were allies of the northern leaders, yet their lands lay close to tribes that had been attacked and humiliated. Fearing retaliation, many families abandoned their homes and sought shelter at the Bay of Islands. Rangi was among these refugees. Though not the highest-ranking man of his people, he carried authority and experience, and he settled with his followers about a mile from the mission station at Paihia. From the beginning, he showed an unusual curiosity about the teaching offered by the Europeans. While most of his companions listened politely but without commitment, the old chief attended repeatedly, asking questions and reflecting on what he heard. This was in 1824, a time when the missionaries themselves felt they were speaking into an empty wind. Rangi, however, began to urge his neighbours to treat the seventh day differently from the others. He devised a simple signal. On the morning he believed to be the day of rest, he hoisted a piece of red cloth as a flag, so that everyone around would know it was not a day for ordinary labour. Little by little, he abandoned the rituals of his earlier life and declared himself willing to follow the new faith. When he was eventually baptized, he became the first person of the local people to make such a public commitment. Those who watched the ceremony sensed that something more than a private decision had taken place. By September, the mood around Paihia had softened. The missionaries noted that they were now received with courtesy almost everywhere they travelled, and that open hostility had given way to a cautious respect. At the same time, practical needs pressed heavily. A small vessel had been ordered to assist the mission in moving food and visiting scattered settlements. The lack of such a craft had been keenly felt, for provisions were often trapped in one district while another faced hunger. When work began on the boat, the settlement nearly ran out of supplies. For a period there was no pork at all, and the last store of potatoes was boiled and eaten with uncertainty about what would follow. Without help from the sea, some feared they might be forced to live on fern root like the poorest families around them. The building of the vessel brought a new figure onto the stage. Gilbert Mair, a young man from Scotland who had reached the Bay of Islands after several adventurous voyages, joined the project. He possessed energy, practical skill, and a bold temperament suited to the unsettled frontier. The schooner, later named the Herald, was the first craft of its kind constructed in northern New Zealand, and the work attracted attention far beyond the mission. Not all of that attention was friendly. A group of Maori, angered by some imagined grievance, gathered around the partly finished hull and threatened to burn it and destroy those responsible. In the confrontation that followed, the missionaries and Mair defended themselves vigorously, with whatever tools lay at hand. The crowd eventually scattered, but not before Mair suffered a broken arm, a reminder that progress in those years rarely came without risk. When the Herald was finally launched in January 1826, the event became a spectacle. Thousands of Maori gathered from surrounding districts, expecting that the heavy labour of moving the vessel would bring rich payment. They imagined teams of men hauling with ropes in the traditional manner used for canoes. Instead, the builders had prepared a proper slipway. At the moment chosen, the dogshores were knocked aside and the schooner slid smoothly into the water. The onlookers, astonished, burst into cries of amazement. Their carefully calculated demands vanished, replaced by wonder, at a method that required neither strength nor payment. The Herald soon proved her worth. Under Mair's command, she carried missionaries to Sydney, brought back stores, and linked distant harbours along the coast. On her first voyage across the Tasman, several Maori formed part of the crew, learning the disciplines of the sea. The little ship also served another purpose. It allowed the mission to rescue threatened people. When rumours spread that a party from the bay intended to attack visitors sheltering at Paihia, the Herald slipped away at night and landed them safely at their own territory in the Bay of Plenty. Meanwhile, life at the various stations continued with mixed success. At Rangi and Kerikeri, small schools struggled to keep regular attendance. Children learned to read and write in their own language, though the lack of printed books limited progress. Some parents were proud to hear their sons read passages aloud, yet many families drifted away whenever seasonal work or warfare intervened. The missionaries spent long hours translating portions of scripture, checking every word with those who knew the language best, hoping that one day printed texts would replace the fragile manuscripts. Visitors occasionally offered a different perspective. One traveller, approaching Kerikeri after a long journey through the forest, was startled to see what looked like an English village set down among the hills. Neat wooden houses, smoke from chimneys, and cattle wandering home at sunset seemed out of place beside the surrounding pie. His description was not entirely kind. The Maori youths living with the missionaries wore awkward European clothes, their hair cut short beneath woolen caps, and the visitor felt that the natural grace of the people had been hidden beneath borrowed garments. He also complained of a cool reception, finding the settlers reserved and suspicious, rather than eager for conversation. Whether his judgment was fair or not, it revealed the gap between the expectations of outsiders and the cautious habits formed by years of uncertainty. At Paihia, the routine had begun to resemble that of a disciplined community. A bell woke the settlement before dawn, and prayers were held soon after. Part of each day was devoted to studying the language, part to teaching, and part to the endless labour of farming, building, and repairing. The absence of a printing press remained a constant frustration. Many Maori could now read simple sentences, yet there were few pages to place in their hands. The missionaries argued that without printed lessons, the schools would always remain limited, and they appealed repeatedly for someone trained in the craft of printing to be sent from abroad. Kawakawa, another small outpost, illustrated the practical difficulties of agriculture. The soil was promising, but clearing the land required more labour than could be hired. Natives were reluctant to work for long periods, and many were unwilling to sell additional land once they saw its value increasing. Wheat fields planted with hope often looked thin and yellow in the wet seasons, and the dream of feeding the mission from its own harvest remained distant. Early in 1827, a shock arrived from the north. The Wesleyan mission at Whangaroa was suddenly abandoned after conflict among local tribes. The event alarmed the church missionaries, who feared that hostility might spread toward their own settlements. The seizure of the Mercury had already made visiting captains wary, and any further violence could isolate the bay entirely. In response, Samuel Marsden crossed from New South Wales to consult with the settlers and to encourage steadiness. His visit was brief, yet it reassured many that they were not forgotten. At Rangahawa, Kerikeri and Paihia, the schools continued to grow. By mid-year, dozens of boys and girls lived within the mission houses, learning to read and helping with daily tasks. Some former pupils returned to their villages carrying new skills, able to write messages for their families and to interpret the strange ideas of the Europeans. The settlers also began to keep cattle and cultivate larger gardens, attempting to reduce dependence on imported flour. Even so, trade with ships remained essential, and disputes over prices and payments were common. The Herald's career ended abruptly in 1828. While attempting to cross the bar at Hokianga after waiting several days for favourable weather, the wind failed and the schooner was driven onto the rocks. The crew reached shore safely, but the surrounding people stripped the vessel of everything portable, claiming the right according to their custom. Efforts to restrain them nearly cost Mayer his life, saved only by the intervention of a woman who threw her mat over him as a sign of protection. The loss of the Herald was keenly felt, for she had become the mission's lifeline. That same year, the missionaries found themselves drawn into local politics in a way they had never intended. A quarrel between related groups erupted after the theft of slaves and a musket. Retaliation followed, and in the fighting a respected leader named Waremu was killed. His death threatened to plunge the whole region into war. Chiefs from the bay prepared an expedition toward Hokianga, and some asked the missionaries to accompany them and seek peace. 2 of the settlers agreed to go, in carrying no weapons, but hoping that their presence might restrain violence. They walked for days with the war party, sleeping in makeshift camps that resembled bustling fairs. On the Sunday, they hoisted a flag to mark the day of rest and spoke to hundreds of warriors gathered around them. Eventually, both sides met near a deep ditch chosen as neutral ground. After formal dances, volleys of musket fire into the air, and long speeches, the leaders accepted terms of reconciliation. The armies dispersed, and the missionaries returned home exhausted but relieved. For the first time, their influence had reached beyond teaching and farming into the delicate realm of tribal conflict. By the end of 1828, nearly 200 Maori were connected with the various schools. The first annual examination brought them together in the chapel, where they were tested in reading, writing, and arithmetic. The event felt like a festival. After the lessons, a large communal meal was served, and as soon as grace was spoken, the guests gathered up the remaining food to carry home, following their own custom. Girls displayed sewn garments, boys presented carpentry work, and prizes were awarded with great excitement. Such scenes hinted at a society slowly changing form. The following year remained comparatively calm. A few new missionaries arrived from England, while others returned home. Hongi, the formidable warrior who had dominated earlier years, died in March 1828, and many believed his passing marked the end of an era of constant campaigns. Communities around the bay began planting wheat and maize, encouraged by the example of the settlers. Trade in pigs, corn, and potatoes expanded, though muskets and powder still drew the highest prices. Among the local people, figures like Wanga stepped forward. He asked that his children be baptized, writing a curious letter in which he spoke of untying the rope that bound him to former ways. His request was granted publicly, and the ceremony made a deep impression. Others soon followed his example, suggesting that the ideas first heard years earlier were taking root at last. As the decade closed, European settlement outside the missions began to grow. Gilbert Mayer established a trading post at Te Wahapu, building warehouses, a wharf, and cottages for craftsmen. Blacksmiths, coopers, and carpenters set up their shops, and visiting whalers found a convenient harbour. Mayer organised networks along the coast to collect produce and even sent the first shipments of Kauri gum overseas after discovering its value for varnish. These developments hinted at a future far larger than the small religious communities imagined at the beginning. In January of 1827, an unexpected drama unfolded in the Bay of Islands. Early one morning, a brig appeared on the horizon, her decks crowded with unfamiliar faces. She was clearly not a whaling vessel, and those watching from shore assumed she must have sailed from Sydney. A boat was lowered and pulled toward the watering place at Kororareka, where barrels were filled as if the crew intended to remain for some time. Suspicion grew quickly. When a messenger crossed to investigate, he returned with troubling news, and soon it became clear that the vessel was the Wellington, supposedly bound for Norfolk Island with convicts and supplies. The prisoners on board had risen in revolt and were now in control, holding the captain, guards, and passengers as hostages. The seizure had been carefully planned long before the ship left port. Walton, a determined and ruthless man, had taken command, appointing fellow convicts to act as officers. The soldiers were trapped below deck, the crew forced into confinement, and the ship turned away from her intended course. The rebels spoke openly of sailing to South America, where they hoped to begin new lives beyond the reach of British law. Yet fear and division haunted them. Some prisoners refused to join the mutiny and were locked with the crew. Others quarrelled over religion and authority, and more than once the fragile alliance threatened to collapse into violence. Reaching New Zealand was not part of their original design, but they lacked charts, fresh water, and nautical instruments. The Bay of Islands offered both supplies and a hiding place. Local whaling captains approached the brig cautiously, puzzled by the strange behaviour of the crew. Questions were answered with evasions, and the presence of armed men dressed in soldiers' jackets only deepened the mystery. Gradually, the truth emerged through whispered messages and nervous glances. The rightful captain managed to reveal his identity, and soon the visitors understood that they were dealing with pirates in all but name. Tension rose over the following days. The rebel leader visited neighbouring ships, attempting to trade stolen provisions and tools, while the settlers debated how to respond. Eventually, the whaling crews resolved to act. Guns were brought on deck, springs set on anchor cables, and plans made to prevent the Wellington from escaping. At dawn, a warning shot was fired, followed by a short bombardment that shattered rigging and terrified the mutineers. Many fled below, others leapt into the sea, and before long negotiations began. The rebels demanded to be allowed ashore with supplies. The rescuers insisted on the release of prisoners and soldiers first. By afternoon, the captives were free, and the brig lay once more in loyal hands. The victory did not end the danger. As the convicts were landed, crowds of Maori gathered and stripped them of clothing, a customary act toward defeated enemies. Over the next week, the locals hunted down those who had escaped into the bush, delivering them one by one in exchange for powder and muskets. Each capture was bargained over, and the scene resembled a grim marketplace. Meanwhile, on board the brig, the remaining prisoners plotted a second uprising. Knives were discovered, manacles found nearly sawn through, and several men confessed that they intended to retake the vessel at sea. Extra irons were forged, guards doubled, and the ringleaders chained to the deck. When the ships finally sailed for Sydney, the tension continued. Another conspiracy was uncovered, and severe punishment followed. After arrival, the surviving mutineers were tried, some executed, others condemned to lifelong exile. The episode left a deep mark on both settlers and Maori, demonstrating how quickly the remote harbours of New Zealand could be drawn into the violence of the wider empire. Only 2 years later, another maritime tragedy occurred along the Bay of Plenty. The brig Hawes anchored near Whale Island to prepare pork for trade, using the hot springs there for curing. A local chief guided the ship to safety, yet suspicion lingered. One morning, several crewmen went ashore with him, and when the captain followed to investigate their delay, gunshots echoed from the vessel. Before the boat could return, the brig was seized and 3 sailors killed. Their bodies were mutilated, and the ship plundered by the attackers. Assistance arrived from a nearby schooner, and after a tense confrontation, the Hawes was retaken, though badly damaged and stripped of many supplies. The second mate, held captive on shore, was ransomed with weapons and powder, revealing how commerce and violence had become dangerously entangled. Alongside these dramatic events existed another, quieter trade that disturbed visitors even more than piracy. The people of New Zealand possessed an ancient custom of preserving human heads. Originally, the practice honoured friends and respected enemies, keeping their likenesses as memorials or trophies. The process was elaborate. The brain removed, the skull cleansed, the skin treated with heat and smoke, and the features carefully shaped with fibre so that the tattooed patterns remained visible. When prepared in this way, the head could endure for many years, a silent witness to battles and alliances. European curiosity transformed this ritual into a commodity. Sailors and collectors began to purchase the relics, and prices in Sydney reached astonishing levels. Demand encouraged grim innovation. Chiefs tattooed slaves, solely to make their heads more valuable, and strangers were murdered for the sake of their markings. Stories circulated of traders bargaining for the head of a living man, promising to return for the finished article. The moral boundaries that had once limited the custom were steadily eroded by profit. Tensions flared whenever these objects were displayed before the relatives of the dead. On one notorious occasion, a ship's master emptied a sack of newly bought heads onto his deck in the Bay of Islands. Cries of recognition rose from the crowd, and only a swift departure saved him from vengeance. Such incidents convinced the colonial authorities that the trade was poisoning relations between cultures. A proclamation was issued, forbidding the import of preserved heads and condemning the traffic as an incentive to murder. Owners were urged to surrender any specimens so they might be returned to their families. The ban gradually reduced the commerce, yet the memory of it lingered. Observers compared the Maori custom with practices from other parts of the world: scalps in America, skulls in New Guinea, trophies among ancient warriors. But none carried quite the same blend of artistry, grief, and exploitation. What had begun as a form of remembrance became a symbol of the collision between two societies, each struggling to understand the other while navigating the turbulent currents of trade, faith, and survival. Late in the summer of 1830, a small quarrel on the shore of Kororareka ignited one of the most destructive conflicts the Bay of Islands had yet seen. 2 young women of high rank, daughters of influential chiefs from Kerikeri and Kawakawa, went to bathe together at the beach. Both were closely connected to Captain Brind, master of the British whaling ship Toward Castle, then anchored among several foreign vessels in the bay. For years the captain had favoured the Kawakawa girl and showered her family with gifts, but recently he had taken the daughter of Rewa as a second companion. The rivalry between the women sharpened, and harsh words were exchanged. One cursed the other, and the insult was understood to include her entire tribe. Among the Maori, cursing was not a casual matter. It was considered a deeply dangerous act, very different from European swearing. The language of abuse usually referred to cannibal imagery, reducing the victim to something fit only to be cooked and eaten. Such words struck at personal and tribal dignity. Slaves who cursed their masters were often killed immediately, and even between free people, a curse demanded payment or blood. When the story of the women's quarrel spread, the various sub-tribes quickly took sides, drawing allies into the dispute as if an old feud had suddenly reawakened. Pomare and his followers supported the Kawakawa family and prepared to defend Kororareka. Rewa gathered his relatives and planned an attack against those sheltering his rival. At first it was hoped that the plundering of nearby Kumara gardens would satisfy the need for compensation. But the anger ran too deep. On the 6th of March, the beach erupted in gunfire. Warriors arrived from Wangaroa under the leadership of Ururoa, determined to settle the matter by force. Missionaries who lived nearby crossed the water to plead for restraint. They found the attackers eating the sweet potatoes they had just seized from the gardens, sitting in council and boasting of their strength. The visitors were received politely and were even invited to speak. For a moment, it seemed possible that reason might prevail. Yet the next morning, heavy firing echoed across the bay. Through telescopes, people could be seen running in every direction, canoes pulling desperately toward the anchored ships, carrying women and children to safety. One of the missionaries landed directly at the scene of the fighting. The two parties were crouched only a few yards apart behind fences and screens. He shouted for them to stop, but the noise of muskets drowned his voice. When he reached the chief Tohetapu and begged him to intervene, the old man refused to move. Soon afterward, Rewa stepped forward and waved for silence. By then, many lay dead or wounded. The beach became a field hospital, and sailors from the nearby vessels helped carry the injured aboard. The deck of the Royal Sovereign, anchored close to the shore, filled with torn bodies and weeping relatives. The ship's surgeon worked without pause, while terrified families crowded together seeking protection. After a brief collapse, the attacking force was allowed to return and gather their fallen chiefs, though the bodies of lesser men were left behind. One Kororareka leader, seeing a corpse of minor rank, split it open with a hatchet and removed a portion of the liver as an offering to the gods. The mixture of grief and ritual stunned the Europeans who witnessed it. Observers were struck by how quickly enemies mingled once the shooting stopped. Parents discovered that their own children had fought on the opposite side. Brothers had aimed muskets at brothers. The war was not a clash of distant peoples, but a tearing apart of one community. At dawn on Sunday, scattered shots were heard again, yet by morning the Wangaroa warriors withdrew to the island of Moturoa. Refugees streamed to the mission settlement at Paihia, carrying everything they could salvage. In the afternoon, the houses of Kororareka were seen burning, and the beach emptied as the inhabitants fled upriver to fortified positions. The numbers involved were uncertain. Some spoke of hundreds on each side, but the devastation was undeniable. Reinforcements were summoned from every direction, and a wider conflict seemed inevitable. At this critical moment, a ship arrived carrying Samuel Marsden, whose presence carried great influence among many chiefs. Meetings were arranged between the opposing parties. After long debate, it was agreed that Kururareka would be handed over as compensation for the chief Hengi, who had been killed at the very start of the battle, and for all the others who had fallen. The word peace was spoken repeatedly, yet distrust remained. Over the following days, delegations crossed back and forth between the camps according to custom. Speeches were delivered in the traditional style, speakers pacing before seated audiences, while arguments were weighed. War dances were performed not as threats, but as formal expressions of unity. Eventually, a symbolic ceremony sealed the agreement. A chief recited a long chant, broke a small stick, and cast it at the feet of his counterpart, who repeated the act in return. The breaking of the sticks signified that hostilities were ended. To outsiders, it appeared that the crisis had passed, but beneath the surface, the desire for revenge still burned. Hengi's sons, Mango and Kakaha, had not accepted the settlement. Among the Māori, payment for a death could be taken from almost any group, not only from those directly responsible. If one path was closed, another would be found. Some years earlier, a similar logic had nearly stripped a mission station of all its possessions because a single carpenter had insulted a chief. Justice was collective, and property, not individuals, often bore the penalty. The brothers organised a war party of about 70 relatives and set out to seek compensation elsewhere. They first landed at Mercury Island, surprising a small community and killing many. Only one man escaped, surviving a terrible head wound and living on roots and shellfish until rescued. The raiders then moved to Mare Island, where further massacres followed. Encouraged by their success, they debated whether to return home or continue. Their leader insisted that the spirits demanded more blood and urged them on to Motiti Island. Meanwhile, the powerful Rangi tribe of Tauranga had learned of the killings. A fleet of canoes carrying nearly 1,000 warriors sailed to intercept the invaders. Reaching Motiti at midday, they saw the enemy's canoes drawn up on the beach. The attackers were allowed a brief rest before battle, then split their forces to surround the island and cut off escape. The Ngapuhi raiders mistook the approaching canoes for friendly reinforcements and rushed to greet them. The mistake proved fatal. Outnumbered and scattered, they were overwhelmed, almost without resistance. The aged leader, Haramiti, blind and sitting in the stern of his canoe, was beaten to death with fists, his blood considered too sacred to spill with weapons. Only 2 men survived. One spared, and later returned through missionary efforts, another who swam to the mainland. The heads of the slain were preserved according to custom and later sold to a foreign trader. When the captain displayed them on his deck before the grieving relatives, the outrage nearly cost him his ship. The episode shocked colonial authorities, and strict measures were introduced to end the trade in such relics. News of the disaster reached the Bay of Islands months later and plunged the region into renewed unrest. Although the fallen warriors had embarked on a mission of slaughter, their families still demanded compensation. Councils were held, and for a time it seemed the entire north might march south in revenge. Only the season of planting delayed the storm. These events revealed the fragile balance of the period. European ships brought wealth and new weapons, yet they also entangled themselves in local rivalries. Missionaries attempted to preach restraint, but ancient codes of honour continued to guide decisions. A quarrel between 2 young women over the favour of a foreign captain had grown into a conflict that reshaped alliances across the islands, demonstrating how deeply personal insults could echo through an entire society. When the northern tribes completed the preparations for their new campaign, a fierce confidence spread through their camps. Warriors spoke openly of sweeping through the Bay of Plenty, convinced that victory was certain and that the southern people would fall before them, as others had in earlier years. Yet alongside this rising tide of aggression moved another current. The missionaries, who had lived among the tribes long enough to understand both their courage and their cruelty, resolved once more to intervene. They hoped to turn the expedition away from slaughter and toward reconciliation, even if it meant accompanying the warriors into the heart of the conflict. Late in November, a small party of clergy travelled to Kororareka to learn whether any desire for peace remained among Ngapuhi. The chiefs were busy hauling canoes to the water and fitting them for the long voyage south. Tools were dropped as the visitors approached, and a circle formed around them. At first the response was harsh. Rewa rose and declared with passionate gestures that the purpose of the expedition was to fight, to seize slaves, and to humble Tauranga. He warned that any Europeans who followed would witness scenes they might not endure. Yet when the anger cooled, he admitted in private that the decision was not his alone, and that the missionaries were free to travel with the fleet if they wished. Rumours complicated matters. Some feared that while the warriors were away, rival groups might descend upon Kororareka and attack the families left behind. The clergy were asked to visit those communities and seek assurances of safety. Within a week, the atmosphere had softened enough for several members of the mission to receive formal permission to accompany the expedition. Though talk of extermination still echoed through the villages, a minority of leaders clearly hoped that the presence of neutral witnesses might restrain the worst impulses of war. Early in December, sails appeared on the horizon as canoes gathered from every inlet. The missionaries crossed to Kororareka at the invitation of Tohitapu, who urged them to be bold and not to be discouraged by hostile words. Meetings were held at the house of Moka and later with Ururoa, the formidable Wangaroa chief. He showed little enthusiasm for fighting and seemed ready to follow whichever path the majority chose. Titore, however, remained determined. He admitted that when the fleet reached Tauranga, an opportunity for peace might arise, but the voyage itself would go ahead. By mid-December, the tone of the warriors had changed again. Chiefs who had once shouted for vengeance now asked that both mission vessels accompany the canoes, a sign that the appeal for moderation was beginning to take root. The expedition finally sailed in the first days of January 1832. Nearly 600 men crowded into scores of canoes, while the mission boats moved among them like quiet guardians. Progress was slow. The fleet crept along the coast, pausing at sheltered bays to rest and prepare food. Much of the leisure was spent making cartridges or carving spare paddles, while others simply slept, conserving strength. The customs of war imposed heavy restrictions. No cooked food was allowed in the sacred canoes. Fires were forbidden, and even a few drops of water shipped over the side caused alarm. When this occurred, the men fell silent and murmured incantations to avert ill fortune. During the second week, an incident revealed the unpredictable dangers of the journey. A canoe arrived shouting that 4 Europeans had been captured at sea. The prisoners, sailors from a trading vessel, had been stripped of their belongings and were destined to be used as labour to haul the great guns. After firm persuasion from the missionaries, the chiefs agreed to release them, and the frightened men were allowed to continue their voyage. Tariha, one of the principal leaders, travelled apart from the others in a large tapu canoe accompanied only by 3 wives. Within it lay the preserved body of Hengi, whose death had set the whole conflict in motion. The canoe was to be carried to the place where Hengi's sons had fallen, then broken up and burned as an offering to the spirits. Many wondered whether Tariha would abandon the fleet and return home, for a chief could change his mind without consulting anyone. As the expedition moved southward, food grew scarce and tempers frayed. On a Sunday, the warriors were ordered to abstain from work, yet hunger made the restriction bitter. Some Hokianga men proposed leaving the main force and attacking Tauranga by another route, hoping to strike the women and children before the missionaries could prevent it. The clergy struggled to keep the fragile unity intact. At Wanga Mata, an extraordinary ceremony was witnessed. Before any eating or drinking could occur, the priest prepared an oracle on a secluded patch of ground. Sticks were planted in rows to represent the canoes and the enemy chiefs. After the leaders withdrew, the old seer remained alone to consult the spirits. When the warriors returned, they found many sticks thrown down, signs of those destined to die. The scene filled the men with awe, yet soon afterward a bell rang for Christian worship and more than 100 attended, a striking blend of ancient ritual and new faith. Tauranga was reached on the 6th of March. The canoes formed a vast line across the water, each flying a different flag obtained from passing ships. The camp was established at Matakana, and almost at once news arrived that advance parties had already skirmished with the defenders. Before dawn one night, a burst of gunfire echoed across the river, and messengers appeared reporting that no blood had yet been shed. At daybreak, the warriors crossed toward the pa of Otumoetai. The land behind them was set alight so that flames lit the sky and reflected upon the water, giving the flotilla the appearance of a moving town. For several hours muskets cracked from both sides, yet the exchange was strangely ineffective. The attackers soon returned to camp with only one man killed, and another saved by the cartridge box strapped to his waist. Days passed in this uneasy stalemate. Scouts crept close to the palisades, dancing in defiance while shots flew overhead. A trader arrived offering guns and powder on credit, hoping to profit from the struggle. His presence troubled the missionaries, who saw how easily the conflict could be prolonged by such bargains. Convinced that little more could be achieved, one of the clergy withdrew to the mission schooner. From its deck, the skirmishes appeared almost theatrical. Children in the pio calmly digging up bullets that fell among them. The chiefs, once so confident, now seemed weary and uncertain. Their great guns had failed, and reinforcements from Waikato had strengthened the enemy. Yet the war was not finished. In mid-March, a new outbreak occurred when a Makatu warrior was killed. Women wailed over the corpse, cutting themselves and smearing their faces with blood, while the men muttered of renewed vengeance. The father of the dead man pleaded for peace, but his voice was soon drowned by others, calling for action. The missionaries made one more attempt. Sailing to Tauranga, they found Titore and his northern allies preparing for another assault. The leaders listened respectfully and even asked the clergy to carry messages to Otumoetai. The defenders responded that they were ready either to fight or to talk. But while negotiations dragged on, the Rarawa unexpectedly attacked the PA without warning, proving that the thirst for battle still burned. After weeks of fruitless effort, the visitors acknowledged defeat. They had followed the warriors at great risk, yet the ancient code of Utu proved stronger than every appeal. Returning north, they learned that the campaign had brought little glory. The chiefs admitted that their expedition had failed, and some even said that the missionaries' God had confused their aim. Peace was finally declared in the winter of 1832, though it was fragile from the beginning. The heads of the slain were displayed with grim ceremony at Kororareka, and the scenes that accompanied them revealed how deeply the old ways still ruled. Titore himself lingered in the south and soon gathered another force, this time joined by Rarawa men who had no direct part in the original quarrel. The clergy again felt compelled to follow, hoping that their presence might restrain the worst excesses. They travelled to Makatu in the early months of 1833 and found the camps restless and divided. Skirmishes continued, and reports of killings spread fear through the countryside. Although some chiefs spoke of reconciliation, others remained eager for a final reckoning. By June of that year, a formal peace was proclaimed, encouraged by traders who wished for stable relations. Yet even this settlement could not erase the memory of blood. Only days later, a group of Rarawa left behind at Tauranga were surprised and killed, and the cycle threatened to begin anew. Thus, a quarrel that had started between two young women over the favour of a foreign captain had drawn entire regions into years of violence. The missionaries who sailed with the warriors acted as uneasy witnesses, trying to bend ancient customs toward mercy. Their efforts did not end the fighting, but they revealed how a society standing between tradition and change struggled to choose its future. A deep crisis settled over Rome and the whole of Italy at a moment when the Republic could least afford it. The social war had barely faded, its wounds still raw, when a new storm gathered both at home and in the east. The concessions granted to the Italian allies had been offered grudgingly, hedged with humiliating restrictions that emptied them of real value. Instead of reconciliation, these half measures bred resentment. At the same time, Mithridates of Pontus struck at Roman power in Asia, exposing how fragile the empire had become. Responsibility for this dangerous hour lay with many hands. Popular leaders pushed reckless schemes, yet the stubborn short-sightedness of the ruling elite proved equally destructive. By clinging to the purity of the franchise and fearing the dilution of their privilege, they drove new citizens into the arms of radicals and turned potential supporters into enemies. Rome itself was a powder keg. Exiles plotted to return, financiers raged over losses abroad, and debt weighed heavily on every class. The army, swollen by civil conflict, had drifted away from civic loyalty and learned to follow commanders rather than laws. Discipline weakened, personal rivalries poisoned public life, and violence became an accepted tool. Out of this atmosphere emerged two decisive figures: Gaius Marius, the aging hero hungry for one last command, and Publius Sulpicius Rufus, a talented tribune whose course would drag the Republic toward open revolution. Marius, despite years and illness, trained publicly among the young soldiers and poured his wealth into winning influence. Sulpicius, once considered moderate, now embraced daring reforms. He proposed distributing the new citizens among all tribes, recalling political exiles, and even expelling heavily indebted senators. These measures, though not radical in principle, threatened entrenched interests and were forced through by intimidation and street gangs. The consuls tried to halt the votes by proclaiming a religious holiday. But Sulpicius answered with organized violence. Blood was shed in the Forum, and the authority of the Senate collapsed. Soon an even bolder step followed. The Asiatic command, legally assigned to the consul Lucius Cornelius Sulla, was transferred by popular decree to Marius. This act struck at the heart of constitutional order. Sulla, then with the legions in Campania, faced a choice no Roman general had yet confronted. To surrender meant humiliation and political ruin. To resist meant civil war. Sulla was a complex man, cultivated and cynical, fond of pleasure yet capable of iron discipline. He believed in the fortune that favoured him and despised the disorder of popular politics. Supported by soldiers eager for the riches of the East, he decided to march on Rome itself. The advance was unprecedented. Magistrates tried to bar the road, but the army brushed them aside. At the city gates, fighting broke out in the narrow streets, and for the first time Roman legions stormed their own capital. The forces of Sulpicius and Marius, a mixture of freedmen and partisans, could not withstand professional troops. By nightfall, the city was in Sulla's hands. The Sulpician laws were annulled, and leading opponents were declared outlaws. Sulpicius was captured and executed, his head displayed as a warning. Marius fled, beginning a desperate journey along the Italian coast. Tales spread of his wanderings through marshes, his narrow escapes, and the awe he inspired even in captivity. Eventually, he reached Africa, sitting among the ruins of Carthage, a symbol of fallen greatness, awaiting another turn of fate. Sulla's seizure of Rome marked a turning point far greater than the fate of individuals. Force had openly triumphed over law, and the army had revealed itself as the true master of politics. The precedent would haunt the Republic, inviting others to imitate what had been done in the name of order. Beneath the appearance of moderation lay a revolution more profound than any decree of the tribunes. The old balance between Senate, people, and magistrates was broken, and the stage was set for years of vengeance and counter-vengeance. Rome had entered an age in which victory belonged not to the just or the legal, but to the commander bold enough to march. Sulla had taken Rome by force, but he did not pretend that swords alone could hold the Republic together. Once the immediate resistance was broken, his next move was political. He wanted to rebuild the system so that the Senate and the traditional elite could dominate again, and so that popular officials and mass voting assemblies could no longer push the state into chaos the way they had in the previous century. The goal was not to invent a new constitution, but to lock the old one into place with hard rules, because the old habits of restraint and unwritten understandings had stopped working. One of his first concerns was the Senate itself. Years of war and faction fighting had thinned its ranks and damaged its authority. He looked for ways to restore its numbers and stability by adding reliable supporters from the upper class. Although the exact method and how fully it was carried out is unclear. More important than the headcount was control. Sulla aimed to make the Senate the gatekeeper of legislation, not merely a body that complained after the fact. Tribunes, who had become the main launchpad for popular agitation, were stripped of their independent power to introduce laws freely. Any proposal coming from them would need prior approval from the Senate. That single change was designed to cut the fuse before it reached the powder. He also tried to reduce the political weight of the tribal voting assembly, which had grown into a dominant force over generations. There were even claims that he attempted to remove or heavily limit the ability of the tribes to legislate at all, and to reshape voting procedures, so that the wealthiest citizens would always have the decisive advantage. In theory, that meant returning elections for top magistrates to the firm grip of property and status. Whether such a sweeping rollback could truly function in practice is another matter. The older voting system had been revised and bent so many times over the centuries that fully restoring it would have meant dragging living politics back into something like a museum display. Even so, the intention is clear. Keep the highest offices in the hands of the rich and reduce the influence of the street, the clubs, and the sudden mood of the crowd. At the same time, Sulla did not ignore the social pressure that fed unrest. He introduced measures meant to ease poverty and debt, partly from pragmatism. The city poor and the indebted could not be allowed to become a permanent revolutionary fuel supply. In that sense, his program was a mixture of hard restriction and calculated relief. Close the political doors, but throw enough bread into the room to quiet the shouting. To many observers, his reforms looked brutal and extreme, yet they were also presented as a kind of cold realism. No serious faction wanted the Senate abolished. The state could not function without it. Without a controlling centre, Rome risked being torn apart by rival magistrates, personal gangs, and a mass assembly that could be pushed by fear, bribery, or rage. The old religious delays, the vetoes, and the traditional deference that had once slowed down bad decisions were no longer respected. In that atmosphere, the argument for writing strict limits into law became easier to make. Even the attempt to give the wealthier classes a stronger grip on elections could be defended as an anti-corruption measure, since the electorate had become a marketplace where votes could be bought and sold. And even the political killings and outlaw lists, shocking as they were, did not come from nowhere. Rome had already seen bloodshed in earlier crises, and violence had been normalized long before Sulla arrived. But none of this solved the deeper sickness. The Senate's decline was not only the result of popular agitation, it also came from the greed, incompetence, and moral decay of the nobles themselves. Changing voting procedures could not manufacture virtue, and legal patches could not fix an economy where wealth and poverty were drifting into dangerous extremes. Sulla did little to calm hatreds between factions, little to reduce the bitter sense that Rome was split into permanent enemies. His reforms aimed to restrain symptoms, not to heal the causes. Worse, his own actions had taught a lesson far more powerful than any statute. When politics becomes desperate, force decides. He could not even stay to guard the system he had redesigned. The Eastern crisis demanded immediate attention, and every month of delay made it worse. Yet Italy itself was still unstable. Some of Rome's old enemies in the peninsula were not fully subdued. A number of towns still resisted, and many communities remained uncertain about their future status. The newly enfranchised Italians, promised inclusion but treated with suspicion, were angry and restless. In Rome, the restricted electorate produced an uneasy pairing of leaders. One, a rigid defender of the old order, the other, a man with a dangerous reputation and popular backing. In the north, soldiers mutinied and murdered a commander closely linked to Sulla. The situation was fragile enough that Sulla chose not to confront every threat at once. Instead, he extracted public oaths of loyalty from the leading magistrates, left trusted deputies to finish operations against the remaining resistance in Italy, and sailed east. Whatever his private motives, duty, ambition, calculation, his departure had a clear effect. The structure he built began to crack almost immediately. While Rome tore itself apart, the eastern Mediterranean had been sliding into disorder. Roman attention had been consumed by internal conflict, and the old powers of the region were weakening. Egypt was caught in dynastic struggles. Syria was breaking into fragments. Across the Near East, local rulers, cities, tribes, and sea raiders exploited the chaos, carving out space for themselves. The Roman province in Asia had become notorious. Tax collectors and officials squeezed it relentlessly, pushing communities into debt, bankruptcy, and despair. Extortion created a chain reaction. Loans became traps, farms were exhausted, free people were dragged into slavery, and resentment spread beyond the provincial borders into neighbouring lands. Rome's name came to be spoken with disgust. Yet Rome kept only a thin military presence and failed to police the seas properly. Corruption was so common that territories could be treated like merchandise, gained or lost through bribery and influence rather than policy. In that landscape, three kingdoms rose into special prominence: Parthia, Armenia, and Pontus. Parthia, stretching deep into the east, was still distant from Rome's everyday calculations. But its position mattered because it watched Armenia carefully and had reasons to prefer friendly relations with the Western Republic. Armenia, under a strong ruler, grew ambitious and projected power outward, presenting itself as a major monarchy rather than a secondary state. Yet the sharpest danger for Rome came from Pontus, a rugged region along the Black Sea coast that had avoided full conquest by earlier empires and had kept a line of native rulers. Over time, it acquired a major coastal base and a fleet, and its kings learned how to use the sea as both shield and weapon. The man who turned Pontus into a true challenger was Mithridates. Stories gathered around his early life, some heroic, some dark, the kind of legends that flourish around rulers who inspire both fear and fascination. However much myth wrapped around him, the political reality was clear. He combined personal force with careful organization. He used Greek education and Greek expertise as tools, not as a change of identity. He recruited talented Greek commanders and administrators, studied military methods, and built institutions that could support expansion. At the same time, he displayed the brutal habits often associated with royal courts in the East: suspicion, sudden violence, ruthless punishment, and a readiness to treat friends and relatives as disposable if they seemed threatening. He could be generous when it served him, and savage when angered. He cultivated the image of a heroic king, yet the engine behind the image was power. Pontus, under Mithridates, was not a typical city-based state. Its interior was dotted with forts and storehouses, and its population included many rural and tribal communities, only lightly touched by the urban culture of the Mediterranean. That structure made it resilient. Mithridates expanded first toward the north and east. He moved into Colchis, tightened his grip on key ports and settlements, pressed into the Crimea, and extended influence across the Black Sea world. Nomadic warriors and coastal Greeks were drawn into his orbit for different reasons. Some were forced, some bribed, some persuaded by the promise of protection against other raiders. The Greek cities on the Black Sea, neglected by bigger powers and threatened by nearby tribes, often welcomed him as a sponsor and shield. From these lands he gained grain, revenue, and cavalry, and he created a maritime system that made the Black Sea feel like his private domain. Expansion widened his ambitions. He absorbed Lesser Armenia and formed a strategic partnership with the Armenian king, strengthened by marriage ties. The arrangement allowed Armenia to push south and east, while Pontus applied pressure across Asia Minor. The first major targets were the vulnerable buffer zones, Paphlagonia, Cappadocia, and the shifting borderlands where client kings and rival claimants constantly competed. Mithridates moved skillfully through this political maze using pretenders, marriages, and legal claims when convenient, and direct force when needed. Rival kings in the region tried the same methods, and Rome, distracted by threats closer to home, responded with little more than warnings and occasional interventions. That hesitancy gave Mithridates room to grow. Cappadocia became a key battleground because control there meant control of routes and influence across central Anatolia. Local kings were murdered, puppets installed, and rival claimants backed by neighbouring monarchs. When Sulla first arrived in the east on an earlier command, the situation was already alarming. Rome had allowed a strong, organised power to rise along its frontier, with a massive army, a growing fleet, and alliances that could be activated quickly. Yet Rome still relied more on reputation than on preparation. Sulla, with limited forces but backed by the memory of earlier Roman victories, pushed Mithridates' agents out of Cappadocia. Mithridates temporarily stepped back, blamed subordinates, withdrew pretenders, and made promises. A new ruler was placed on the Cappadocian throne through local selection, and for a moment it looked like a settlement. It was not. As soon as Rome's attention was pulled back into crisis at home, Mithridates resumed pressure. He encouraged Armenian action, stalled on withdrawals, and continued campaigns around the Black Sea. Rome could have overlooked some of it, but the situation became more dangerous when Bithynia, an important neighbour that acted as a buffer, fell into a succession struggle. A rival claimant appeared with Pontic support, and the rightful king was driven out. That threatened to shift the balance directly on the edge of Rome's province in Asia. Rome answered not with a full war, but with a diplomatic mission backed by military display. Once again, A show of strength was enough to restore the displaced kings, at least on the surface. Mithridates avoided open battle, sacrificed a pawn when necessary, and presented himself as reasonable, while continuing to operate through agents and allies. He behaved like a ruler who understood timing. He was not yet ready to gamble everything on a direct collision with Rome, and Rome, strained by its own wars, was not ready to commit the resources to crush him completely. Both sides drifted toward the confrontation that almost everyone could see coming, yet neither moved decisively to prevent it. The stage was set for a larger war, built not from a single sudden attack, but from years of neglect, corruption, ambition, and repeated compromises that solved nothing. Aquilius did not arrive in Asia to calm a border dispute. He arrived like a man who expected the East to move at Rome's command, and he chose the worst possible moment to press that belief. Rome was exhausted, divided, and distracted, yet he pushed the crisis forward anyway. He urged the young king of Bithynia, Rome's client, and importantly, a ruler deeply entangled in debt and dependence, to act aggressively. Under this pressure, Nicomedes moved to enforce an evacuation in contested territory, shut down access points on the Black Sea, threatened coastal towns, and drove his forces toward the frontier of Pontus. Mithridates responded with what sounded, on the surface, like a restrained demand. Either the aggressor should be recalled or Pontus should be allowed to defend itself. Aquilius refused both. He ordered Mithridates not to resist and assembled 3 separate forces under Roman commanders, composed largely of local auxiliaries, to support the Bithynian advance on the edge of Pontic and Cappadocian lands. In practical terms, that was a declaration of war without admitting it. Once pushed into a corner, Mithridates reacted with speed and scale. He did not prepare for a limited border clash. He mobilized as if the entire Roman presence in the east could be uprooted. Armenia offered support and shielded his position from the rear. A vast army was drawn together from across Asia Minor, the Caucasus, and the steppe regions, supported by a fleet, staffed and commanded by sailors from multiple eastern seas. His senior officers were experienced Greek professionals, men who knew how to command mixed forces, how to supply them, and how to exploit Roman weaknesses. Envoys moved through royal courts, searching for allies and encouraging trouble far from the battlefield. Pirate squadrons, now operating like unofficial warships, struck at transport routes and severed communications. Even the composition of his army was calculated for propaganda as much as for battle. Along with tribal levies and Greek recruits were Roman deserters and Italian refugees, living proof that Rome's own conflicts could be turned into weapons. The most powerful force, however, was not a fleet or an army. It was hatred. Across the province of Asia and beyond, resentment toward Roman rule had been building for years, against tax contractors, merchants, governors, creditors, and officials. That anger did not need much encouragement. It was ready to ignite, and Mithridates knew it. When a final attempt at negotiation failed, he struck first, launching the offensive in the spring of 88. The collapse of Roman authority was immediate. The Bithynian army broke first, its camp was taken, and the kingdom fell with stunning speed. Local militias scattered. One Roman detachment was crushed in Cappadocia. A governor fled toward the sea and safety. Another Roman commander was trapped in a city, surrendered, and paraded as a living trophy. Aquilius, stunned by how quickly the situation had reversed, tried to retreat, was caught, and was pushed from refuge to refuge until local populations handed him over. He was displayed through the towns as a public humiliation, the symbol of Roman arrogance dragged through streets that had once bowed to Roman orders. Stories grew around his end, some likely embellished, but the message was unmistakable. The Roman official who had forced the crisis was now being used as theatre for Rome's enemies. Mithridates followed victory with a policy designed to look generous and irresistible. Captured locals were released to spread the image of a liberator. Cities, sensing the wind shift, declared for him, many with enthusiasm. A few places resisted. Rhodes stood out as the most determined holdout, protected by its walls, its fleet, and a political instinct for survival. A handful of leagues and communities remained loyal to Rome as well, but they were the exceptions. For most of Asia, Rome's power had evaporated almost overnight, and with it went ships, strongpoints, and the confidence of Roman supporters. Then came the event that transformed the war into something darker and more permanent. In 88, a coordinated massacre swept through the cities of Asia. Romans and Italians, men, women, and children were slaughtered in a single wave of violence. Sanctuaries were violated, debts were erased in blood, and property was divided between killers and the new regime. Later accounts varied wildly in numbers and detail, and it is likely that local vengeance and panic drove much of the brutality. Yet the reality of mass killing could not be hidden behind uncertainty. Whatever political advantage Mithridates hoped to gain by binding cities to him through shared guilt, the act carried a deadly cost. It destroyed any possibility of a quick settlement and hardened Roman opinion. In Italy, where factions had been tearing the state apart, the massacre gave many people something they could agree on. The enemy in the east had to be punished. While the province burned, Mithridates' naval forces moved west. During the winter of 88 and 87, his fleet pushed through the straits into the Aegean. With no Roman navy to oppose it, the sea became his highway. Islands were occupied in sequence, and the killings that had stained Asia spilled into new places. From Pergamum, now functioning as a command centre, Mithridates reorganized the conquered region, appointed governors, and distributed wealth seized from Roman property and local collaborators. That loot filled his treasury and allowed him to announce tax reductions, a move meant to present his rule as relief from Roman extraction. Drunk on success and convinced that Asia Minor was secured, he began to think beyond defence. The invasion of the Western world no longer looked impossible. Raids and disturbances had already shaken Macedonia and Epirus, and Greek cities watched the Roman crisis with mixed fear and excitement. Athens became the most symbolic prize. A local political upheaval opened the door for a Pontic-backed strongman to take control with a guard at his side. Opponents were killed or fled. The city and its port became a forward base for Mithridates in Europe. Across Greece, old frustrations found a new outlet. Roman dominance had been steady, predictable, and to many, humiliating. In that mood, even a foreign monarch could be welcomed as a liberator. Yet Greece was no longer a society capable of sustained resistance. Economic weakness and political decay drained the movement of unity and discipline. Many capable leaders stayed out of the revolt. Still, as Pontic forces appeared, several communities switched sides. A Roman officer with a small garrison fought hard to hold key points, recovered a few islands, and tried to relieve loyal cities. There were sharp clashes, including a tough 3-day struggle in Boeotia, but the Romans lacked numbers, ships, and secure supply lines. Gradually, they were pushed back. Pontic forces expanded their grip, establishing naval bases and bringing reinforcements in by sea. Control of the water meant control of the tempo of war. Mithridates could have used that advantage to do more. He could have attempted to send help to rebellious groups in Italy. But he did not. With Asia seemingly in his hands, he treated Italy's internal conflicts as useful noise rather than a cause worth serious resources. When Sulla finally landed on the coast of Epirus in the summer of 87, the situation was grim. Asia was lost. Much of Greece had defected. Macedonia was slipping away. He did not arrive with an overwhelming army. He arrived with 5 legions, roughly 30,000 men, and no fleet. Worse, he had little money, and he could not count on reliable support from Rome, where political enemies had declared him an outlaw and were preparing to replace him. He was attempting an imperial war while standing on a collapsing political floor. Yet his presence changed the balance immediately. Greek cities that had rushed toward Mithridates began to reconsider. Sulla demanded a return to the old situation and, when rejected, moved quickly into central Greece. He defeated Pontic forces in an early clash, and then turned toward Athens and its port, which were held by separate Pontic leaders. He secured his communications with carefully placed camps, and assigned trusted officers to guard key regions and corridors. Cities that had flirted with revolt now tried to buy safety with supplies, money, and manpower. The war had become a matter of survival, and loyalties shifted accordingly. The port fortress was hard to take without ships. Its defences were strong, its supplies could come by sea, and its commander knew how to conduct a professional defence. Sulla attempted assaults, fought bitter engagements, beat back relief efforts, and still could not seal the place off. To solve the naval problem, he sent an envoy across the eastern Mediterranean, seeking ships and alliances. The mission was dangerous and exhausting, and it met hesitation everywhere. Many states feared provoking Mithridates. Others doubted Rome's strength after so many humiliations. The search produced only limited results, and Sulla remained trapped on land while his enemy moved freely by water. He tried again to break the port by force, and the defenders responded by building successive inner walls, giving up ground only to reclaim it behind new fortifications. In the end, the port held. Sulla had to contain it, rather than capture it, leaving troops to watch it while turning to face a larger threat moving into Boeotia. Athens itself could not endure the same way. Cut off from steady supply, it weakened under hunger and disease. When the moment came, it fell to storm and sack. The leadership installed by Mithridates was captured and executed. Yet the city was not erased from the map. Its cultural prestige still mattered even to conquerors, and its political status was preserved more than its defenders expected. Sulla could be ruthless, but he understood symbolism. Even after taking Athens, his position remained dangerous. Key corridors into Greece were threatened. Some strategic towns had fallen. A year of war had drained manpower and resources. To pay the army and sustain operations, he seized sacred treasures, presenting the act as a loan to be repaid later. The gesture was practical and cynical at once. War required money, and in that moment, the god's gold was available. Back in Rome, his political structure had already been torn apart, and a rival Roman commander was approaching, legally empowered to replace him. He still had no fleet worthy of the name. Victory on land did not automatically translate into control of the wider war. Then, Mithridates made a mistake. Rather than continue a patient strategy of delay, he ordered his large field army to advance into Boeotia, and he pulled the port commander out to join it. The force that marched was huge, impressive, and richly equipped, but it was also uneven. Different peoples, different training, different standards of discipline. Sulla, commanding a much smaller veteran army, pushed hard to force battle on ground that could limit the enemy's advantages. At Chaeronea, the contest turned into catastrophe for Mithridates' forces. Sulla shaped the field with trenches, earthworks, and barriers designed to neutralize cavalry and blunt the shock of war chariots. The chariot charge broke against fixed defences, and its disorder rippled backward into the infantry. Pontic cavalry tried to exploit gaps and turn Roman flanks, and for a time the battle swung across the line with real danger. But Sulla moved personally to crisis points, shifting forces, striking where the enemy was exposed, and using discipline to turn confusion into advantage. Once the Pontic infantry began to crack, retreat became panic. The enemy camp was taken. Survivors fled to strong points, still held by Mithridates. Sulla's own reports of Roman losses were predictably flattering, but the result was undeniable. A smaller army had shattered a larger one through preparation, cohesion, and ruthless timing. The victory did not end the war. Without ships, Sulla could not immediately harvest the full benefits. A Roman rival arrived with additional legions and tried to claim the war's glory by marching north and east instead of cooperating. His army soon mutinied, and he was killed, replaced by a brutal commander who nonetheless proved capable in the field. That new Roman force drove Mithridates out of key positions in Asia and nearly captured him. Internal Roman politics now threatened to sabotage Roman success, as commanders refused to support rivals even when it harmed the overall campaign. Mithridates attempted to recover by sending another massive army into Greece. Sulla met it again on the plains near Orchomenus. The fighting was savage and at moments uncertain. Pontic cavalry pressed hard, and Roman morale wavered under the weight of numbers. Sulla responded in the only way commanders like him did, by stepping into the danger himself, seizing a standard, and forcing the line forward through sheer example. The second defeat broke Mithridates' European position. Greece and Macedonia could be reoccupied, and Sulla finally gained breathing room to build ships and stabilize the region behind him. Meanwhile, Mithridates' empire began to rot from within. His demands for men and money grew heavier. Communities that had cheered him as a savior began to fear him as a predator. Some towns were stripped, others punished, local elites executed. Suspicion turned into a spiral of terror. Thousands died as plots were uncovered or invented. In desperation, he announced radical measures: debt cancellation, land redistribution, expanded freedom for dependent groups. Policies that looked like liberation, but often functioned as emergency tools to keep control. The result was not stability, but further disorder. The coalition he had assembled through fear and hope began to fray. On the sea, Roman fortunes improved. A small fleet was raised and used with skill to win fights and disrupt Pontic movement along the coast. Successes at sea tightened the pressure and helped secure the straits that connected Asia and Europe. At the same time, negotiations dragged on. Both sides had reasons to seek peace, and both tried to squeeze advantage out of delay. Mithridates understood Roman politics well enough to prefer dealing with Sulla directly, even though Sulla was officially condemned by the regime in Rome. Mithridates also attempted to use the existence of a rival Roman army as leverage. He tried bribery and bargaining, even hinting at cooperation against Sulla's political enemies. Sulla refused. Whatever else he was, in the presence of a foreign enemy he could present himself as acting for Rome rather than for faction. The choices were harsh and often ugly, but they followed a clear logic. Sulla had no time to pursue total vengeance or a complete remaking of the East. Italy was unstable, and his political enemies had seized Rome. He needed money, ships, and a secure rear, not a long war of annihilation. So he ended the Eastern campaign with a settlement that protected Roman prestige, refilled Roman coffers, and freed his army to sail west. When the preparations were complete, his veterans, rested, paid, and confident, moved back through Greece and crossed to Italy. Only then did he formally report his actions to the Senate, as if nothing had happened in Rome, as if his deposition had been meaningless noise. He returned not as a fugitive commander, but as a man arriving with an army and the momentum of victory. Exactly the kind of force that now decided Roman politics. Sulla had barely left Italy when Rome slid back into violence. The country was exhausted, the economy still shaken, and the political system was no longer held together by habit or trust. The coalition that rose against Sulla's settlement did not resemble a disciplined party with a clear programme. It was closer to an alliance of people who felt cheated, threatened, or angry, dispossessed politicians, frustrated financiers, Italians who believed their new rights were still being choked, and radicals who wanted revenge. At the centre of this unstable front stood Lucius Cornelius Cinna, elevated more by circumstance than by conviction. He was a competent soldier, not a visionary statesman, and his authority depended on stronger personalities around him, men who wanted power, payback, or both. The balance of force in Italy had shifted in an unsettling way. One of the Senate's most useful armies was effectively lost with the death of a key commander. Another powerful general, Pompeius Strabo, watched events with calculated caution, keeping his options open and offering loyalty only when it paid. Within Rome, hardline popular leaders demanded vengeance, while a separate faction pushed to recall men who had been exiled under earlier emergency measures. The business class was restless, still bruised by financial disruption. Many of the defeated communities from the social war remained bitter, and the Senate's refusal to fully satisfy the new citizens made the agitators' arguments more convincing and left armed resistance in parts of Italy, looking, to some, like the only language Rome understood. Cinna's first move was aimed at that raw nerve. He pushed to remove the practical restrictions that still limited the new citizens, and he supported the return of the Marian exiles. His colleague in office, Gnaeus Octavius, saw this as both a threat and an attempt to intimidate the assemblies by flooding Rome with Italian voters. He armed his supporters and prepared for confrontation. What followed was street war. Fighting tore through the Forum and into the surrounding lanes. The city became a battlefield for mobs and armed retainers, and the dead reportedly lay in the thousands. In the aftermath, the Conservative side took an extraordinary step. Cinna was stripped of office and declared an enemy of the state. The act was legally dubious and politically disastrous. It allowed the Conservatives to claim they were defending order, but it also gave their opponents a powerful narrative. An elected magistrate had been removed by force because he tried to deliver rights that had already been promised. The replacement chosen for him was a respectable but weak figure, the kind of man selected because he would not challenge anyone. That choice only revealed how uncertain the Senate truly was. Meanwhile, Cinna and his allies did not flee the country. They shifted the struggle onto a larger stage. They appealed directly to the new citizens, presenting themselves as defenders of equal rights, and they found eager recruits among communities that had learned, during the social war, how to raise armies quickly. Armed groups gathered from the Samnites and Lucanians, from veterans seeking plunder, and from runaways who understood that civil war could mean freedom. Cinna appeared before the Roman army besieging Nola, accompanied by the younger Marius and the highly capable Sertorius. The soldiers, not naturally loyal to conservative politics, recognized Cinna as the legitimate consul and began marching toward Rome with growing strength. At the same time, the old lion returned. Marius, invited back into the struggle, landed in Etruria with a small armed band that quickly expanded. His reputation still carried enormous weight and public sentiment, part pity, part guilt, part fascination, helped him regain a following. He deliberately played the role of the persecuted hero, appearing in mourning and presenting himself as a man wronged by an arrogant elite. As he moved through the countryside, he released enslaved workers from rural detention farms, swelling his forces further. With ships gathered along the coast, he blocked supply routes, seized ports near the Tiber, and tightened a chokehold around Rome's western approaches. The city's lifeline, grain and traffic from the sea, began to fail. Inside Rome, the Senate tried to improvise defense. It armed citizens, fortified positions, and attempted to recruit new troops by extending citizenship concessions to communities that had surrendered late in the social war. The offer came too late to buy loyalty and too cautiously to inspire gratitude. Desperate leaders even opened talks with the Samnites, but the price demanded was impossible for Rome's ruling class to accept, without admitting defeat and humiliation. In the confusion, Strabo was called in as a last hope. He had the forces to disrupt the siege, and in one bloody clash he beat back Marius with help from Octavius. Yet Strabo's loyalty remained transactional. He allowed the ring around Rome to tighten rather than breaking it, calculating that every day of crisis increased his value. Soon, Rome was surrounded. Multiple armies closed in. The fall of key towns cut off potential relief from the north, and the Senate's remaining options shrank rapidly. Reports circulated that the franchise was finally equalized, that concessions were at last being made in full. But by then, the conflict had changed character. It was less about law and more about rage, fear, and survival. The one clear political motive left in the field was the old independent struggle of Samnium, now tied to a Roman civil war that offered the Samnites a chance to reshape Italy by force. Fighting under the walls became constant. The crowded city suffered famine and disease. The selfish commander who had helped create the crisis died in the epidemic, and his death sparked public fury rather than mourning. The defenders' morale collapsed. The only capable soldier left on the Senate's side found his efforts undermined by rigid, legalistic leadership that could not adapt. Desertions spread. Negotiations brought no real compromise, and eventually even the last holdouts recognized that the city could not hold. Cinna was restored, the formal outlawry was lifted, and Rome opened its gates without terms. Cinna gave a verbal assurance that no blood would be shed. Marius met it with silence. Once inside, he waited until the legal reversal was complete, and then he unleashed vengeance. For several days, killing and reprisals swept through Rome and then echoed across Italy. Prominent men were hunted down, senators, officials, wealthy figures, and those identified as enemies of the Marian cause. Some died in the streets, others by ordered execution, and a few chose suicide to avoid public humiliation. Bodies were left unburied, property was seized, and heads were displayed as warnings. Even the family of Sulla had to flee, and his property was destroyed or confiscated. The city that had once insisted it was governed by law now looked like a conquered place. In the aftermath, Marius and Cinna took the highest offices in a way that made their claims to popular legitimacy look hollow. Soon after securing the power he had chased for years, Marius died. His body was old, his health strained, and the final months of violence and indulgence hastened his end. His death closed one chapter but did not restore order by itself. For a brief time, Rome was ruled by men who had used terror as a political tool and now had to decide what to do with the state they had seized. The worst killing was eventually halted. Sertorius, more disciplined and more restrained than the hardliners around him, moved to break up armed bands that had turned murder into habit. A replacement consul was appointed, and the government tried to project stability. Sulla's earlier restrictions were quickly removed. Two major measures followed: a sweeping debt relief law that cancelled a large portion of what debtors owed, and the full integration of Italians into the voting tribes, finally carrying out what earlier reformers had demanded. This time, the administrative machinery was actually used to implement the change. In one sense, it was a real step toward inclusion. In another sense, it came wrapped in violence and fear, which poisoned the achievement. For the next years, Sinna remained the dominant figure. Italy was too exhausted for constant war, and many people accepted his rule simply because they dreaded another round of massacres. Provinces across the Roman world adjusted to the new reality. Some regions fell into line quickly. Others were secured through local rivalries. And the Marian leadership benefited from the fact that Sulla was occupied far away. Yet despite holding power, Sinna's government did not build a durable political system. It ruled day by day, improvising rather than reforming. It did not seriously reshape the constitution, did not create a stable, long-term settlement, and did not prepare the kind of professional military and naval defense that a renewed conflict would require. In that failure was a deeper truth. The so-called democratic movement still lacked a coherent plan for governing Rome. It could overthrow opponents, but it struggled to replace the old order with anything more functional. Then news arrived that Sulla had finished the Eastern War and intended to return. He offered a carefully chosen message: recognition of Italian voting equality and vengeance directed only at the leadership that had driven the revolution. Moderates within the Senate explored compromise, hoping to avoid another civil war by requiring Sulla to disband his army and return under safeguards. But the dominant Marian figures rejected the idea. They began large-scale preparations, assembling troops, many of them new citizens and veterans, on a scale that showed how widely fear of Sulla's return had spread. This was no longer a fringe faction. A large part of Italy, along with a Senate reshaped by killings and exile, expected retaliation and preferred war to surrender. Cinna attempted to move forces across the sea to confront Sulla before he reached Italy, but discipline broke. Soldiers feared the crossing and mutinied. In trying to restore order, Cinna was killed. Carbo, now the driving force, pulled back the forward troops and abandoned the plan to meet Sulla abroad. Winter passed under the shadow of the approaching storm. Sulla, for his part, responded with confidence. He insisted he needed no protection and offered guarantees instead to the Senate and his supporters. He demanded the return of exiles and made it clear that punishment would follow. Carbo pushed the machinery of the state to build a massive army and kept a tight grip on power, preventing an easy political transition. The consular leadership of the next year included men presented as moderate, but the coalition behind them was openly hostile to the reaction Sulla represented. Italy was bracing for another terror, and many believed it was inevitable. When Sulla landed at Brundisium, he arrived with a hardened army and a dangerous advantage: unity of command. Legally, he was an outlaw striking at the established government. Practically, he held the one instrument that now mattered most: veteran legions loyal to their general rather than to institutions. He understood that conquest required division among enemies. He issued proclamations offering amnesty to those who abandoned the Marian leaders, promised to respect the rights of the new citizens, insisted on strict discipline, and forced his troops to swear that Italians would be treated as Roman citizens, rather than enemies. It was a calculated performance of legality and restraint, designed to strip the government of support. The strategy worked quickly. Brundisium opened its gates, and much of the southeast submitted without fighting. The government's main forces were still concentrated far to the north, leaving the southern coast exposed. Support began to gather around Sulla. Experienced commanders who had been driven out returned to his camp. Wealthy men who had escaped earlier violence came back seeking revenge and restoration. Political opportunists shifted sides at the right moment. Most important of all was a young, ambitious commander from Picenum, Gnaeus Pompeius, son of Strabo. He had served under the Marian regime and had survived legal and political attacks at home, but he moved decisively once he saw the direction of events. He raised several legions from personal networks, tenants, clients, veterans, and defeated the forces sent to stop him. When he joined Sulla, he did so not as a minor ally but as a rising power, earning public praise and the title that marked him as a commander in his own right. Sulla marched into Campania and met the government's aggressive consul, Norbanus. The clash ended in a clear Sullan victory, and Norbanus was driven into Capua. Another government army under Scipio advanced along the Appian Road, but instead of forcing a decisive fight, Scipio entered into negotiations. In the pause, discipline collapsed. His troops mingled with Sulla's men, fraternized, and then refused to fight. Whole units crossed over. Sulla made a point of dismissing many officers unharmed, a gesture that looked merciful, but also served a cold purpose. It encouraged more desertions and spread the belief that resistance was pointless. Winter followed with both sides preparing for a final struggle. The Marian leadership in Rome embraced a no-compromise policy. Outlaw decrees were issued against Sulla's supporters. Levies were raised in huge numbers, especially among veterans tied to the Marian name. Samnites and Lucanians prepared to join the fight in force, not merely as auxiliaries, but as national enemies who saw the coming war as a chance to settle the old Italian struggle. The conflict was becoming more than a contest for offices. It was turning into a fight between Rome's dominance and the survival of peoples who had resisted Rome for generations. The next year opened with Sulla moving straight toward Rome while the younger Marius tried to shield the capital. Metellus faced Carbo in the north, where control of routes and recruitment bases mattered as much as battlefield victories. At Sacriportus, Sulla struck Marius as he withdrew toward the fortress city of Praeneste and drove him back into its walls. Praeneste became the centre of the war. Its defences were strong enough to hold out for a long siege, and as long as Marius remained inside, the Marian cause had a living symbol. Rome itself was evacuated by a Marian commander who, before leaving, carried out another round of killings against remaining opponents. Sulla entered the city briefly, not to celebrate, but to seize administrative control and use the appearance of legality against enemies. Then, he moved again toward the north to coordinate with allies against Carbo. In the northern campaign, movement and timing mattered. Carbo tried to manage multiple fronts at once, holding Gaul and Etruria, while also supporting Praeneste. Sulla's side struck from different directions. Metellus advanced into the Po region and cut vital connections. A legate pressed toward key river towns. Pompeius and Crassus advanced through Umbria, harassing marches and blocking relief columns. A major battle near Clusium did not produce a clean decision, but it slowed Carbo long enough for Sulla's allies to break Marian attempts to relieve Praeneste. Repeated relief efforts were defeated. Meanwhile, Norbanus, after some success, suffered a crushing defeat that triggered a broader collapse. Desertions increased, allied contingents switched sides, commanders betrayed each other, and the northern Marian army disintegrated. Norbanus fled overseas and avoided capture only through suicide. Carbo, facing pressure from multiple directions, attempted one more desperate manoeuvre by sending troops to delay Sulla near Praeneste. When that failed, he abandoned Italy and escaped to Africa. What remained of his forces moved toward Praeneste in a last attempt to free the younger Marius. At the same moment, a large Samnite and Lucanian army surged up from the south with the same objective, reinforced by troops from Capua. Their leaders understood that if Sulla won, the punishment of their peoples could be absolute. They marched not only to save an ally, but to save themselves. With sudden determination, the insurgent army broke camp and advanced at speed along the Latin road. Sulla, learning of the move, reacted with alarm and set out in pursuit by forced marches. It became a race toward the city, a contest decided as much by endurance as by strategy. The rebels reached the Colline gate first, brushing aside a small body of volunteers who had rushed out from Rome. They established their camp close to the walls and prepared for an immediate assault. Around midday, Sulla's cavalry arrived, followed by the exhausted infantry. Ignoring the advice of his officers, he gave his men little time for rest and hurled them straight into battle. The struggle that began on the first day of November was the most savage Rome had ever witnessed. Fighting continued from late afternoon deep into the night. On the left wing, the Samnite warriors, driven by centuries of hatred, pressed Sulla's veterans back toward the very walls of the city. The commander fought like an ordinary soldier, at moments barely escaping death. The Roman line bent until the closed gates forced the men to turn and stand again. As darkness fell, the result was uncertain, and Sulla himself feared that all was lost. Only later in the night did word arrive that Crassus, commanding the right wing, had shattered the enemy opposite him. At dawn, the Samnite host began to withdraw, and when a body of deserters turned their weapons against their former comrades, the retreat became a massacre. No mercy followed victory. The Samnite forces were hunted down and almost annihilated. Prisoners, including those who had changed sides, were executed in great numbers within earshot of the Senate, which had been summoned to hear Sulla speak. He calmly assured the frightened senators that the noise outside came merely from criminals receiving punishment. The next days brought the fall of Praeneste. The younger Marius chose suicide rather than capture, and the defenders, soldiers and townspeople alike, were cut down without distinction. One of Rome's oldest allies was virtually erased from the map. Resistance elsewhere collapsed more slowly, but just as cruelly. Town after town surrendered or was stormed. The lands of the Samnites and many Etruscan communities were devastated. Their populations scattered. Their walls levelled. Some places, such as Nola and Volaterrae, endured long sieges, yet the outcome was never in doubt. Across Italy, sullen garrisons imposed order, and the remnants of rebellion were extinguished one by one. In the provinces, the news produced swift submissions. Sardinia yielded, Gaul returned to obedience, and Sicily was abandoned by its Marian commander when Pompey arrived with a powerful fleet. That young general carried the war to Africa, defeated the remaining opponents there, restored the friendly Numidian king, and secured the continent in little more than a month. His success won him the unprecedented honour of a triumph and the proud title that would follow him for life. Only in Spain did the opposition survive. Sertorius, the most capable of the Marian leaders, withdrew rather than fight a hopeless battle, leaving the stage temporarily to Sulla. In the east, a minor conflict flared when a Roman governor seeking glory provoked Mithridates once more, but the king quickly repelled him, and peace was restored. Everywhere else, the new order prevailed. The democracy lay shattered, its allies destroyed, and Rome itself, saved at the Colline Gate, awaited the hand of a master who would reshape the state. Sulla now faced the task he had promised, to reward supporters, punish enemies, and secure senatorial rule. The days of compromise were over. The earlier attempt at moderation had failed, and the stubborn resistance of his foes convinced him that only ruthless measures could clear the ground for reconstruction. He did not act from mere personal rage, though revenge played its part. In his mind, the survival of the Republic required the eradication of those who had challenged it. Executions began at once, first as chaotic killings, and then through a more formal mechanism. Lists of the condemned were posted, naming men whose lives and property were forfeit. The uncertainty of the early days encouraged private vendettas until Sulla accepted responsibility by publishing official registers. Even so, the system was abused. Informers enriched themselves, debts were cancelled through murder, and many died for reasons unrelated to politics. The sons and grandsons of the proscribed were barred from public life, and their estates were sold at auction. The equestrian order, which had profited from earlier revolutions, now suffered most severely. The memory of Marius was desecrated, his monuments destroyed, his remains scattered. Confiscations transformed Italian society. Vast tracts of land were taken from defeated communities and redistributed to Sulla's veterans, nearly 120,000 of them. These settlements were intended as a loyal garrison for the restored Senate. Yet many soldiers soon sold their allotments and drifted into idleness, adding to the instability they were meant to prevent. The displaced inhabitants reduced to poverty swelled the ranks of bandits and exiles. Sulla's centralizing vision swept away local traditions, but it left behind empty fields and bitter memories. To give legal shape to his actions, Sulla accepted an extraordinary dictatorship. The office granted him unlimited authority to remake the laws and reorganize the Republic. Though clothed in republican forms, his power was essentially monarchic. He used it, however, to strengthen the Senate rather than to establish personal rule. The popular assemblies were restricted, the tribunate stripped of initiative, and legislation made dependent on senatorial approval. The number of magistrates was increased to manage the growing empire, yet military commands were separated from civil offices to prevent another general from imitating Sulla's own march on Rome. The courts were overhauled. New permanent tribunals created, and senators restored as jurors in place of the equestrian class. Financial reforms abolished the grain dole and reclaimed public lands. Through these measures, Sulla hoped to secure a stable aristocratic government, guarded from both mob and military adventurer. His system was orderly and consistent, but it relied on fear rather than consent. Having completed his work, Sulla did what few expected. He resigned. In a public assembly, he laid down his powers, dismissed his guards, and returned to private life. The act astonished Rome, yet it followed the logic of his beliefs. He wished the constitution to stand without him, not to depend on a permanent strongman. Retiring to his estate near the coast, he spent his last months writing memoirs and enjoying the pleasures he had long postponed. He died the following year, confident that his creation would endure. The collapse of the Lepidan revolt left Pompey free to seek new glory beyond Italy, and the Senate, though uneasy at his growing power, had little choice but to employ him. Sertorius still dominated much of Spain, and no established commander was willing to confront that brilliant and elusive opponent. Pompey pressed his claims with barely concealed threats, and the senators reluctantly granted him proconsular authority in the eastern provinces of the peninsula, a command irregular in law but unavoidable in practice. His first season was spent securing southern Gaul, where Sertorian agents had stirred unrest, and during this delay the rebel leader tightened his grip on the nearer Spanish districts. The following year, the struggle became more serious. Metellus, operating from Baetica, defeated Sertorius' lieutenant Hirtuleius near Italica, while Pompey crossed the Ebro and captured Valentia after overcoming several subordinate commanders. Yet when Sertorius himself appeared, the balance changed at once. The veteran Roman renegade, master of irregular warfare, outmaneuvered Pompey and seized Lauro almost under the eyes of the relief force. In the next campaign, Metellus crushed Hirtuleius, again at Segovia, and marched to join his younger colleague. Pompey, eager for independent credit, risked battle on the river Sucro before the junction could be completed, and was saved from ruin only by Metellus's timely arrival. Sertorius mocked his opponent, saying that without the old woman he would have driven the youth back to Rome. A further engagement brought no decisive result, and the Spanish levies gradually melted away, leaving Sertorius to conduct a stubborn guerrilla resistance from his strongholds along the Ebro. As the war dragged on, the rebel leader searched for allies beyond Spain. He negotiated with the pirates who infested the Mediterranean and even with Mithridates in the east. Yet he refused to sacrifice Roman territory for foreign support. These desperate measures only deepened suspicion among his own followers. Many Spanish chiefs resented the execution of their sons held as hostages at Osca, and Roman officers in his service feared his stern discipline. At last, a conspiracy formed within his headquarters, and Sertorius, the ablest opponent Rome had faced since Hannibal, was murdered at a banquet by men who owed him everything. His successor, Perperna, lacked both talent and authority. Pompey defeated him at the first encounter, captured him, and burned the papers he tried to use as a bribe, choosing prudence over vengeance. While Spain was being pacified, a new danger erupted in Italy itself. In the gladiatorial school at Capua, a Thracian named Spartacus, together with 2 Gallic companions, led a breakout that quickly swelled into a massive slave rebellion. The fugitives seized Mount Vesuvius and defeated the militia sent to contain them. Moving into Lucania, they crushed successive Roman detachments and drew to their ranks the shepherd slaves of the southern plains. For a time, the countryside lay at their mercy and several towns were stormed. Spartacus hoped to cross the Alps and disperse his followers to their homelands. But the undisciplined bands preferred plunder to freedom. Their delay allowed Marcus Crassus to organize 8 legions and impose brutal discipline on the wavering recruits. Crassus drove the insurgents into the toe of Italy and tried to seal them there with fortifications. Spartacus broke through and reappeared in Lucania, still dangerous, but internal divisions weakened his army. A Gallic detachment was destroyed, and in Apulia the final battle was forced against the advice of their leader. Spartacus fell fighting, and the remnants were hunted down or crucified along the roads. Pompey, returning from Spain, intercepted a fleeing group and claimed the honour of ending the war, a boast that deepened the rivalry between the 2 commanders. Both generals now stood outside Rome with loyal armies, and the political balance shifted at once. Reformers demanded the restoration of the tribunes' powers and the cleansing of the Senate courts. Pompey needed popular support for land grants to his veterans and for future commands. Crassus, wealthy but less celebrated, could not oppose him alone. The 2 rivals reached an uneasy agreement, adopted the democratic program, and secured the consulship for the year 70. The tribunate was revived, the censors once more reviewed the Senate, and the juries were shared between senators, knights, and a third class of citizens. The system created by Sulla crumbled within a decade, not through ideology but through the ambitions of soldiers. Yet Pompey refused to seize permanent power. Pressed by Crassus to disband their forces together, he chose legality over dictatorship and retired from public life, awaiting a call worthy of his reputation. That call came swiftly from the sea. The Mediterranean had fallen under the control of organised pirate fleets that raided coasts, captured officials, and strangled the grain trade. Earlier attempts to suppress them had failed, and famine threatened the capital itself. A tribune proposed granting Pompey extraordinary authority over all waters and coastal regions, with vast resources and the right to appoint numerous deputies. Despite senatorial protests, the people insisted on their champion. Pompey acted with remarkable speed. Dividing the Mediterranean into sectors, he drove the corsairs from the western seas in little more than a month and then struck eastward. A decisive battle off the Cilician coast broke their power, and generous terms encouraged mass surrender. In 3 months, the terror of generations was ended, and the former pirates were resettled in new communities under Roman supervision. The success seemed almost miraculous, and prepared the way for an even greater command. At that moment, the war against Mithridates had reached a dangerous stalemate. Lucullus had won brilliant victories but alienated his soldiers and offended powerful interests at Rome. A new law transferred the entire eastern command to Pompey. He secured an alliance with Parthia, gathered a large army, and advanced into Pontus. After a hard campaign, he trapped Mithridates and shattered his forces in a night battle near the Euphrates. The king fled to Armenia, but Tigranes, fearing Roman wrath, submitted and accepted reduced dominion. The Caucasian tribes were beaten, and Mithridates, isolated in the Bosporus, eventually perished by his own hand when his last followers rebelled. Pompey then turned to the reordering of the east. Syria was reduced to a province, and the island of Crete and the combined lands of Bithynia and Pontus were organized under Roman governors. The interior was left to dependent monarchs who guarded the frontiers, while numerous cities were founded or refounded to spread Greek civic life. Pirates were settled as farmers, veterans planted in strategic towns, and trade routes reopened. In Judea, he intervened in a bitter civil struggle, captured Jerusalem after a hard siege, and transformed the Hasmonean kingdom into a client state under its high priest. The settlement brought stability unknown for decades. Commerce revived, the provinces gained orderly administration, and the prestige of Rome stood higher than ever. Yet one unresolved issue remained: the frontier with Parthia. Pompey avoided open war, but left tensions smouldering along the Euphrates, a hesitation that would later cost the Republic dearly. For the moment, however, he returned to the west, acclaimed as the restorer of peace on land and sea. The man who had crushed pirates, humbled kings, and reshaped the Eastern world. The part later called the Catilinarian conspiracy remains one of the most tangled and disputed chapters of Roman history. What survives is a mixture of political propaganda, courtroom rhetoric, and personal memoir, all shaped by the interests of those who emerged victorious. Stripped of exaggeration, the affair reveals less a coherent revolutionary movement than a confused collision of ambitions, fears, and social tensions. Its lasting importance lies not in the shadowy plans of Catiline himself, but in the way the crisis allowed Marcus Cicero to present himself as the saviour of the Republic, and in the glimpse it offers of the manoeuvres of figures such as Caesar and Crassus, as they positioned themselves for the return of Pompey. With Pompey campaigning in the distant east, Rome appeared for a moment to belong again to civilian politics. Old party labels resurfaced, lawsuits multiplied, and the forum echoed with familiar arguments. Yet the traditional conflict between popular leaders and senatorial conservatives had lost real meaning. Everyone understood that the ultimate decision rested with the absent general commanding Asia. No orator, not even Cicero, could rival the authority of Pompey's legions. Beneath the noisy debates ran a current of intrigue as both factions tried to prepare for his return, fearing that he might imitate Sulla and impose a new dictatorship while hoping to bend his prestige to their own purposes. The so-called Popular Party was itself a loose gathering of malcontents, rather than an organised force. Alongside a few sincere reformers stood bankrupt nobles, disappointed office seekers, and men ruined by debt or scandal. The Senate, by contrast, possessed at least a clear objective: the preservation of its dominance and the avoidance of any excuse for military intervention. Within its ranks there were divisions between uncompromising conservatives and moderates, led, almost reluctantly, by Cicero. The real struggle was not between democracy and oligarchy, but between rival groups attempting to shape the environment in which Pompey would re-enter Italian politics. At the centre of the storm stood Lucius Sergius Catilina, a patrician whose life embodied the darker side of the Sullan generation. Courageous, charismatic, and physically formidable, he was also burdened with debts, stained by violence, and accustomed to the brutal shortcuts of the civil wars. Supporters admired his energy. Enemies portrayed him as a monster of corruption. Whatever the truth, he attracted a following drawn from the disaffected. Veterans who had squandered their allotments, dispossessed farmers, ruined gamblers, and young aristocrats eager for quick advancement. Italy contained ample combustible material, particularly in Etruria and among the descendants of those proscribed years earlier. Rumours of earlier plots circulated even before the main crisis. After the elections of 66, 2 candidates unseated for bribery were said to have considered murdering their successful rivals. Later, writers linked Caesar and Crassus to this shadowy scheme, claiming they hoped to use Catiline as an instrument for a broader coup. The stories rest on hostile pamphlets and the fevered imagination of political enemies. Yet they show how deeply contemporaries suspected the ambitions of the democratic leaders. Crassus, serving as censor in 65, attempted bold initiatives that hinted at wider designs. He proposed turning Egypt into a Roman province and granting citizenship to the communities beyond the Po, measures that would have strengthened Caesar's position and provided resources independent of Pompey. Conservative resistance blocked both plans, but the issues remained alive and ensured sympathy for Catiline in northern Italy. The consular elections of 64 became a decisive battle. 5 candidates competed, but the real contest lay between Catiline and Cicero. The former relied on the financial backing of restless nobles, and on the hope of intimidating the vote. The latter represented a coalition of moderates, businessmen, and Italian municipals alarmed by the spectre of disorder. Cicero's oratory, his reputation from the prosecution of corrupt governors, and the quiet support of Pompey's friends carried the day. He topped the poll, while Catiline was narrowly defeated by Gaius Antonius, a man whose loyalty could be purchased. Cicero entered office determined to defend constitutional order. He imagined a broad alliance of respectable citizens, with Pompey as its guardian and himself as its guiding voice. Yet the alliance was fragile. Senators feared the knights distrusted the Senate, and Italy remained politically unorganized. Caesar, blocked in larger schemes, turned to more direct challenges, reviving memories of Marius and attacking the legality of emergency decrees. His election as chief priest, won against powerful aristocrats, showed how far popular sentiment could still be mobilized. Catiline, undeterred, prepared one last attempt on the consulship. When this failed, he shifted from intrigue to open rebellion. In Etruria, an old centurion gathered armed supporters, while in Rome, plans were discussed for coordinated violence. Cicero, informed by a network of informers, forced the issue. In a dramatic session of the Senate, he denounced Catiline to his face, driving him from the city to join the insurgents. The Senate declared the leaders public enemies and entrusted military action to Antonius, whose reliability remained doubtful. The conspiracy within Rome soon collapsed through its own clumsiness. Lentulus, the highest-ranking participant, sought support from Gallic envoys who instead revealed the plot to Cicero. Written evidence was secured, and the principal suspects were arrested. Confronted with their own seals and testimonies, they confessed before the Senate. Public opinion swung decisively toward the government, convinced that massacre and arson had been averted. Fear, more than evidence, pushed Rome's leaders toward a choice that would haunt them for years. After the arrests, the city's mood shifted from alarm to something sharper. A demand for immediate punishment. On the 5th of December, the consul brought the Senate together to decide what should be done with the prisoners. In a calculated move, their custody had been distributed among prominent men from different political camps, including figures associated with the popular leaders, so that responsibility for the outcome would be shared, and no single faction could claim clean hands later. The debate opened with a strong current in one direction. Speaker after speaker leaned toward the harshest solution, and the consul-elect Silanus was among those urging death as the only safe course. Then Caesar intervened, and the atmosphere changed. He did not present himself as the protector of the conspirators, nor did he plead for mercy. Instead, he argued for a severe punishment that still preserved the principle that a Roman citizen should not be killed without a formal legal process. His position was framed as constitutional rather than sentimental, and he delivered it with a mixture of public calm and an implied warning. If the state crossed certain lines in the name of safety, it would plant seeds of retaliation. The words were measured, but the suggestion was unmistakable. Today's emergency could become tomorrow's precedent, and those who supported violence might one day answer for it. The effect was immediate. Silanus began to hedge. Older statesmen who had seemed confident moments before started to hesitate. Some proposed delaying the decision, not because the danger had vanished, but because they sensed the risk of executing men who had not been tried by the people. The consul pressed for a clear verdict, anxious not to let the moment slip and not to allow any turn in public mood or any rescue attempt to complicate the situation. For a time, the meeting drifted toward postponement, until another voice cut through the uncertainty. Cato, younger than many of the men wavering around him, spoke with blunt force. He treated Caesar's argument not as a noble defense of rights, but as an invitation to paralysis. He insisted that the prisoners were not ordinary defendants, but enemies caught in active treason, and that the state had the right to act swiftly against those who had moved from politics into war. He countered the warnings with a warning of his own. Hesitation would be read as weakness, and weakness would invite further violence. He framed the issue as one of survival and honour, and he shamed the doubters into choosing a line they could defend to the public. Once the debate was forced onto those terms, a convenient Roman distinction did the rest. The prisoners could be treated as public enemies, rather than citizens in the ordinary sense, and that formula eased the consciences of men who wanted both safety and a legal excuse. The vote went heavily in favour of immediate execution, and the decision was carried out without delay. The consul personally escorted the condemned to the state prison near the Capitoline Hill. There, out of sight, they were strangled one by one. When the deed was done, he returned to the crowd and spoke a single word that signalled the end. The city took it as a deliverance. In the streets, fear turned into applause, and for a moment the government looked strong. Yet the swiftness of the act revealed a deeper weakness. The executions were not backed by a proper public trial, and the Senate's decision itself did not have the force of law in the way later generations would like to imagine. Rome's political tradition had long insisted on the right of appeal in capital cases, and the choice to bypass that tradition amounted to an admission that the authorities did not trust their own institutions to hold firm for even a short time. The only serious defence of the decision was the claim that the crisis was so urgent that ordinary procedures could not be used. But that claim sat awkwardly beside the reality of the rebellion outside the city, which was poorly organised and largely made up of desperate men with limited arms and limited discipline. While the prisoners died in Rome, Catiline faced a different end. His cause was collapsing even as he tried to give it shape. He had raised a force that might have numbered around 10,000 at its height, a mixed crowd bound more by debt and anger than by clear political goals. When news spread that the leaders in the capital had been seized and eliminated, many followers slipped away. What remained was pushed into a narrowing space. Near Pistoia, Catiline found himself with roughly 6,000 men, hemmed in by two Roman forces. One blocked the route north toward Gaul. The other pressed behind him. Cut off and unable to retreat, he chose to fight. Antonius, the consul who had been assigned the task of suppression, avoided leading the final battle in person. Whether from illness, calculation, or an unwillingness to slaughter men who had once been close to his political circle, he handed command to his subordinate Petreius. The clash that followed was brutal and direct. Neither side offered quarter and neither expected it. Petreius drove hard at the centre, breaking the rebel line and deciding the outcome. Catiline fought with the stubborn courage of a man who knew he had no pardon waiting. He died in the melee, and many of his supporters fell where they stood, forming a grim pattern of bodies that later observers would point to as proof that, whatever their crimes, they did not run. In the aftermath, the whole affair remained difficult to measure. The story that later generations inherited was shaped by speeches, political memoirs, and the need of victors to justify extreme actions. The danger may have been inflated, the plans attributed to the conspirators may have grown darker in retelling, and the villainy of Catiline may have been painted in exaggerated tones. What seems more solid is the basic outline. An embittered aristocrat, blocked from office and drowning in debt, tried to seize power by force, appealing to a reservoir of social resentment that had been building since the civil wars. He possessed daring and personal magnetism, but lacked the patient organisation that turns discontent into a disciplined movement. That limitation, more than the brilliance of his enemies, explains why his attempt collapsed so quickly once the state acted decisively. For Cicero, the outcome was politically priceless. The failure of the rising allowed him to claim the role of protector of the community, and the panic of the moment pushed property holders, financiers, and moderate citizens into the government's camp. At the same time, the episode damaged the broader reform movement. Even those not involved were suspected because the boundary between ambitious reformers and reckless agitators had become easy to blur in the public mind. Cicero did not press the advantage to the point of trying to drag Caesar and Crassus into the net, and that restraint was strategic as much as principled. It was enough that their circle was stained by suspicion and that their momentum was checked. The lawyer from a small Italian town had defeated men who imagined themselves capable of standing against the returning conqueror. And that conqueror was already on his way. Pompey's victories in the east had brought him honours that bordered on royal, and in Italy many believed the existing system had discredited itself beyond repair. Between the Senate's weakness and the cynicism of street politics, the old republican balance looked less like a working constitution and more like a stage set that could collapse at the next shock. In that climate, the public increasingly saw only two alternatives: the order, imposed by a single dominant figure, or the chaos of competing factions. Pompey's supporters moved early to shape events in Rome before he arrived. Metellus Nepos reached the city in time to win the tribunate, and to argue that Pompey should be given authority to finish off the remnants of Catiline's revolt and then return to office at the highest level. His enemies in the Senate resisted, not because they trusted the Republic's stability, but because they feared the growth of Pompey's prestige and resented his dominance. Their opposition drove Nepos into cooperation with the popular leaders, a shift that revealed how quickly old alignments could be rearranged when power was at stake. Caesar reacted with his usual speed. At the beginning of his praetorship, he proposed transferring a symbolic honour from a leading aristocrat to Pompey, a gesture designed to widen the split between Pompey and the conservative bloc. He also backed Nepos when the tribune tried to silence Cicero in public, arguing that a man who had approved executions without a popular trial had forfeited the right to celebrate himself before the people. When Nepos pushed a bill that would have given Pompey a command in Italy, the conflict spilled into open disorder. Cato blocked the proposal, the meeting dissolved in uproar, and the Senate responded with an emergency declaration and the suspension of Caesar and Nepos from office. Nepos withdrew to Pompey's camp, while Caesar stayed in Rome, waiting until the Senate stepped back from its most aggressive measures. Then Pompey landed in Italy, and the moment that many feared did not arrive. He dismissed his veterans instead of marching them toward Rome. The choice looked like loyalty, even restraint, and it was meant to signal that he did not intend to seize power by force. He preferred a different kind of dominance: influence without office, authority supported by reputation rather than by armed intimidation. Yet the same qualities that had made him a careful commander left him ineffective as a political operator. He lacked the flexibility and persuasive talent required to manage Rome's factions, and he relied on agents who often misjudged the city's mood. His first attempts to set an agenda disappointed those who had expected decisive leadership, and within a year of his triumphant return he found himself isolated and surprisingly vulnerable to small, organised opposition. As Pompey struggled to find his footing, Rome's conflicts played out in the courts. The trial of Clodius, accused of violating a women-only religious rite by entering a forbidden gathering in disguise, became a public spectacle. The charge was sacrilege, but the case carried political meaning because it touched Caesar's household and because Cicero's testimony helped break Clodius's defence. Even so, bribery and pressure secured an acquittal. Caesar chose not to pursue the matter openly, but he ended his marriage, insisting that his household must stand beyond suspicion. The episode damaged the standing of the aristocratic leadership, exposed the corruption of juries, and hardened Clodius's hostility towards Cicero. Caesar soon left for Spain after financial backing helped him escape the net of creditors, and there he gained military practice and administrative reputation. Back in Rome, the Senate made a series of miscalculations that pushed Pompey toward a new alignment. The senators refused to ratify Pompey's eastern settlement in one clear decision, stalled on land grants promised to his veterans, and discouraged his hopes for renewed high office. At the same time, they alienated the business class by refusing to revise tax contracts in Asia that had turned out disastrously expensive for the contractors. With the alliance between senators and financiers broken, the political centre that Cicero had tried to build dissolved. Pompey tried to appeal directly to the people, even supporting popular measures that reduced burdens on Italian trade. Yet when it came to the concrete demand of land for veterans, his supporters failed to overcome senatorial resistance, and proposed legislation was weakened and abandoned. The great general who had reshaped the East, could not even secure the rewards he had promised to his own soldiers. When Caesar returned from Spain, he recognized the opening. Pompey was frustrated and cornered. Crassus had wealth and a powerful network. Caesar had ambition and a clearer sense of how to turn Roman institutions into instruments. He surrendered the immediate glory of a triumph in order to stand for the consulship without delay, then arranged a private compact with Pompey and Crassus. Each partner would receive something essential. Pompey would get confirmation of his eastern decisions and land for his veterans. Crassus would see relief for the tax contractors. Caesar would gain the consulship and, more importantly, a major provincial command with troops. The coalition worked. Caesar won office with an aristocratic colleague, Bibulus, chosen largely to obstruct him. Caesar first presented his measures to the Senate in a traditional way, offering to purchase land with funds derived from eastern revenues and distribute it to veterans and poorer citizens to validate Pompey's eastern arrangements and to ease the burden of the Asian tax contracts. The Senate refused to cooperate, relying on delay and denial rather than debate. That refusal allowed Caesar to shift the struggle to the popular assembly. The procedure was legal but dangerous because it turned complex policy into a single yes or no vote without meaningful amendment. Caesar accepted the risk and forced the measures through despite vetoes and despite Bibulus's attempts to block public business by invoking religious objections. Bibulus was driven from the forum, retreated into self-imposed isolation, and spent the year issuing angry statements that had little practical effect. The land program expanded to include valuable state-owned territory and the establishment of a colony at Capua, and senators were compelled to swear acceptance of the law, at least for the time being. Pompey's eastern settlement was then confirmed, and the alliance was tightened by family connection when Pompey married Caesar's daughter, Julia. Crassus's gain was less glorious but financially significant, since the tax contractors received partial remission, a concession that looked like political payment at the expense of strict public integrity. Caesar also advanced legislation intended to curb provincial exploitation. It targeted the tricks that governors and their entourages used to extract money, banned illegal levies and gifts, and imposed heavy penalties, including restitution and exclusion from public life, with harsher consequences reserved for serious offenders. Yet alongside this stood a more cynical act. Rome's long hesitation over Egypt ended, for the moment, not through policy clarity, but through a payment that secured recognition of the reigning king. None of Caesar's work would have mattered without troops. An attempt by the Senate to assign harmless duties to the outgoing consuls failed, and a vote granted Caesar a powerful command in northern Italy and the Adriatic region for 5 years with several legions. Further unrest beyond the Alps led to the addition of another province and another legion. With that decision, Caesar gained what ambitious Romans needed above everything: a long command, an army, and a base close enough to Italy to keep one eye on Rome while expanding Roman power in the west. Before leaving, Caesar ensured that the coalition's most articulate opponent would be neutralized. Cicero refused offers that would have tied him to the new arrangement. He would not accept a place on a land commission or a position under Caesar because he wanted to remain independent and continue presenting himself as defender of the old order. Since persuasion failed, pressure replaced it. Clodius, now backed by powerful patrons and driven by personal hatred, reshaped his status through legal maneuvering to become eligible for the tribunate. Once in office, he enacted popular measures that won the urban crowd, including free grain and limits on certain traditional controls used by magistrates. He also rebuilt street organizations that could function as a kind of political militia. Then he struck at Cicero with a law phrased in general terms. Any man who had executed a citizen without a public trial would be banished. The target was obvious, and Cicero's past decisions now became a weapon against him. His supporters appealed to sympathy and to the memory of his services, but Clodius controlled the streets and boasted that he acted with the quiet approval of the triumvirs. Cicero, unwilling to fight a violent battle in the city, fled after a final appeal to Pompey. The measure passed as he left, and his departure was treated as proof of guilt. Beyond the Alps, Rome already possessed a strip of territory that many in the capital called Gaul, but it was only a corner of a far larger world. The northern edge of this Roman zone leaned on the Rhone as it ran from the region of Geneva down toward Vienne. To the west, rugged highlands and a few strong points guarded the approaches, while the great coastal highway towards Spain was anchored by Narbo Martius, a colony planted to secure the road and the sea route. Along the Mediterranean shore, Massilia stood as Rome's most important Greek partner. Long before it accepted Roman protection, that city had acted as a cultural bridge, spreading literacy, coinage, and Mediterranean farming habits, such as vine and olive cultivation, into the surrounding countryside. By the time Caesar arrived, the region hummed with outsiders, merchants chasing profit, financiers looking for interest, graziers and farmers treating the land as an investment. Local customs and language were already under pressure from this steady tide of settlement and commerce. Yet Caesar's interest did not stop at the borders he had been assigned. This southern province offered a glimpse of what the wider land might become if it were drawn into Rome's orbit. It was fertile, strategically placed, and close enough to Italy to matter immediately. But Caesar looked outward, imagining the whole sweep from the Pyrenees to the Rhine as a space that could be brought under Roman influence. He also sensed that the Celtic world did not end at the rivers and mountains of Gaul. The same peoples and related cultures stretched into Britain and had long interacted with northern Italy. In his view, the southern province was not the destination. It was a foothold. The society he encountered in Gaul sat in an uneasy middle position, no longer purely barbarian, not yet fully shaped into the urban, bureaucratic style Rome understood as civilization. Farming existed, but pastoral wealth carried higher prestige. Horses and cattle mattered as much as grain. The people could mine and work metal, and they produced coins of their own. But the imagery often echoed Greek models in distorted forms, and their ornamentation leaned toward bold, unfamiliar patterns rather than classical restraint. This mixture suggested a society absorbing outside influence without becoming a copy of the Mediterranean world. Politics showed the same half-formed character. In many places, the clan remained the true foundation of power. Even where fortified towns existed, city life had not replaced older tribal bonds. In the north, traditional structures still survived in recognizable shapes. A leading figure, councils of elders, assemblies of free men. In the south, however, wealthy aristocrats had pushed aside older kingship and hollowed out popular authority. These nobles gathered armed followers, built influence through marriage networks, and often acted above law, strong enough to ignore institutions that existed on paper. Yet the same aristocratic dominance that weakened individual tribes also encouraged larger alliances, since rival noble groups needed partners and clients to compete. Alongside them stood another force that was even more visibly pan-Gallic: the priestly order commonly known as the Druids. Their influence reached across tribal borders. They ran schools, attracted students and representatives from distant regions, and met in councils that gave their decisions a wide reach. Their authority was not limited to ritual. They also acted as judges, and their courts could rival the political leadership in real power. even with nobles and priestly networks stretching across the land. Gaul never formed a stable national union. Instead, separate federations rose in different regions. In the north, the Belgae linked many tribes together. Along the Atlantic fringe near Brittany, coastal peoples formed their own groupings. In the centre, rivalry split the country into competing camps, with one cluster of tribes aligned around the Aedui, while others leaned toward the Arverni and Sequani. These divisions created openings for outside intervention, and that danger soon became immediate. One internal struggle in particular pulled foreign power into the heart of Gaul. The Sequani and Arverni, unable to overcome their rivals, sought help across the Rhine and called on Ariovistus, a leader of the Suebi. German groups had crossed into Gaul before, sometimes as settlers, sometimes as raiders. Ariovistus was different. He aimed not merely to gain plunder or temporary influence, but to carve out permanent domination. After defeating his opponents, he took hostages and imposed tribute. Soon, the Sequani discovered that their ally could be more oppressive than the enemies they had been trying to defeat. Appeals were sent to Rome, especially by the Aedui, but the response was evasive. Roman politics was distracted, and the easiest choice was to postpone decisions and flatter the intruder with the title of friend. Caesar regarded this as a dangerous kind of weakness. To him, accommodating aggression only invited more of it. He reached his province determined to reassert Roman authority and push the Rhine frontier back into place. Before that problem could be resolved, a new crisis surged in from the east. The Helvetii, a powerful Celtic people living in what is now Switzerland, had grown exhausted by pressure and raids. Instead of continuing a defensive struggle in their homeland, they chose migration. Their plan was drastic: burn towns and villages, gather the population into a single moving mass, and seek a new home in the richer lands of southern Gaul. The most direct route required moving along the Rhone, and for that they asked Caesar for passage through Roman-controlled territory. Caesar had only a small force immediately available, so he stalled with negotiations while buying time. He ordered the bridge at Geneva destroyed and built a long fortified line along the vulnerable stretch of riverbank, where crossing was possible. When the defences were complete, the answer was clear: no passage. The Helvetii attempted to force the crossing and were beaten back. But they found another way. Through diplomacy and influence, helped by Dumnorix, a prominent anti-Roman figure among the Aedui, they persuaded the Sequani to let them pass through a narrow corridor between mountain and river. Caesar had no choice but to respond with speed. He hurried back to Italy, raised reinforcements, and returned with a much stronger army. By then, the migrating host was moving slowly across the Saône. Caesar struck the rear elements still on the far bank, destroying them, then crossed and began pressing the main body northward. For days the Romans shadowed the migration, looking for a decisive opening. Supplies became a problem, and the unreliability of Gallic cavalry support made matters worse. Caesar turned toward Bibracte, the Aedui stronghold, to secure provisions. The movement looked like retreat, and the Helvetii took the bait, attacking the Romans in a strong position. Caesar formed his legions in depth and absorbed the first shock. The Roman infantry held firm against the furious rush, then drove the attackers back toward the plain. At that moment, a second Helvetian force struck the Roman flank, forcing Caesar to pull reserves into a new line. The fight dragged on into darkness. Eventually, the Roman assault broke into the wagon ring around the enemy camp. The Helvetii fled. Once defeated, they could not secure shelter or support elsewhere in Gaul and were compelled to surrender. Caesar's decision afterward was practical and political. Survivors were sent back to their original region to hold the frontier against further German movement. The victory had removed a moving crisis and also placed Caesar in the role of protector for many Gallic communities that feared displacement and invasion. With the Helvetii subdued, Caesar turned to the German threat. At a broad Gallic gathering, he heard complaints against Ariovistus from tribes that had suffered under his demands. Caesar sent demands of his own, hostages returned, and an end to new German crossings. Ariovistus answered with open contempt. In response, Caesar chose war. He marched rapidly and seized Vesontio, a crucial town that could provide supplies and serve as a base. There, he faced a quieter enemy. Fear within his own ranks. Tales of enormous, battle-hardened Germans spread through the camp. Some officers sought excuses to leave. Others spoke openly of disaster. Soldiers wrote wills and muttered about refusing to march. Caesar confronted the crisis directly. He summoned commanders and centurions and delivered a challenge that mixed pride and pressure, declaring that he would go forward even if only one legion followed. The display worked. Shame and discipline restored momentum. The campaign became a contest of movement and position. Ariovistus tried to cut Caesar off from supply lines, slipping past and threatening the Roman rear. Caesar sought battle but was repeatedly denied it, and then answered with a maneuver of his own, establishing a second camp beyond the enemy's line and forcing contact. When the clash finally came, the fighting swung unevenly. On one wing, the Romans drove the Germans back, but on the other, a crisis developed. The situation was rescued by timely reinforcement from young Crassus, who brought reserves into the decisive point. The German line broke. Survivors fled toward the Rhine, pursued by cavalry. Ariovistus escaped with a small remnant, but his attempt to build a German power base in Gaul was shattered. In a single campaigning season, Caesar had ended two threats at once: the mass migration that could destabilize the province, and the German pressure that could turn parts of Gaul into a permanent foothold for Rhine-side powers. The Roman frontier had reached the river that would become, for a long time, the empire's symbolic boundary. The following year, Caesar made it clear he did not intend to withdraw. He placed his legions in winter quarters within Gallic territory, a message more powerful than any speech. In the north, the Belgic Confederation viewed this as an approaching net and mobilized, early to resist. Caesar moved fast again, reaching the land of the Remi and accepting their friendship, securing a base and local support. He then took a defensive position near the Ain. Even with 8 legions, he avoided a head-on collision with an enemy that seemed vast in numbers and fought instead to protect his communications and wait for coalition politics to corrode unity. Over time, strain and fear of local raids persuaded Belgic leaders to send contingents home. The withdrawal became disorder when Roman cavalry and selected legions pursued aggressively. Caesar then struck rapidly at individual tribes. First, the Suessiones, then the Bellovaci, forcing surrender, disarmament, and hostages. Not all opponents collapsed so easily. The Nervii chose ambush. On the upper Samba, they launched a sudden attack as Roman forces were building camp and scouting. Cavalry was swept away. The enemy crossed the stream and slammed into the infantry before lines were properly formed. On the left, veteran legions stabilized and drove attackers back. On the right, units were thrown into confusion and nearly broken. Caesar moved into the crisis personally, rallying by presence as much as orders. The Roman line held under intense pressure until Labienus redirected support and the cavalry returned. The Nervii resisted stubbornly and suffered catastrophic losses. With that, Roman dominance among the Belgic groups became a reality, and winter camps were planted deep in central Gaul. While the legions rested, trouble flared on the Atlantic coast. The Veneti and related seafaring peoples stretching along the shoreline from the Loire toward the Seine seized Roman envoys who had come to requisition grain. It was a deliberate challenge. Caesar divided responsibilities among his commanders. One held the north, another secured the Loire region. Crassus advanced into Aquitaine, while Caesar himself moved against the coastal rebels. The Veneti fought from cliffs and island strongholds, using ships and local waters to avoid pitched battle. Caesar responded by building a fleet during the winter. When it arrived under Decimus Brutus, the conflict shifted. Roman crews used a simple but effective tactic, disabling the rigging of the Veneti sailing ships, so they became helpless against oared galleys. The Veneti fleet was destroyed. The punishment was harsh, leaders executed, population sold into slavery, meant as a warning that the seizure of Roman representatives would be answered with exemplary violence. Elsewhere, Roman operations succeeded. Aquitaine was subdued as far as the Pyrenees, and the Roman web tightened across the west. By now, Gaul lay under Roman supremacy in principle, but not yet in security. Discontented elites could still seek help from Britain or from German groups across the Rhine. German pressure reappeared quickly when two tribes, pushed from their lands, crossed into Gaul and sought settlement. Caesar moved to block expansion and refused their demands for territory. Negotiations, in his view, were used to gain time while cavalry returned. When his forces suffered a treacherous attack, he responded with ruthless decisiveness. Leaders were seized, and the tribes were struck while disorganized. Many were killed. Others were driven into the Rhine. To magnify the shock, Caesar crossed the river itself. A bridge was built with astonishing speed, and the army marched into German territory to support friendly groups and demonstrate reach. The main German power avoided battle by retreating into forests. After laying waste to hostile lands, Caesar withdrew, dismantling the bridge as a statement that the crossing had been a choice, not a necessity. In the same spirit, he turned toward Britain. The island had long been tied to Gaul by trade, kinship, and intermittent support for resistance. Caesar gathered ships, loaded 2 legions, and crossed the Channel. The landing was contested, and the soldiers hesitated in deep water under enemy pressure until a standard-bearer set the example, wading forward and forcing the rest to follow. Once ashore, the defenders scattered. Diplomacy began, but nature intervened. Storms damaged ships and disrupted cavalry transport. Sensing weakness, local forces attacked again. Caesar repelled assaults, but withdrew without attempting deeper conquest. The following summer, he returned with a larger force. This time, the landing was unopposed, but storms again delayed operations. Inland, a leader emerged, who avoided decisive engagement and relied on sudden attacks with war chariots. Caesar crossed the Thames and took a fortified position, but the conquest of Britain proved beyond the scope of his immediate resources and priorities. He accepted pledges, tribute promises, and political arrangements favouring friendly groups, then returned to Gaul. Britain remained outside Roman control for decades, a land too difficult and too uncertain to justify the cost at that moment. Back in Gaul, the price of these expeditions became visible. Resistance was spreading. Dumnorix, who had opposed Roman dominance, tried to avoid service and was killed while attempting to leave, a sign that Caesar would tolerate no ambiguity among allied elites. During Caesar's absence, Gallic nobles coordinated rebellion across wide areas. Supply scarcity forced Caesar to disperse legions into separate winter camps, a vulnerability his opponents exploited. At Aduatuca, a Roman detachment under Sabinus and Cotta faced assault from the Eburones, led by Ambiorix. The position was defensible, but Sabinus accepted a deceptive offer of safe passage and led the force into a trap. Sabinus was killed while trying to negotiate. Cotta fought stubbornly until the unit was annihilated. The victory electrified resistance. Reinforced insurgents moved against the camp of Quintus Cicero, who refused to bargain and held firm behind defences. Multiple messengers were caught, but eventually word reached Caesar. He marched with only 2 legions, moving fast enough that smoke from burning villages signalled his approach. He then used deception, appearing cautious until a sudden attack scattered the besiegers. Winter prevented complete suppression. Fighting continued as new leaders sought to widen the war. Labienus dealt with threats in the northeast, defeating attackers through tactical feints and brutal counterstrokes before German assistance could fully materialize. Caesar responded to renewed instability with another crossing of the Rhine, again as a demonstration meant to intimidate and discourage alliances. The Eburones, blamed for the destruction of the Roman detachment, were hunted with relentless severity. By late summer, the north had been forced into a grim quiet. Then, the most dangerous phase began. While Caesar was in northern Italy, the resistance in the south produced a single rallying figure, Vercingetorix, a young Arvernian noble who rapidly drew tribes into a common cause. This was closer to a national rising than Gaul had seen before. The strategy aimed to isolate Caesar, block routes, and threaten the Roman province itself. Caesar answered with speed that startled his enemies. He moved through harsh terrain in winter conditions, drawing Vercingetorix away toward home defence, then raced with cavalry to rejoin his legions. Vercingetorix shifted tactics, deciding that the Roman army could be defeated by hunger. Fields, towns, and stores were burned, forage denied, and Roman movements harassed by superior cavalry. One city, Avaricum, was spared against the logic of this strategy, and it became the focus of siege. The Gallic main force held to difficult ground. Roman supply lines were strained. Still, the legions refused to abandon the operation. When the city finally fell, the aftermath was savage, driven by exhaustion and rage. Caesar then split operations again. Labienus moved north to contain unrest, while Caesar advanced against the Arverni heartland. His path was blocked by the fortress of Gergovia. The position was strong, and Caesar lacked enough troops to encircle it fully. He attempted an assault. Initial success turned into confusion as units pressed too far and lost cohesion. The Romans were driven back with serious losses. For the first time in the campaign, Caesar retreated under pressure, and the psychological effect was immediate. The Aedui defected. Revolts stirred elsewhere. Advisors urged withdrawal into the safer old province, but Caesar refused to abandon his northern forces. Labienus fought his way out and rejoined him, preserving the army's unity. The decisive turning point came when Vercingetorix, now chosen as commander over a broader coalition, met Caesar's army near the borders of the Sequani. The Gallic cavalry expected superiority, but Caesar's newly recruited German horsemen broke them in open fighting. Abandoning the field, Vercingetorix withdrew into Alesia, a fortified hill stronghold. Caesar, with his forces unified, committed to a siege on an extraordinary scale. Lines were drawn completely around the position. When relief forces gathered from across Gaul, the Romans built a second ring of fortifications facing outward. The legionaries fought with tools as much as swords, digging, building, and reinforcing in relentless cycles. Attacks came from inside and outside, testing weak points. At moments, the Roman lines nearly collapsed. Caesar rushed reserves to crises. Labienus gathered every available man for a desperate counterattack when the perimeter was breached. Cavalry strikes on the rear of the relief army helped complete the rout. Alesia's defenders, starving and isolated, had no further path. After the final failure, Vercingetorix chose surrender. He rode into the Roman camp in full arms and gave himself up, hoping to spare his people further destruction. Caesar kept him alive for later display and execution, a reminder that Rome's memory of resistance was long and unforgiving. Gaul, crushed and exhausted, could no longer sustain unified war. Isolated pockets resisted. Some tribes attempted renewed independence, some fortresses held out. But none could reverse the outcome. The last phase became consolidation, securing alliances, punishing remaining threats, and laying groundwork for a stable provincial order. Full administrative organisation would be completed later, but the outlines of a new Roman Gaul were already taking shape. For Caesar, personally, the Gallic years changed the scale of his power and the clarity of his judgment. Far from the daily quarrels of the capital, he saw Roman politics from a distance and measured its smallness against the responsibilities of empire. Continuous campaigning, logistical strain, and the need to manage allies and enemies forced a harder discipline than courtroom triumphs and street rivalries ever could. The experience sharpened patience, built loyalty among troops, and taught him how to turn fear, speed, and organisation into decisive advantage. By the time Gaul was subdued, he possessed not only prestige, but a seasoned army and a reputation that could no longer be contained by the old political rules. While Caesar fought and built power in the north, Rome itself was slipping into disorder. Pompey remained in the capital without the direct instruments needed to impose calm. The streets were dominated by violent gangs led by ambitious men who treated politics as a form of controlled chaos. Clodius was the most notorious symbol of that reality. With no police force and no loyal troops to stabilize the city, Pompey tried to counter street violence with street tactics and found himself outmatched. The situation grew so dangerous that he withdrew into isolation, fearing assassination. Eventually, the scale of the unrest pushed him to support the recall of Cicero, partly as a counterweight to Clodius. Clodius answered by seeking alliances of convenience, even with groups that had once opposed him, while new rivals organised armed followers of their own. For months, Rome became a battlefield of factions. When the formal vote finally took place, crowds came in from across Italy in a massive demonstration, and Cicero returned amid scenes that felt like a public triumph. The celebration tempted Cicero into believing that the old constitutional order might yet be revived, and that Pompey might be drawn away from the alliance that had dominated the state. The illusion was understandable. The coalition of three powerful men was unpopular across social classes. Many resented their dominance and spoke of lost freedom. Pompey himself seemed uneasy, sensing that Caesar's victories were beginning to overshadow his own earlier fame. He wanted a new command that could restore his prominence, and he explored ways to obtain one. A shortage of grain provided the excuse for a proposal that would have given Pompey sweeping authority over food supply throughout the empire, along with control of funds and the ability to command resources across provincial boundaries. The Senate resisted granting such expansive power again. It approved an assignment that looked impressive and useful, supervising grain for several years, yet withheld the broader authority that could have turned it into a second extraordinary command. Pompey soon sought another path, the lucrative mission of restoring the Egyptian king to the throne. Opposition in the Senate, aided by religious warnings and tactical delays, blocked the plan by playing rival claimants against one another. Again the pattern repeated. Pompey's ambitions and the Senate's jealousy could not coexist within the old republican framework. The Senate rejected cooperation with the one man who might have been its strongest protector, and by doing so helped drive him back toward the very alliance it feared. For a short time, Rome looked as if it might be moving against the coalition. Electoral setbacks for Caesar's supporters and courtroom victories for Cicero's allies encouraged talk of a republican recovery. Cicero, emboldened, threatened to challenge the validity of land distributions carried out under Caesar's earlier legislation. The move was intended as a rallying signal, but it produced the opposite effect. It pushed the triumvirs back together. Caesar brought Crassus into consultation, then arranged a meeting with Pompey in northern Italy. The gathering became a demonstration of power, attended by officials and senators who understood which direction the wind was blowing. The result was a renewed pact with clearer rewards, a joint consulship for Pompey and Crassus, major provincial commands for both, and an extension of Caesar's own command along with the promise of future high office. The bargain stabilized their partnership by giving each man formal authority to match his ambition. This renewed arrangement effectively placed the strongest provinces and armies under their control. Pompey, though assigned Spain, remained in Rome and ruled through deputies, focusing on watching political developments and protecting his interests. The Senate, confronted with superior force and exhausted by factional failure, submitted. Cicero, recognizing how little leverage remained, withdrew his challenge and adapted, even praising Caesar publicly and defending men he had once opposed. The only unbending resistance came from figures like Cato, who attempted obstruction and denunciations but lacked the numbers and the tools to reverse the trend. By the time the alliance was rebuilt, the Republic's centre of gravity had shifted decisively away from debate and tradition, and toward a small circle of men whose power rested on money, offices, and armies. Political life in Rome did not settle into calm simply because three powerful men dominated the state. The struggle continued relentlessly in two arenas where ambition could still be measured and punished: elections and trials. Voting days became theatres of organised corruption. The old, tangled procedures of the assemblies, meant for a smaller and simpler republic, now offered endless points of leverage. Money changed hands openly. Pressure was applied in crowds, in private meetings, and through networks of clients and brokers. Both the men who claimed to defend the Constitution and the men who benefited from the triumviral arrangement used the same tools, and neither side showed much shame about it. Even so, results still shifted from year to year, proving that the system was not completely captured. One season saw Pompey and Crassus take the highest offices without serious difficulty, while Caesar's dependable ally Vatinius outpaced Cato in the race for a major magistracy. The next season the tide turned. Cato gained the position he had been denied, and an aristocrat hostile to Caesar's circle, Domitius, reached the consulship. These swings mattered less for policy than for momentum. Each result was read as a sign that the balance of fear and hope in Rome had shifted again, and each contest sharpened the bitterness between the camps. The law courts were just as vicious. Political trials were not simply about guilt or innocence. They were public battles where reputations could be destroyed and careers ended. Men associated with the triumviral order were targeted with particular fury. Vatinius faced prosecution under intense hostility and survived only because Caesar's influence intervened at the critical moment. Gabinius, by contrast, was not protected. Pompey, as so often, hesitated at exactly the wrong time. He allowed Gabinius to be sacrificed, partly because Crassus and the financial interests were eager for revenge, and partly because Pompey rarely managed personal alliances with a steady hand. In Rome, these courtroom wars served as a substitute for the kind of direct political contest that the presence of dominant figures had made difficult. While the capital churned, trouble was gathering in the east. The first signs looked like the familiar disorder of frontier politics, pressure from Parthia on Armenia, and rival claimants struggling over the Parthian throne. Syria's governor, Gabinius, had reasons to intervene. Yet before he could act decisively, a different mission pulled him away, one that linked Roman power to the unstable politics of Egypt. Ptolemy had been driven from his throne, and restoring him suited the interests of the leading men at Rome, even if it did not follow the normal channels of authorization. A Roman force marched, met resistance near the frontier and along the Nile, and broke the insurgents with little difficulty. Ptolemy returned, and the old oppressive order reasserted itself. The operation had been carried out without the Senate's formal approval, but it matched the wishes of those who truly controlled Roman decisions at the time. When Gabinius returned, Crassus was ready to take command of the army intended for a Parthian war. He wanted more than wealth and influence. He wanted glory that could stand beside Caesar's campaigns in Gaul and Pompey's earlier victories. That hunger for a heroic conquest made him reckless. He dismissed safer routes and chose the most direct approach, a straight push into the open Mesopotamian wastes. Rather than following the river in a measured advance, he marched into a landscape that offered few landmarks, little water and no shelter from mounted enemies. Local guidance, provided by a chieftain whose loyalty was doubtful, led the Romans into a trap. The Parthians understood exactly how to fight this kind of war. Their strength was cavalry, armoured lancers who could crash into formations, and vast numbers of horse archers who could keep distance and rain arrows without giving infantry a chance to close. Their leadership had deliberately kept infantry away from this battlefield and used mobile forces alone. The Roman legions, packed in dense blocks, became targets on an empty plain where speed belonged to the enemy. Roman javelins could not answer a storm of arrows launched from riders who never stood still. A desperate counterattack was attempted. Publius Crassus, commanding cavalry and selected light troops, drove forward with energy and courage. The Parthians allowed the force to separate from the main body, then wrapped it in a moving ring of horsemen. Cut off, overwhelmed, and unable to break free, Publius and many of his officers chose death over capture. Most of his men were killed or taken. The main army fought on as the attacks returned, wave after wave, until darkness ended the day. When the Parthians withdrew for the night, the Romans fled toward Carrhae, abandoning wounded men who could not be carried. From there, the remnants tried to reach safer ground near the hills, hoping to escape into terrain less favourable to cavalry. The Parthians, fearing their prey might slip away, offered talks. Crassus, pressured by exhausted troops and desperate for any exit, agreed. Suspicion flared when Parthians moved aggressively during the meeting. Fighting broke out. Crassus and his staff were cut down, and the army collapsed into surrender, dispersal, or slaughter. The scale of the disaster was shocking. A large portion of the invading force was gone. Many survivors were taken with their standards, and only a fraction returned. It was not simply a defeat. It was proof of a structural weakness. Roman infantry, superb in close combat, could be humiliated when exposed on open ground to overwhelming mounted archery and lancers. The Empire had learned this lesson before in other regions, yet it had never corrected its shortage of effective cavalry and light troops. Carrhae made the penalty for that failure unmistakable. Yet Parthia did not exploit its victory with the energy that might have changed the map. Cassius, one of the few senior officers who had shown steadiness during the catastrophe, took control of what remained an organised defence. Raiding parties were checked, and when a larger Parthian force later overran parts of Syria and pinned Cassius in Antioch, he still held on with weak legions rebuilt from wreckage. He resisted assaults, then struck hard during the Parthians' withdrawal, trapping them in a killing zone and inflicting heavy losses. A later governor, Bibulus, offered little strategic brilliance, but he was spared by Parthian internal politics. A truce was made, and Parthian attention turned back inward. Back in the Roman world, the impact of Cari went beyond military loss. Crassus's death removed the one man who had been an equal partner in the alliance balancing Caesar and Pompey. The relationship between the surviving two had already been strained. Julia, Pompey's wife and Caesar's daughter, had died earlier, and with her went a personal bond that had softened rivalry. There was not yet open war between Caesar and Pompey, and practical cooperation still occurred. Caesar even drew resources from Pompey when emergencies demanded it. But the direction of events was pulling them apart, and Rome's streets supplied the spark that would change political calculations. Violence in the city had been growing for years, fueled by faction leaders who commanded gangs and treated elections as street warfare. Clodius and Milo, rival organizers of intimidation, pushed the city toward chaos. Then, an encounter on the Appian Way turned into a killing. Clodius died. His supporters gathered the urban underworld, displayed the body, and whipped the crowd into fury. Riot followed. In a symbolic act of rage, the Senate House itself was burned as part of the violence surrounding the funeral. Milo was trapped in his own home. Panic spread. In the confusion, some voices demanded that Pompey be given extraordinary power as a saviour. Pompey was willing to accept a dominant role, but only if it came from the Senate and carried a stamp of legitimacy. He was made sole consul, an office that, in theory, was meant to be shared. With that authority, he acted decisively. Bribery and electoral manipulation were attacked more aggressively, and the courts were put under tighter control. A special inquiry followed the riots. The judgments were notably even-handed. Milo was condemned, but so were figures on the other side who had inflamed the crowd. Cicero, bound by personal obligation and political ties, agreed to defend Milo. Yet the atmosphere was poisonous. Soldiers lined the forum, and the crowd's agitation was visible. Cicero's performance faltered under pressure, and the speech delivered in court did not match the polished version later circulated. Milo, exiled, joked bitterly when he read the improved text afterward, noting that a better speech might have cost him the fine food he now enjoyed far from Rome. Cicero found a different kind of satisfaction later by helping secure the conviction of one of the agitators, even against Pompey's efforts to shield him. Pompey used the year to build a stronger personal position while presenting himself as the defender of order. Italy was called to arms, and the levies were bound by oath of loyalty to him personally. He chose as colleague a man tied to him by family connection and influence, and he secured an extension of his command in Spain. At the same time, reforms were introduced that reshaped the political machinery. One rule enforced a delay between holding office in Rome and receiving a provincial command. On paper, it looked like a measure against corruption and opportunism. In practice, it gave the Senate a powerful advantage. It could now distribute governorships more freely and fill vacancies with its own nominees, tightening aristocratic control over provincial administration. By this point, an alliance between Pompey and the Senate's Republican majority became not only possible, but useful to both. The senators needed a figure with an army behind him, not simply a voice of principle. They had learned from earlier failures that Caesar could not be checked by speeches or procedural obstruction alone. Many of them believed Pompey could be used to stop Caesar, and then, because of his famous indecision, would not use victory to crush the Republic entirely. Pompey, for his part, needed a respectable justification for breaking with Caesar. Defending legality and tradition offered that banner. Still, neither side moved immediately. Pompey remained tied by old obligations, and even hardened politicians hesitated to tear away the last remaining forms of constitutional order before the trap was fully built. The central dispute that followed was not simple, and it was not purely about ambition. Caesar's vital interest was time. He needed to keep his provincial command until he could enter the consulship without becoming vulnerable. If he dismissed his army and returned as a private citizen, prosecution awaited, an attack that could end his career and strip him of protection. He believed that once holding the highest office again, reforms could be pushed through by political skill rather than force. That plan depended on avoiding a dangerous gap between laying down command and taking up new authority. The legal framework, however, offered obstacles. The expiry date of Caesar's command and the timing of elections did not align neatly. In addition, the law required candidates to be physically present in Rome to canvass. For a general in command, appearing in the city could mean surrendering legal protection and forfeiting authority. Caesar had anticipated these difficulties and had arranged exemptions through popular legislation. Pompey had supported at least one of those exemptions, but then, true to his habit of contradiction, backed a broader rule that restored the requirement of personal presence. A later clause was attached to soften the injustice by protecting those already exempted. Yet the way it was handled left the legal status questionable. The result was a situation in which Caesar's enemies could claim to be acting within the letter of the law while bending procedure to reach a predetermined outcome. Law became a weapon, shaped and reshaped depending on who held the blade. The first formal push against Caesar came when a consul tried to force the issue early, but discussion was postponed under pressure. In the meantime, Caesar bought political support and gained crucial allies. One of them, Curio, was an aristocrat with a reputation for glamour and shifting loyalties, now searching for a role as a serious statesman. He identified a vulnerability in the Senate's position. If Caesar was demanded to resign, why not demand the same of Pompey? Curio proposed simultaneous disarmament. The idea was politically brilliant because it sounded fair and it split the Senate. After voting to pressure Caesar and rejecting a similar pressure on Pompey, the Senate nonetheless passed Curio's broader proposal by a huge majority. The contradiction exposed the real motive behind the campaign and weakened the moral confidence of those pushing hardest for confrontation. Meanwhile, preparations for conflict were already underway. Under the excuse of a Parthian war, the Senate demanded legions from both Caesar and Pompey. Pompey also requested the return of a legion Caesar had previously lent him. Caesar's forces were reduced by 2 legions in this maneuver. The stated destination was the eastern frontier, but the troops were kept in Italy, stationed where they could be used against Caesar, rather than against Parthia. This was a quiet step towards civil war, taken under official language and public pretenses. Tensions escalated when a report spread that Caesar had moved forces toward Italy. The report was false, but it was used as fuel. A consul tried to have Caesar declared an enemy of the state, and wanted Pompey ordered to march. Curio exposed the lie and blocked the motion. The Senate hesitated to endorse the extreme step, yet the consul and his allies rushed to Pompey anyway, urging him to save the Republic and granting him informal authority to take control of the troops at Capua and raise new forces. Pompey accepted this half-legal commission, and that was enough. Events were now being driven by a smaller faction whose hatred and impatience pushed faster than the state's official machinery. Caesar responded with calculated restraint, understanding that moderation could be as useful as strength. He offered a compromise. He would surrender much of his command and most of his legions if he could keep a reduced position and limited force until elections protected him. The offer met many of the demands of moderates. It also placed the burden of refusal on his opponents. Caesar wanted his terms read formally to the Senate, so the record would show who rejected peace. At the start of the new year, Curio returned to Rome carrying Caesar's message. The consuls tried to prevent it from being heard, but tribunes insisted it be read. The letter offered two paths: a partial resignation from Caesar in exchange for security, or simultaneous disarmament by Caesar and Pompey. It also contained a clear warning: if the Senate attempted to strip him by force, he would respond with force. The hardline consuls refused to allow a vote on the proposals. Pompey, speaking through allies, signalled that a showdown could no longer be postponed. Under intimidation and pressure, the Senate passed a decree demanding Caesar surrender his command by a fixed date, or be treated as a traitor. When the tribunes vetoed the decree, the conflict sharpened. The next step followed quickly. Emergency measures were declared. Loyal magistrates were called upon to defend the state, and Caesar's allied tribunes fled the city in disguise to join him. Their flight gave Caesar a powerful political narrative, an appeal to the violation of sacred civic protections and to the idea that constitutional forms had been crushed by faction. In Ravenna, Caesar faced the final test: the loyalty of the troops near him. He addressed them not as an abstract political audience, but as veterans whose identity had been forged in hard years of campaign. He spoke of insults, injuries, and the humiliation of seeing tribunes driven out, and he framed the coming decision as both personal defense and moral retaliation. Once he was certain of their commitment, he ordered the distant legions to march and moved south. The crossing of the Rubicon turned political crisis into open war. When Julius Caesar stepped across the Rubicon, the balance of power appeared to lie overwhelmingly with his opponents. His authority rested only on the provinces he directly controlled. Northern Italy welcomed him with enthusiasm, yet beyond the Alps the mood was mixed. Many Gallic communities had accepted Roman rule with reluctance and watched events cautiously, uncertain whether to risk loyalty to a conqueror whose future seemed doubtful. In Rome itself, he possessed little visible support. Most senators and established politicians stood with Pompey, and even within Caesar's own circle there were few experienced commanders. The defection of Labienus, once his most trusted marshal, deprived him of the only lieutenant capable of independent operations on a grand scale. On paper, the situation looked perilous. What Caesar lacked in numbers and prestige, he compensated with unity of command. His enemies were a coalition, constantly debating, questioning, and second-guessing one another. Caesar alone decided, and his decisions were carried out without hesitation. He towered so far above his subordinates that no rival could emerge in his camp. The veterans who had marched with him through Gaul saw him not merely as a leader, but as the embodiment of their own victories. They were ready to follow him anywhere, even against the republic they had once served. 9 hardened legions formed the core of his strength, and the recruiting grounds of northern Italy promised a steady stream of replacements. Pompey's side, by contrast, possessed the outward symbols of legitimacy. The Senate, still recognized as the lawful government, had allied itself with him. The capital and its institutions were in his hands, allowing him to present his cause as the defense of tradition against rebellion. Bankers feared that Caesar would cancel debts. Small landowners dreaded a return of anarchy. To many Italians, Pompey seemed the safer guardian of order. Yet beneath this appearance lay deep weakness. The senatorial camp was divided by jealousies. Noblemen quarrelled over rank and strategy as if the enemy were distant rather than advancing. Wealthy supporters offered applause but little sacrifice. When danger approached, this impressive coalition began to crumble. Beyond Italy, the picture looked more favourable for Pompey. Recent appointments had filled the provinces with men loyal to the Senate. Client kings in the east owed their thrones to Pompey's earlier campaigns, and the ruler of Numidia feared everything from Caesar's success. Spain held 7 seasoned legions, and Greece and Asia could provide a powerful fleet. Pompey boasted that he needed only to stamp his foot to raise an army. The boast was not entirely empty, yet the forces in Italy were unprepared. The only troops immediately available were 2 legions originally Caesar's, whose loyalty could not be trusted. The rest were raw levies without cohesion. Caesar acted before this machine could be assembled. With a single legion, he advanced rapidly along the Adriatic coast, securing town after town. Offers of negotiation were met with demands that he first surrender his command, terms he could not accept. The swiftness of his movement created panic. Pompeian levies in Picenum melted away, and even the capital trembled. Pompey withdrew to the south, intending to use Apulia as a base for evacuation if necessary. He ordered Domitius, stationed at Corfinium, to join him, but Domitius refused, convinced he could check Caesar alone. The town was soon surrounded. After a brief resistance, Domitius attempted to flee, but his own soldiers mutinied and surrendered. Caesar released the captured officers without punishment and incorporated the common soldiers into his army, a gesture that won him sympathy across Italy. Recognizing that Italy could not be held, Pompey executed a skillful withdrawal to Brundisium and ferried half his forces across the sea before Caesar arrived. Attempts to block the harbour failed, and Pompey escaped to Epirus with minimal loss. The lack of a fleet prevented pursuit. Caesar found himself once again between 2 dangers: Pompey in the east and powerful armies in Spain. True to his method, he chose immediate attack on the nearer threat. Before leaving Italy, he tried to stabilise the situation. His clemency had already calmed fears of proscriptions. Extremists in his own party complained, but ordinary Italians welcomed a victor who did not plunder. The Senate remnants refused to cooperate, so Caesar governed through praetors and tribunes, even forcing open the treasury when obstruction continued. Sicily and Sardinia were secured to guarantee grain supplies, and order gradually returned. The Spanish campaign became a masterpiece of improvisation. Pompey's commanders held strong positions along the Ebro, but they were deployed too far forward. Early skirmishes went badly for Caesar, and floods destroyed his bridges, leaving his army short of food. He responded by building light boats, crossing upstream, and turning the enemy's flank. When the Pompeians tried to retreat into Celtiberia, Caesar's cavalry harried them relentlessly, cutting off mountain passes and water sources. Trapped and starving, the enemy capitulated. In 3 months, Spain was won, a region that had resisted conquerors for generations. Elsewhere, fortune was harsher. In Africa, Curio advanced recklessly and was destroyed by the cavalry of King Juba. Along the Illyrian coast, Caesar's squadrons were defeated, and a detachment of his legions surrendered. Yet the main theatre lay in the east, where Pompey had gathered a vast coalition army supported by a dominant fleet. Caesar crossed the Adriatic with only part of his forces, landing at Epirus and seizing coastal towns before Pompey could react. Reinforcements later slipped through the naval blockade, but Pompey entrenched himself near the sea, confident that supply lines and numbers would decide the war. Caesar attempted the impossible task of surrounding the Pompeian camp near Dyrrhachium. The lines became too long to hold, and Pompey finally broke out, inflicting a serious defeat. It was Caesar's worst reverse, yet Pompey hesitated to press the advantage. Caesar withdrew to Thessaly, drawing the enemy inland away from the safety of the fleet. The decisive encounter came near Pharsalus. Pompey commanded a force almost twice the size of Caesar's, and possessed overwhelming cavalry. Caesar anticipated the plan to crush his right wing with horsemen and prepared a hidden reserve of veteran cohorts. When the battle opened, Pompey's cavalry drove back Caesar's, but the reserve met them with aggressive close combat, shattering the charge. Caesar then released his final line, and the Pompeian centre collapsed. The camp was stormed before nightfall, and thousands surrendered at dawn. The civil war of the Republic effectively ended on that field. Pompey fled eastward, seeking refuge among former allies. Syria and Cyprus turned him away, and he turned to Egypt, where he had once exercised influence. There, on the shore of Pelusium, he was murdered by agents of the young Egyptian king, eager to please the new master of Rome. Pompey's life closed in tragedy. He had been a capable soldier and an honest man in a corrupt age, yet politically he lacked the firmness required by his extraordinary position. Fate placed him in a role too large for his cautious nature. Caesar pursued to Alexandria and became entangled in Egypt's dynastic quarrel. Fascinated by Cleopatra and convinced he could impose order, he lingered too long. The city rose against him, and for months he was besieged with a small force until relief arrived from Asia Minor. After defeating the Egyptian army on the Nile and installing Cleopatra on the throne under Roman protection, he turned north to confront Pharnaces of Pontus. A lightning campaign ended at Zela, summarized in his famous phrase of arrival, sight, and victory. Meanwhile, the defeated Republican leaders regrouped in Africa under Cato and Scipio. Caesar, delayed by mutiny among his veterans and by administrative tasks in Italy, crossed later with limited forces. After months of manoeuvring, he forced battle near Thapsus. His troops attacked without orders, overwhelmed the enemy and destroyed the last organized army of the old Republic. Many leaders chose suicide rather than capture. Cato's death became a symbol of resistance and a moral challenge to the new regime. A final uprising in Spain brought Caesar back to the field. At Munda, he faced a desperate coalition and won only after fierce fighting. The victory removed the last military opposition. Triumphs celebrated Gaul, Egypt, Pontus, and Africa, yet no Roman captive was displayed. A deliberate gesture that the war had been against enemies of the state rather than fellow citizens. With arms laid down, Caesar turned to reconstruction. He rejected the path of terror and proscription that earlier dictators had followed. Debt agitation was suppressed, but without vengeance. A broad amnesty sought to reconcile opponents, though many could not accept the loss of republican freedom. Caesar tried to draw former enemies into office, believing that inclusion would stabilize the regime. The policy earned suspicion from all sides. His followers resented restraint, and his adversaries interpreted generosity as a mask. The central challenge was political transformation. The old system, designed for a city-state, could not govern an empire. Power had to be concentrated in a single authority, capable of quick decision and impartial rule. Caesar accepted this necessity and gathered offices that placed him above every institution. The dictatorship, the tribunician power, and control over military and provincial appointments made him effectively sovereign, even if republican forms were preserved. Yet he did not intend to extinguish local life. Instead, he sought to strengthen municipal self-government across Italy and the provinces. Towns were reorganized on Roman models. New colonies were founded in Gaul and Spain. Ancient centers like Carthage and Corinth were marked for revival. Citizenship and Latin rights were extended beyond traditional limits. The goal was to replace the lost patriotism of the old republic with loyalty rooted in local communities, within a broader imperial order. Rome's crisis was not only political. By the time Caesar held power, the deeper danger lay in a slow collapse of social balance and public discipline. The capital had become a city that produced little, yet consumed endlessly. Waves of displaced farmers from Italy drifted into Rome after losing their land. Freed slaves, migrants from the eastern Mediterranean and newcomers from the western provinces joined them over time, swelling a population that depended less on steady work and more on survival inside a crowded metropolis. Many people were drawn by the promise of spectacle and easy subsistence. Grain distributions helped keep hunger at bay, but they also turned public life into a contest over favours and food. Informal associations and neighbourhood groups, once ordinary parts of urban life, could be converted into organised street power. With no real police force to impose order, violence and intimidation became common tools in political struggle, and the city's stability could be shaken by whoever controlled the loudest gangs. Caesar could not remake this world from the ground up, but he attempted to reduce the worst damage. He moved against the most dangerous urban networks, breaking up political clubs that had become instruments of coercion and placing similar societies under tight supervision. He also reshaped public relief. Instead of allowing the grain system to function as a permanent entitlement for enormous numbers, he restricted distribution to those classed as genuinely poor, cutting the list dramatically and turning a blunt giveaway into something closer to targeted support. At the same time, he pushed construction projects that created employment while also reshaping the city's civic spaces. New public buildings, new meeting areas, and expanded administrative centres were not only monuments to authority, they were also a practical attempt to keep thousands of idle hands busy. Yet his most ambitious solution aimed beyond Rome itself. He treated emigration and resettlement as a pressure valve. By sending surplus population to new settlements overseas, he tried to give the unemployed a stable livelihood and revive regions around the Mediterranean whose local economies had been hollowed out by Rome's dominance. Italy, beyond the capital, faced its own emergency. The class of small farmers that had once provided both soldiers and social stability had steadily thinned. Their plots had been absorbed into vast estates, worked by slaves, run for profit by wealthy owners who preferred scale and control to the slow returns of smallholding life. Pasture and stock raising spread across large parts of the peninsula at the expense of grain cultivation. The result was a society with little middle ground. Enormous numbers of slaves and impoverished citizens on one side, and a narrow elite on the other. Even among the rich, the appearance of power often concealed financial fragility. Prestige politics demanded lavish spending on games, gifts, public entertainments, and display. Private life followed the same pattern. Expensive homes, extravagant dining, and luxury collections became symbols of status. Many aristocrats lived on credit, not because they lacked income, but because their ambitions outran their resources. Debt was not a marginal issue, but a constant pressure, and calls for wiping the slate clean echoed whenever economic strain intensified. Caesar approached this problem with a mixture of emergency action and long-term reform. In the immediate dislocation caused by civil war, he introduced measures designed to keep debt from destroying households and provoking broader instability. Debtors were allowed to count previously paid interest against the principal, and the remaining balance could be settled through property valued at pre-war estimates, rather than depressed wartime prices. It was a compromise. Creditors still recovered something substantial, but the spiral of ruin slowed. After the crisis measures came more structural changes. He introduced a formal bankruptcy process that protected personal freedom. An insolvent debtor could surrender assets without being thrown into prison simply for misfortune. It was a clear shift in principle. Loss of liberty was for criminals, not for those crushed by circumstances. At the same time, he tried to curb predatory lending and push wealth back into productive landholding by requiring large investors to place a significant portion of their capital into Italian property. The aim was not charity but economic direction, an attempt to steer money away from pure extraction and toward agriculture. Agriculture itself became a central theme in his domestic policy. Veteran settlements were handled with care compared to earlier experiments that had uprooted entire communities. Instead of sweeping away existing owners and planting soldiers in large, isolated blocks, he spread them among established populations, trying to preserve property rights while injecting new labour and discipline into rural life. He also targeted the labour structure of the great estates by forcing stock farmers to employ a proportion of free workers, rather than relying entirely on slaves. It was a limited requirement, but it signalled an effort to stop the countryside from becoming a landscape owned by a few and worked only by the unfree. Beyond these laws stood public works meant to strengthen Italy's internal economy. Draining marshy land, improving transport routes through difficult terrain, and linking productive regions to markets more efficiently. If Rome and Italy were troubled, the provinces were often in worse condition. In the Western territories, there were still energetic communities capable of growth under stable administration. But across much of the Mediterranean world, long accustomed to external rule, provincial populations experienced Roman control less as protection than as exploitation. Official taxation was not always the main burden. The greater damage came from corruption and opportunism. Governors and their entourages treating provinces as a short-term prize, extracting money, goods, and favours before returning home. Soldiers quartered in a town could consume resources like an occupying force. Local elites were pressured for gifts, costly animals for shows, or sudden payments to satisfy demands from Rome. Even when a governor was personally restrained, tax contractors and moneylenders could be ruthless. High-interest loans trapped cities and small landowners in permanent dependence. In extreme cases, creditor violence and intimidation turned civic institutions into hostages. These practices poisoned Rome's reputation and helped trigger cycles of resentment and revolt. Caesar's response aimed at control and standardization. Provincial officials were no longer left as semi-independent rulers, far from oversight. They became administrators, answering to a central authority that could punish abuse. Some tax systems were altered to reduce opportunities for predation, and governors were restrained from arbitrary extraction. The deeper problem of usury could not be erased quickly, but the tone of government shifted. The ideal Caesar promoted was a provincial administration that acted as a shield rather than a weapon, presenting Roman authority as a source of order and appeal for the vulnerable rather than a license for the strong. This drive for order showed itself in Caesar's broader administrative style. His reforms were not improvised gestures, but part of a larger effort to make government predictable. Financial planning moved towards systematic oversight, with attempts to measure income and expenditure rather than lurching from one emergency to the next. A unified gold coinage strengthened economic coherence across the empire. Even time itself was reorganized. The calendar, long thrown off by miscalculation and manipulation, was reset into a more stable system aligned with the solar year, replacing the old confusion with a framework that could be administered reliably. These changes reveal a consistent mindset. Authority was meant to function like a well-managed machine, not a series of short-term bargains. Yet the same authority that made reform possible also made reconciliation difficult. Many senators could tolerate extraordinary power as a temporary response to chaos, but not as a permanent settlement. Public flattery grew exaggerated, and honours piled up around Caesar, creating the impression of monarchy even when he spoke the language of restoration. Beneath this surface, a different mood hardened among a group who believed the old political order had been murdered in everything but name. Personal grievances mixed with ideology. One man felt slighted in rank and promotion. Another, more austere and intellectual, convinced himself that removing Caesar was a moral necessity. The circle widened to include figures who had benefited from Caesar's trust and offices, men who accepted favour while secretly preparing betrayal. The chosen moment came in early spring, when Caesar was expected to appear in the Senate before departing on a major eastern campaign. Warnings reached him, and hesitation delayed his departure from home. But a trusted associate persuaded him to go. Inside the Senate, the attack unfolded with rehearsed coordination. A petition was pressed forward as a distraction. The conspirators closed in, crowding around him under the cover of urgent appeals. The first blow was clumsy, but it served as a signal. In seconds, the scene turned into a chaotic assault. Caesar tried to resist, then staggered beneath repeated strikes, and fell near the statue of his former rival, a grim piece of stagecraft that the attackers could later interpret as symbolic justice. The murder did not reverse the transformation of the Roman world. It removed a person, not the conditions that had produced his rise. Instead of restoring the old system, it reopened the struggle for power and forced the next generation to finish the imperial construction amid new waves of conflict. Caesar's legacy remained contested because it was double-edged. He fought a civil war and concentrated authority in one man. Yet he also resisted mass terror and tried to govern with restraint. He understood the empire's administrative problems with unusual clarity and moved rapidly to impose structure where corruption and improvisation had ruled. His failure was not a lack of vision, but the impossibility of compressing a long historical transformation into a single lifetime, and the difficulty of persuading a proud elite to accept permanent rule that no longer matched their traditions.